Wiggity, 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 wiggity. It's your boy, DeyZan, aka mgthefuture, going live on a Tuesday. It's actually Thursday. Thor Day. Viernes, isn't it? I think so. Always interesting. Thursday's Thor's Day. It's January 8th. So it's an octagon, a loop. Nah. 181 on a Thursday. All right. It's 8, no matter what we say. So it's a Saturn type of day. I'm with it. How you guys doing on this day? Shout out to Brother Composure Slim. I'm on my way to Breakfast of Champions. And I was doom scrolling as I was getting ready to get up. And I stopped for a minute. Somehow I got in a loop about certain thoughts, things, the way shit is going for me, like just personally. And then like I keep running into like the Sonic, lose all my rings in the thought. Where it's like, but something strange happening no matter what. And I can't shake that shit. Like I'm used to like feeling shit for my own life and like navigating that way. But this feeling is like, it won't let me navigate around it. And that's the first time I've ever experienced that in human history. Everything else is on me, like a matter of time, energy, or money, or a connection, all the same thing. Power grid. But this thing that's happening to people's thoughts, or the way you feel, or the environment, maybe, you won't actually hear it or see it. Most people are just in their car and they're quiet. It's kind of creepy. Like when I hear like the little stupid kids shout out the car because they're drunk or whatever, it actually makes me happy. I was like, oh shit, that's not an NPC. That nigga's actually drunk. But yeah, there's another type of shadowy thought form out here. I guess because of Donald Trump or the United States. It's our government basically. And wherever it's at in thought land, or wherever it's at in like determining the future for everyone, let alone individually, that is weird. I've never experienced that. I've never, I can fairly say, I've never grew up under blatant, incompetent leadership, but primarily when it comes to thought. Like, no one's perfect, but this is the first time we've had a collapse of competence across some very serious sectors of everyone's life. And this is the first time I think we've lived through that. Like our generation. We heard about it. They talk about George Bush a lot, but at least when the government wasn't serious, your friends and family were. I remember once upon a time, I knew some good Negro boomers back in the 90s. They're really serious about that church community shit. But they just inherited that from the type of man they were, irregardless. The church just let them assume that power, but yeah. Up until what it is now, bro. Because you know what I'm saying? You can kind of fucking phone, bro. Fucking social media. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just the fact social media is showing you the people on social media. And the problem is the people, not social media. Let's talk about it. Social media is never a problem. I've been on the internet since Black Planet. Like, that was never an issue back then. The issue now is the people. And what I'm saying is in a very serious way. It's not entertaining. It's not these are real people. They really feel that way. They really, that really happened. And you get to see that more and more every day, I guess. That's the social media effect. You get to see how similar the suffering is in different dimensions. But if you're around any Negroes, we have an interesting way of laughing and creating humor out of these situations. Hence world star hip hop and everything else you've seen. But that shit ain't that funny no more when you think about it. It's weird, man. You know how fucked up it is? Like how old I am? Like the meme, the saddest story maybe. This might be the saddest story. Just in the last 12 hours, right? The white woman, what's her name? Rebecca? I think so. She was a lesbian chick. had a wife, had a dog, she in her car, and she pulling out her driveway, about to go on an outing with her crew. And then in that process, ICE was investigating, and she probably was being sassy with them. But that's still not a reason for anything. They're ICE, not police, not sheriffs. So, you know, and then she drives off because that's what she was going to do inevitably. And they need her to get out the way anyway. And what's more getting out the way than pulling out your own fucking driveway? Pulling out my driveway, all your ICE shit in the way, why y'all here anyway? My Minnesota governor said your ass. They supposed to be here. So why the fuck, like, a lot of people playing this like they police. You know, you feel what I'm saying? Pause the tape. Like, because of social media, I'm saddened by like latent awakenings that are happening to me about where people are cognitively about stuff. And more importantly, the important stuff is that people think ICE is police. So they react like police. Like the police, you know what I'm saying? And they get caught up in George Floyd, and you're already hearing that. Like this poor white woman, and like niggas can't even make that joke. It won't even trend, it won't even go viral. Because before niggas say anything funny, as much as we had to tolerate through Obama, white people jump in and are holding up the mirrors to the shit. And when you see that, you know, that need to regulate through laughter or irony goes away, because then it turns into something else. As a person who's lived through those gradients of society going through social experiments, like this transition I'm seeing, by far the saddest. I've never seen nothing like that, boy. Never. I don't know where these people come from. They did not go to my middle school, or they did. And that's just what 20 years of whatever the fuck this propaganda on the internet was. It made shit very weird and sad and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's almost like, what is it, Tiananmen Square or whatever? It's almost like that when you think about it. Because like, you know how I am about the subconscious realm. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I can't see the screen yet. But you know how I am about the subconscious realm. How everything's interconnected even though people can't describe it. That was like, I don't know, man. Because you know ICE is ran by Mossad or Israelis, you know, IDF and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So like, it's sad that most people were to see this stuff and treat it like cops. And bro, no, that's Israel. That's Israel. That's Mossad and IDF. That's who those guys are in ICE. Everybody else they hire is just Mexican. But the ones that are white, they're Israeli. And people don't know that. People don't know that. People don't know that Trump is allowing a foreign Israeli force to operate on the homeland, if you will, with support of the state senators, or, you know, under the escort of National Guards and shit, right? Alleged. Like you know what I'm saying, like an escort Gestapo. You know what I'm saying? Like the U.S. soldiers ain't gonna do it to their own people. They gonna do it to U.S. people, but we're gonna protect them while they do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets real fluffy and confusing in this bitch when you think about it. So one more time, what happened yesterday is a foreign militia group with the jurisdiction and oversight of Mossad and IDF of Israel, a terrorist nation that is occupying Palestine since 1940s, not a day prior. So there's some newbies. The newbies behind all this weird shit and training and ICE and NYPD too, you know. It's strongholds of Jews, if you understand. None of them Afro-Asiatic, so don't get lost. So all of them guys. And now the world's going, Then they're going to flip the narrative like it's Tamir Rice. They're going to flip the narrative like it's, you know, that's what Becky gets or something. I don't think she should have got anything, actually. Or someone's going to try to spin it to cause a horizontal decision. And it's going to be weird for me because, you know, niggas going to forget as soon as Trump speaks again. But I'm going to remember because you showed me that my theory was white people are under siege the same way black people was through the 80s and 90s. I'm talking about by the media, by the narrative, by the like the psychological and psychic placing of your society and how everyone else interacts and treats you as a result of that, or the way they have to pivot off of that installed by the government and media. And I'm watching this happen to white people, especially the white girls, because remember how it was during Obama killing the African-American Indian kids because they had a half Kenyan president. White people, white supremacists thought this was a cool little polar keep it in check moment, right? So niggas ain't too damn inspired. I mean, if you understand everything. But now it's kind of like, all right, Becky's and Karen's and the purple hair has been in charge for a while. And the first thing you do in your false flag this year, because it's January, right? This is the beginning of the year. So this is the tone of the year. The tone of the year, you're telling me you're willing to sacrifice a white girl. So that's what I'm saying. For the black people out there, don't get confused. This ain't like the police and us. The police and us is much worse because they ain't supposed to be here anyway. But this is not what happened to her. She wasn't killed by the police because something illegal or jurisdiction or a class history of Jim Crow bullshit. No, she was just killed by Israel militia on United States soil against the wishes of the Minnesotans. So she was the first casualty of a foreign militia killing a white woman in the United States of America in 1775 until now, human history. The first time I've ever heard anything like that in my life, ever. I've been waiting for that kickflip and that shoe to drop for such a fucking long time. I was like, I know with Trayvon and Sandra Bland, some of those were false flags, but a lot of them weren't. And there's a lot of white people getting stumped out too. I remember everything. But the point was, the narrative, the sociology of it never shifted. They was like, oh, that's cool. I guess if you niggas just listen, then it'll be cool. How come you just don't submit to these terrorists occupying you? Unconstitutional, you Indian. Why won't you get it? But they don't believe who we are, nor we Indian. But these people are clearly U.S. citizens, and they're clearly in America, and they think they're American, and who just did it to them? So now you see, they get to put on the same shoe. But I'm talking about intellectually. I'm not talking about the sister that lost her life. She shouldn't be a martyr or an example of none of this shit, but that's what happens when they are. That's what happens when they are. There's no reason why I should hear Renee or Rebecca's name in George Floyd. They're not even in the same fruit basket. They're not even in the same farmer's market. That's a racist piece of shit cop doing dirty shit with his security partner and didn't want to take a bigger hit because they're dealing with the triads. And then somehow intelligence agencies with the news outlets love to flip that shit for a presidential agenda to go fuck up some foreigners based on something. I get that story. We grew up on CNN, unfortunately. But this is not a CNN story. This is not to galvanize the Democrats and Republicans, unfortunately. That was a white woman, Harpo. Y'all heard what the fuck I just said? No, the cops didn't kill white women. Don't lose your damn mind yet. Don't lose your damn. No, we ain't on that side of time yet, niggas. Nah, cops ain't openly killing white people yet. No, that ain't what happened. Israel is openly killing white women on U.S. soil. And I hope people land that. I hope people get why I say that in all the tracks, and you're gonna see it. Who controls the media? What is the narrative? Why did Trump come out lying, swinging? He said, hey, yo, this is what she did. Mind you, the nigga wasn't there, so this is what they told him to say. Bah. She was there, it was kind of weird, it got queer, boom, 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 she out of there because she almost killed him, and my man's pots and pans is in the hospital. Crazy story. Like, damn, rest in peace or something, but damn, y'all gotta get the fuck out the way, we moving. You know, you see the motion, get out the way, if you don't want, move out the way of the wave if you don't want to get, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck going on? Hang 10 or something, like, move the fuck out. He's trying to say, move out the way. But the problem with that is that narrative, if it's the first narrative response from your government, then that's the narrative everybody else going to pivot off for the next couple of days. So you're not going to be able to go back in time and revisit it correctly. Trump didn't lie. They told him what to say. But when you watch that video, meaning they wanted you to watch that video to check behind him. So they wanted you to be traumatized. But you're not traumatized by the fact that, oh shit, people with guns be killing niggas. No, you're more traumatized by the fact that a foreign occupation, ICE, that no one wants here, that no one voted for, that your tax dollars are unfortunately paying for to some degree or another until the government shuts down again at the end of the month. Correct. So far, so good. Don't miss anything. It's all about DOJ already closed down its accountability desk. Let's not miss anything. This is all active buffs on a Warcraft server, okay? With all that being said and done, till this day, they're going to miss that fact that, no, that was ICE. Ran by my side in IDF. That school was just shooting a bitch in her head 3 times point blank. Like, that's not police. There's some badass police like that, I can imagine. But that's not police force. That's not police force. That's not police force. That's not police force. That's the force they used in Palestine. That's Gaza force. That's Gaza force. That's Gaza force, of course, because that's the Gaza force that forms ICE. Da-da-da! They've been practicing for 20 years. Butty. Same people, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me, okay? So we just saw what appears to be a Gaza-like execution of a white woman on American soil, but it belongs to the black Indians, by the way. I ain't confused. But the ideas, you understand, you gotta put it at the different plate of their loop of how they're gonna look at that. But you stop playing games with these motherfuckers. ICE got trained in Gaza. Those are the forces you see here. And their first casualty of war is a white woman. Y'all didn't hear anything I said. If you think this got shit to do with police and the Constitution, y'all don't let them do that to y'all. Please, none of the above.
Hi, buddy.
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about you guys? So yeah, rest in peace to Shorty. What was her name? Rebecca, Renee? Sound like my mother's name too, is the craziest thing about it though. But rest in peace to her. And watch out for some of those videos when they're showing you her. A lot of those are the AI. You know how people are these days. Even the one when they're showing who did it is AI. Nah, it's an Israeli IDF soldier. It's the people who did the same thing to the women in Gaza and Palestine. Well, I'm saying it's the same people. Not trained by them. They're the same people. They're the same ilk. They're the same force. They're the same trainees. And it doesn't matter if they have guns or not. You just have to understand why. Like, it wasn't about Gaza or Palestine or people's skin colors. You gotta get deeper into like how those motherfuckers think about shit. If Donald Trump and friends is basically giving them a license to kill its own citizens if they don't move out the way fast enough, out of their own parking lot in front of their own house. You understand everything? That's the scary part about it. ICE is not police. ICE is not sanctioned by your mayor, your city. Your police are incorporated with your city, which is why the bond system, their badge number is their CUSIC number too. You can put liens on it. You have no recourse against ICE. ICE is not Masonic either. Y'all missing something. And I understand everything. I told you it was like the Inquisition for real. The Masons are missing something too, I've noticed. Since it's their side, traditionally, historically, I mean in the short history of the United States since the Civil War, it has been Mason-led. And these decisions don't seem to be Mason bred. So I hope everything's okay on the brotherhood side. Outside of everyone having my bloodline fucked up. But with them guys, like, you would want them to, you know what I'm saying? Out of all the people, fuck me, right? Obviously. You don't want them getting funny. You don't want them getting funny at all, man. They're the first money changers in their story. You don't want them to get funny at all. When y'all go back in history again, the version they sanitize, just read about those Templars and those money changers one more time. They're a church. They're a militia. They're a brotherhood. They're a magic cult. And they got motion. Sound like some niggas to me, but y'all understand their degree in their societies. Like, they're independent. They're like sovereign almost, because that's why different states and different churches try to prosecute them or get rid of them, because they can always counter the steering of power without being in control of it. And that's similar to their demonstration at the Boston Tea Party, right? Like, that's your first false flag, and people did blackface to upset the king, to have the French then aim at the Tomahawk Indians and Mohawks and the Saponi, and then blah, 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 blah. And while they're all distracted, the British are coming, but meanwhile, the people yelling that have a red coat on, inverted to the blue side. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? Like, that's a lot of finesse. It's very sissy-like, but it's a lot of finesse in it, which is why it's sissy-like. But that's not this schedule or this season we're in. We're no longer dealing with those variables no more. I think that's why it's so much easier to see the old stuff. That's because the new DLC launched. Yeah, so they over here killing white women, bro. I don't know how y'all feel about that, Negroes. Like, checking with my strong Negroes out there. If they don't give a fuck about the Mexicans, and they out here killing the white girls, what about us? Boy, what about us? Like, what about us? And I'm talking about socially. I'm not even talking about when you go to Walmart. I'm just talking about the idea, like, when you do the real-time stack ranking of things. Especially if people want to talk and come up with ideas and get into politics of things. Like, what is the current political theater here about, buddy? Like, how they feel about niggas for real, bro? Because I noticed something. These ain't the white people I went to school with. I noticed something. The white people I went to school with would never shoot a white girl in the face 3 times like that. That wasn't his sister or girlfriend. That wasn't his sister or girlfriend or make pretend girlfriend. He never seen this bitch before, and he, without even consciousness, went back into military mode and made sure she was eliminated on a traffic check, my nigga. Like, he was trained like that his whole life, is what I'm saying. You understand? You know, you gotta understand, like, what type of people they have on your street. If people want to miss it, if they think it's white this or black this or something like that. No, nigga. I told you, they already got their soldiers who immigrate here, who run little liquor stores like this, and all you gotta do is give them niggas a Beretta and a goddamn uniform, bitch, and it'll be like riding a bike yesterday. And we just seen it. That's what I'm tripping on. Because this is what I've been talking about in my last 2 or 3 videos. And, like, here we go, Super Mario. Like, I'm tired. I'm legit tired. That's shitty, man. You know what I'm saying? Kicking in the door and kidnapping a president. It is some Call of Duty Tom Clancy shit. But you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lose sleep over it. Knowing damn well the government say go fuck yourself. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of whenever Trump finally gets dropped for all the federal charges he has pending, by the way, not just that one. Yeah, it'll catch up to him by the time he dies. Whatever, dude. He can never do the time for the crimes he's already committed, bros. He's one of the ones that got away for sure. Trump already got away with all his crimes. Y'all don't understand how fast he dying. He already got away with everything. So I hope they don't get locked into that mind space. Nah, you're not going to get accountability from him. He's on his way out, y'all. Without paying for none of his crimes. That's a different, I understand what type of, as a dude, that's a different type of speed buff. You don't understand anything. I understand Trump. I don't like him. I don't like him because he fuck around with people who fuck around with little people. I'm not on, and I'm saying like he enabled it too, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, right? But looking at him on a surface level, on concrete level, I get exactly why. This Grandois narc who has never lost in life is crashing the fuck out in his decision making because he feels like Superman for him. All day people are talking and reacting to him. You got to understand, like, if a vampire needs your energy, loosh, well, who's the star of the show that's taking everyone's energy the other way from their own shit? Loosh. So you figure out, like, it's more of like a Grandois vampire there behind him. You'll find out they're related to Vlad the Impaler if you took a shit seriously. And then you'll understand the mirror universe of it, how it looks in energy. If you feel drained, the energy is going to the White House. Because you're reacting to the variables that they're in control of. That's the scary thing about government. It literally means mind control. Not thought control. They don't control your thoughts, they control your mind. Pablo Dog, you don't think about it, you just do it. That's mind control. Government means mind control. Doesn't mean thought control. Everyone gets confused about this. Politics is kind of like thought police. Minority Report is politics. Especially if you all have to gain agreement and get the same DLC on Monday. They treat the DLC like tea, and then they automatically adapt to it on some NPC bit shit. You've seen it. That's not because of social media. That's how it's always been with people. That's how society's subdivided. That's why you want to be an influencer over those kind of people. Enter church. You play Final Fantasy? How certain breeds of characters have a certain job or role, and then there's other characters that can swap between jobs and roles, but usually certain people are born in certain dimensions or qualities, like Vivi in them. They're usually mages, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see Vivi like really carrying a longsword, boy. Pause. Or chocobos, man, like, you don't really see them scratching the dirt in battles for real. They're transportation. But if they could treat this little shadow nigga to magic, I'm sure they can give chocobos magic too. Teach them to talk and everything. I seen the moguls too. You see how Final Fantasy captivates all those dimensions of characters and their roles, how the mogul or the cherubim is the messenger. It's an angel, is a cherubim messenger, a little one, and is saving your progress and giving you rewards. Understand something. Now, when you play Final Fantasy again, or any game like that, from that lore, from that understanding of worlds and races and species, understand that that video game is looking at your life inside out. What you see with your human mind and your human eyes is humanoid. We assume everyone sees that though. Rookie mistakes. One. But you can see it's quantum entangled with the camera, the art, the cartoons, the old drawings. You know, there's an average, like, more or less. That's what this is. That's what's out here. But in those same drawings, you see some weird spider, alien, some kind of other shit all the time too, right? All the time, not some of the time. All the time, it's just not humans. All the time, it's just not humans. I just need to keep that in mind, please. But by now, since this is thousands and thousands and thousands of years of history, more or less, all of those things under the mind of human design look the same. If you make music, it's quantized. It's quantized. That's why they tell you not to do certain drugs and things to not experience an unquantized look of the world. Mushrooms, DMTs, all that stuff. And mind you, I'm not signing no one up for psychonauts. I'm just telling you, as a person who's seen it for myself, I go, if a piece of a mushroom on a day, and I just did it once, can upset certain variables that my mind has assigned to my eyes at least, how much more influence is anything else in my so-called diet that I have microdosed for 40 years in a row that has permanently or long-term adjusted the lens of my reality? Or the same thing with a person that's neurodivergent, where marijuana will ground you, but for someone who doesn't need grounding, marijuana will make them paranoid. Or the same thing with like Adderall. You know, everybody don't react the same to it, but it's going to push one type of person that way and the other type of people that way. So that means everything has two courses, right? Why they start breaking this up? My bad, I'm about to, I can't even fucking breathe. They're breaking up the goddamn concrete. Like why? Like where did we sign off on this? When we want to sign off, why they just randomly? Why they just? I don't even understand what happened, man. Speaking of messages, but the inside, Final Fantasy is talking about the spirit that's inside of people, the spirit that's inside of a hero, the spirit that's inside of a mage, the spirit, the role, the job that those type of people play. You'll notice it, meaning you could triangulate. Well, this bitch don't look like a mogul, but she always saving screenshots of my text messages, so maybe she's a messenger. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, Kupo. She acts like a mogul to me. You know what I'm saying? You know the difference between a Steiner and a Vivi, don't you? You can look at a shorty. You be like, damn, I didn't know you was a shorty, but something told me you wasn't a dude. You look like Steiner for real. I know that's right. You wear eyeliner for real. You understand? Like, the characters are caricatures of the different types of people we have. Same thing with Lord of the Rings. Elves, dwarves, like, let's use our imagination. Let's look at their roles, their jobs, and the way that they live, and not how they look. Oh, that's what they're talking about. That's why you probably don't appreciate how many times black people notice motherfuckers are being slighted towards niggas in random mysteries and sci-fis and everything. Yeah, like, hey, you guys are a little too sensitive. We make fun of everybody. And I was like, I don't think we mind getting made fun of as much as how evil and hatred, how evil and fucked up the opinion is across everyone's opinion. Maybe if you diversified the portfolio besides the same two dimensions of niggas, maybe we wouldn't have such a visceral reaction to such things. But you know, what do I know about human psychology? Inside out, man. Gotta look at shit from the inside out, man. The mind is inside, the thoughts are outside. Everything out here is side effect of thought. Nothing out here happened before it happened inside of your mind. They'll get it one day. We all will. I can't wait until we start thinking and speeding up time and like moving the sun and shit. That's gonna be awesome in this bitch. We gotta raise our joint collective consciousness and shit. No, we don't. But maybe you do. Maybe me and you do. I don't know if the whole world gonna do shit. That's not what the whole world does. Final Fantasy Part 2. I don't go to Chocobos to buy armor. I mean, they're great runners. What the fuck these niggas know about armor? I don't want to trust no Chocobo armor. Don't even sound like a good idea, nigga. Big Bird armor. Like, get the fuck out of my face. But if it's magical, sometimes the only way shit can be cool if you add magic to it. That's what I'm saying. You be looking at these people thinking they're glow and they're bravados because they're rich. I be like, nah, nigga. That glow and bravado comes from magic. That's why it's so temporary. Niggas are rich forever. The glow wouldn't be temporary if it was money. That glow is magic. Or, you know, spirited, mused, all that. It's talking about the stuff inside, then out. Yeah, so Trump's not gonna pay for it on this side. I'm not even worried about what's gonna happen on the other side for his ass. We gotta get prepared. Every time I start to fucking talk this thing, we have to get prepared for how's that gonna look for us. Because they ran away from MAGA, Democrats, they all ran away from their original platforms. And they keep projecting this. And that's one thing about my people who went to school I've noticed, like educated, so-called educated people on social media, they start projecting this shit too many degrees in the past about what's happening right now. Like they keep comparing it to, oh, it's like that time when Stalin said stuff, or this is like the balkanization of, and they say it like it's the same characters or the same type of cast or something. And it's like, nah, it's nothing like that, because none of those people were anything like you when that happened. The most amazing thing in history is that this is happening to so-called people who think they're free already. Y'all understand? Like this whole, this video game walkthrough gonna be different than anybody's, because for all intents and purposes, the freest country in the world is experiencing Nazis. Whereas the Nazis of Germany 100 years ago weren't the freest people in the world. I can subtract 100 years from their story and tell you some stuff. They were never the freest, they were never, you know what I'm saying? So that fall from Olympus is different. Oh wow, you subjugated some African villagers who found no value in digging into the earth for resources to bully other people they haven't met yet. Perfect time for you to brainwash them and take over their shit. That's not this story. Niggas in Venezuela got internet, bitch. They got businesses. They got oil, bro. They're not like poor Afghanistan, Iraq, anything. It's a whole different story. You've never seen no shit like this before. The United States is using a Vietnam, Philippines narrative from 100 years ago and projecting it on niggas who have Street Fighter competitions. They projected it on niggas who already have treaties worth billions with Russia and China. It's not the same type of thing at all, Bruce. It's never happened before like that. Nah, that wasn't a cop that killed a white woman. Don't tell me cops have killed white women before. Nah, that was ICE. That was a nigga from Gaza. That's who you were sending all your tax dollars to go do that to the brown people in Palestine. I noticed something. Your tax dollars went to Palestine to fund that guy to do what he did to them. And then he didn't want to retire yet. So your tax dollars and his retirement for his family back at home, safe, he get to come here and bust you upside your head, and you still got to pay for it. Like she paid for her own murder, bro. Nah, that ain't Anne Frank's story at all. That wasn't Anne Frank's story. Anne Frank's story was some niggas that live next to each other who are playing nice for some reason in nigga territory again. This the loop keeps repeating. And then whatever, bygones be bygones again. 1920, 1930. Yeah, they tricking off, fucking on children. No one bats an eye at it. Then all of a sudden, they start fucking with their money in their printing press. Lost their goddamn mind. They started bringing up their own red pill, black pill. Men going their own way. And the men that went their own way was the white nationalists of Germany. Hi, Donald Trump and his family. And that became a civil war, technically. It became a world war because motherfuckers couldn't mind their business. So World War II is after the Civil War between the Jewish people and the white people and the black people in Germany. But the black ones would never be Jewish. So the Jewish people, the third odd man out the group, started that shit back then too. That's why Hitler did not have a problem with Jesse Oates. There was black people in Germany. Hello, how you doing? Nuremberg is where Washington D.C. is. There's German. Alemannia. Stop with us. Alamance counties. Dummy. Anyway, we don't have time to explain that. But what I'm saying is, it's such a strange story to repeat again. But now, Anne Frank ain't Jewish. Anne Frank, the white girl. The white nationalists. And white boys from America. Black boys from Mexico. The way they spin these variables when they try to do the same shit again. So you don't notice? No, it's not the same pattern. No, bitch, it's the same pattern. They just adjusted the variable. I see what they did. They ain't slick. So, y'all don't know what a white girl martyr to the LGBTQ community look like yet. And you're about to find out. And she won't even, like, you know what I'm saying, a Karen, you know, she won't even on that type of time either. So, it's a little bit more serious for them to see her differently than any other type of victim. Like, she ain't a Charlie Kirk, you know? She wasn't a controversial figure. She was a wife with a dog. That's what these bitches want to be in 4 years. She's the model post-feminist dream. And we just talking about Red Pill the other day now. Follow me. She was exactly the postmodern feminist dream. Finally lesbian, finally got a wife that's going to take care of her. We got the dog somewhere in suburbia America, going for a ride to the trail, get some coffee, and then they can like tear each other's hearts out later, right? Nah, they said they took her out. You know how fucked up it was? Before I even saw the video, I was like, what black girl did they kill this time? For real. I'm so used to this damn government and these damn people staging these events and allowing things to get so critical. And it's always going to be like a black girl or a young black boy who's just killed, and somehow that justifies a whole bunch of political, social jargon and insight and data and percentages. Like, so you understand, you kind of look at it like a stock market almost. Like, yeah, over, under on it's a black woman. And it's always one. But then I saw that shit. I was like, oh no, Harpo. They got them a white woman's. I thought it was going to be over. But then they told me she was gay. And I was like, MAGA ain't going to respect that one. I get it. The gay men don't give a fuck about that one. That's a weird fucking story, though. But yeah, but everybody else in America, they are. That's all that's been on TV. That's all Stranger Things, nigga. Like, you gotta look at all the damn dots when they use these actors. What are they trying to say? It's a real-time social order stack ranking chart. They're threatening, because listen, I'm talking about StarCraft. I ain't talking about what you saw on TV. You know all that shit faking AI adjusted? Stop playing with me. But what they said was, and what the stress test of your society is, on our level, is that how serious are people going to take white girls getting killed? And if they don't take that serious, oh, is it because they're gay? And then if it sounds like that, then you're going to mobilize the same Black Lives Matter, George Soros sector of social programmed individuals with certain sensitivities to certain language models. So I'll be able to hear it. I'll be able to hear the projections, because what I'm saying to you guys is, whoever the social engineer, Israel, IDF, of picking that woman, whether it happened or not or whatever, the social engineer that's telling you what happened and why, and told Trump a goddamn lie, and now you gotta look at your president funny, like, bitch, you can't see your eyes. You feel me? You gotta look at your politicians funny and all the men in Congress funny. Like, what do you mean he was afraid for his life? Like, when you gotta look at all the bitch ass niggas in politics and you have to decide whether or not you're safe in your future or not. then you activate the spirit of the audacity LGBTQ community who's been the trolls on the internet since Twitter went active. That's why them niggas never have no avatars. Because, you know, as soon as you see their ass, understand everything. So it's an old program. It's an old type of beast they just rattled. I don't know. I don't know if they... I don't know, man. The internet is their place, bro. Like, the internet was gay first. So trust me. I don't think Trump and them... I don't know, man. You're gonna activate all the Barbs, all the Nicki Minaj types. That's them, y'all. That was them right there. That was it. That was their George Floyd. For them. All those people who formed their personalities off the genderqueer universe, doing their thing and finding alternative ways to navigate their society collectively. And then push that shit politically. Perspective. And then align perfectly with the type of Jews that be in Hollywood. But all those studios is closed. But you know what? Social media is still open. So they're gonna run with that shit, y'all. I know they are. They're gonna take that shit to heart. And for all the wrong data points, I already know. So that means the Democrats, of course. Midterms are coming. Soros, Democrats. They killed a white Democrat girl. So someone is trying to use that politically too, to justify the impeachment of Trump, or if he loses the midterms. That's so sad that the participation in faith in politics in this country was so bad, I guess rated by the end of the year, that they decided to sacrifice a white woman just to get people to make believe that they vote matters again. Like, she's the prodigal sacrifice of the goddamn midterm elections. Because had that not happened to that demographic, the Democrats are always voting or have an opinion how it's going to go and what it is, get with it. They taking their ass straight to the midterm elections. They whole content format going to change. They gonna start cutting them little microtransaction checks to Coon for the rest of the damn Democrat election. Watch. And you gonna be like, what the fuck's that got to do with Israel, IDF, Trump senile ass? Wait, next season I gotta pay my subscription at the beginning of the month, but you ain't dropping the next episode until my next billing cycle? Like, that's what they setting up for. Whoever the fucking comedian that is. I ain't talking about bankers no more. I'm talking about the fucking motherfuckers. Remember, the bankers ain't controlling everything every day. Every nigga who think he got motion doing stupid shit in between. This is stupid shit with motion with Cameron ass nigga that did this. Because their cameras was recording, so don't fucking sleep. So we know they goofy ass military industrial complex level did this goofy ass shit, apparently. And I ain't no slouch to the game right here. So, yeah, man. Yeah, bro, they trying to set them up for the vote. They trying to set them up. The Democrats playing dirty. She gonna be they Will.I.Am or Harriet Tubman, boy. Watch. Please, man, they better. Y'all tell me in chat. Is she a Trump supporter or not? Don't tell me they put a wild card variable in that bitch and told me she was a Trump supporter. Don't tell me she was a fucking Trump MAGA supporter, man. My heart can't take the irony. But if she wasn't. If she was pro-Kamala or something else, oh Lord, they gonna check her Facebook. Don't let her be pro-Democrat something, boy. Or don't let her be pro-Democrat something. Don't let her happen to be the pedigree of people molded by liberal politics. Also a liberal. Don't tempt me, Satan. Because these motherfuckers talking about midterms, and meanwhile niggas gotta buy beef bacon. Bitch, why the pigs cost so much? Y'all remember? This wind is aggressive. Shout out to the chat. Shogun 3, Jonathan 3. Run it back. Shout out to everybody with the likes, man. Composure Slim, whoa. Jersey Portion, Eastern Tribe and the Gods. Shogun L, Composure Slim, DJ Jersey Portion, salute. TBFB 13, salute to you in the tribe. JPX, 009 LTs in the building. Shogun Amir L, Terran Art, Haru on the track. Shout out to Copenhagen, Denmark in the building. Isn't that? Wow. How convenient is that? Denmark and the United States in the chat. That's a crazy story for today. Greenland. Shogun, you got Greg Johnson, Becky, goddamn. Speak King, they murdered that woman. They did. If they did. But even if they didn't, they say they did, so they did. You know what I'm saying? You know how it works. In the court of public opinion, they killed that white woman. I know such. I know they probably wouldn't really kill a white woman unless they really killed a white woman. But I know what that does politically. And I think that's evil. Niggas get killed all the time on Facebook, bro. They stories don't go viral. So you gotta understand what platform you're on. It controls what goes viral and what video goes viral. And you got a murder that went viral? Come on, don't play with me. Don't fucking play with me, Mark Zuckerberg. They just sworn in 4 lieutenant colonels from Meta, Alphabet Group, all that shit. So it's military industrial. I already know it is. Social media is now interconnected, not completely controlled by, but interconnected with the military. Y'all know that, right? Real life, it always has been. Off record. But on record is more public, you know, money. And they put, the army or somebody put lieutenants in all these AIs that we use. In the, the platform in AI. The platforms with AI. I think that's probably why they did it. For the AI part. But they always been scanning for the messy shit. So you gotta understand like how super connected this web really is. DARPA. Metal Gear Solid for real, bro. So these motherfuckers killed Meryl? Nah. Don't tell me they killed Meryl. Wasn't a Mexican woman though. You notice that. It's never a Mexican woman. I've noticed something. And wouldn't that be way more interesting and appropriate if we talk about ICE? But it's never that. That's crazy. That's a strange thing to notice. Who it never is. It's never a Chinese woman with her kids in the van. But we talk about good for immigrants. So the irony of it landing on a white woman is what I'm talking about. We're talking about ICE, not police. Make sure you don't let no one you know forget that. That's not police. They did not have to. No. You don't have to listen to ICE, actually. No, they're not a constitutional force, nor are they a police force. Yeah. She's perfectly allowed to live after pulling out her driveway. Especially since she's not a criminal. And, whatever the fuck they're looking for. Like, did they find what they were looking for at least? On some Chinese fortune cookie shit. Did they find what they were looking for? Did they kill the other person they were looking for at least? Because, shit. Like, he shot the nigga. Like, because you telling me whoever they were looking for, he was prepared to do that too. Or worse, because he was able to do it to a white girl who wasn't none of it. You understand? Like, what type of psychopath they got out there? And people are going to justify it as police jargon in their head. It's like, nah, that's a psychopath without a badge. The fuck are y'all talking about? That they killed a white girl to allow that to be normalized on the political narrative. Y'all not protesting ICE enough, I guess. This is gonna become de facto, just like the Nazis did. But we have the internet, so it ain't gonna land the same, but it'll still be there. For real, on some Proud Boy shit. Same story. It's IDF and Proud Boys. Tell me I'm lying. We got their names. She did follow orders. Orders from who? These motherfuckers are the worst. Georgie Porgy said, prove that you're a citizen in the land of the free. Unfucking believable. Like Georgie said, but the IDF soldier is not a citizen of the United States either. And I hope everyone doesn't miss that nuance. Haru, 3. All of them are IDF trained. Yep. Shout out to Tony Lawrence. Respect from England. Guns a-blazing. Shout out to the brother Tyrone Sullivan. Hey. Devin, they all do in politics. They do. Georgie Porgy says, I do solemnly swear and affirm that I support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that domestic part is definitely kicking in. I'm happy. I'm happy there's many soldiers trained by the United States who are like, I don't think so. I don't think so. And they woke them up already with Ambin Miller. They already woke them boys up. They already woke the Goggins up. You know what I'm talking about? They been woke the Goggins up. They've been waiting for a part 2, a follow-up, a reunion for a long time. Them Iraq boys weren't done. Them Iraq boys weren't done with nothing. They're millennials. IDF and Jews in Israel, they doing the weird shit in Palestine. They weren't sending their soldiers to where we were going. I talk to them brothers all the time. Fort Hood, Fort St. Bragg, and their deployments out in Iraq, and all the shit they could buy and send back home. Like, I got a whole cache of those stories. None of them niggas sound like they was afraid of war. None of them, actually, if you're really honest about it, and that was the scariest thing to me because, you know, I didn't want to die for no fucking Pontius pilots. But I said, but if I didn't die, I would be in such a position. And I swear, but especially what stood out was the black ones because we saw 9/11 and they joined anyway. Them niggas right there, oh no. Nah, they play Call of Duty like that because they just waiting. Come on now. They knew what time it was when they joined that shit. They knew what time it was before it happened. Like, think about who our parents are. Look where they raised us. Look how they raised us. Niggas been ready for a long time, cuz. I know that. That's why I'm not really afraid for her. I know them niggas watch me too. They ain't say nothing to me yet. Most of the niggas that watch me are those dudes, actually, when I think about it. So we ain't got a problem. Our problem is survival just based on the cost of living. That's a war we can't win with, you know, thoughts and guns and bodies anyway. It's systemic. But what we can do as a body, if you will, is intervene in the system. That's them boys. But if you don't hear nothing about them, or if they ain't, you know, organized at this moment for some reason or another, then we good. That'll change overnight, though. If something happened, it'll change overnight. I'm telling you. There's a lot of wolves down there in sheep's clothing. This bitch will turn dark overnight. I'm telling you. I know who they are. They're out here. I just think on a fundamental level in their code or their operating system, they're cool with the game that they're playing. Because at heart, they're warriors. So any game besides war is just a game to play. Absolutely warriors out here. Disguised as mental health disorders. I know. You would need to have a mental health disorder to be a hell of a warrior too. You can't see the reality the same way as other people do. Or you'll hesitate. Everything's very calm and collected. Ain't that bad yet. Like that. Like human, kinetic. If it turns kinetic, it'll change overnight. But as long as it's not kinetic, I don't know, it's just one down. You'll see. There's a shot across the bow, though. They killed a liberal in Minnesota, I think. That's what it is. That's the stack on it. Then you got Somalia, and all the fringe benefits they had. And, you know, that's by way of Israel as well. There is no coincidences in this Minnesota story. It's the same story. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. It's not random. Lord have mercy. These motherfuckers are tiresome. How do you know, I say? Because I'm one of those people who paid way too much attention to the bullshit for too many years. For this reason, though. I learned algebra and trigonometry. That shit was like spaghetti to me. But I knew, like, after a certain amount of time, it becomes like breathing. So I knew, like, this type of, their design, like, if it's a bunch of people that go to college or learn behind boardrooms, you know, the only advantage they have over us is organization and speed. That don't mean that we can never find it out, though. I noticed something. A lot of people told me a lot of shit that we talk about we'll never figure out or never change. And, like, we be figuring shit out. That shit really be figure-outable. And it should be changing, too. Once we figure it out, I noticed it's quantum entangled. Like, you know what I'm saying? The shit don't stick if you figure it out. Same thing with people plotting against you. Or people trying to betray you. Like, they had better plans, but you figured it out too quick. And that's why they run away from you. They can't face it. They can't face themselves. It has nothing to do with you. They're ashamed that they lost. It's a different impulse. And I don't think this people have felt that before. So rest in peace to that white girl. I don't know why y'all politics is weird down here. Why would they punch a white girl in the mouth to send a message politically? I don't know, bro. That's evil. Tyrone said hi. All of EU is on this show? Yeah. Because Britain supported the United States on that, you know what's funny about life? You can't make this up. I gotta figure out how this shit work one day. I just gotta survive. Cause, bro, hold on. I need a charger. Fuck these assholes. Yo, Mr. Now. Everybody, actually, if you heard that pattern I said all week. Wow. Bar for bar, too. That's a crazy fucking story, man. I gotta be careful what I say. But it's not because I'm saying it, it's because I can see it, or feel it, or whatever the fuck this thing is. Genius. I had fucking said all week, right? I was talking about how our ancestors from the South Americas, and I was talking about the bad bitches that be down there, historically. I said you have to go no further than Guyana. On the other side of the edge of South America, you have Guyana there. And I'll tell you something about life and science down there, right? I said that. I said that a few times this week, actually, or I made mention of it in the whole Venezuela, Peru, Colombia, Guyana, then Trinidad, Tobago. They're all in that same little cluster. Africans, Indians, Israelites, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of Asian mixes. Moriscos of those persuasions. And that's what happened yesterday. That oil ship that they hijacked was from Guyana. So it was a Guyana oil ship on its way to Venezuela. It changed its call signs to Russia so it can go to the other way. And then on the way the other way, British assisted the United States with capturing the vessel that they allege was empty. So it's an empty oil tanker, which is weird to start a maritime tizzy over an empty vessel just because it didn't surrender to Venezuela, to the forces, and because it ran away. Like, once again, they're treating it like it's police again. But no one said they should be able to police that shit. So everyone's kind of like, oh, what is Russia going to do? That's more of a bait and switch. It was Guyanese. It was from Guyana. They might have relationships with Russia though, which allowed them to do that. Yes, but it's not the same story. It's going from Guyana to Venezuela. It's right there. And they said, "Fuck that. We going this way," and that's very curious because it's running from the Navy, and they said there's nothing on the boat. So like, why would anyone from Guyana put the U.S. military on a dummy mission chase that inadvertently, because it crossed the side of the globe, if you will, it brought Britain into the bullshit. And that's the sleeper pick right there. Britain is the sleeper pick of everybody's story. Because correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to follow what the white people taught us in school with McGraw-Hill, who was created by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. So everything we learned in school, our textbooks, come from Epstein's family. So forgive me for being caught up in, that propaganda. But isn't the United States a side effect of betraying Britain? And here we go. Into World War III-like conditions, and the United States and Britain hijacked a Guyanese ship headed for Russia. Not minding their fucking business. So everyone, like the brother said, the EU and all that, they want to look at the British Empire a lot different. British petroleum and stuff like that. The last 300 years of fuckery of the white British people after the Jews left. I noticed something because we're here. And it's like, oh, this is like the mock Empire Strikes Back type of setup. They playing each other, bro. This is musical chair. This like musical chair alliances. Like the alliances are updating in real time. And it's crazy. I was foreshadowing that with the StarCraft thing, where people halfway into the game who are allied up with you can unally you and betray the whole fucking map. If you give them enough time to be unbothered. And that's the problem with being unbothered so long. You up to some bullshit because you used all that force and they pour money into military and guns and drugs all year long. They getting itchy. They want to see if this shit work too. You got those fucking psychopaths just on the boot side, the ground side. We played enough Call of Duty, you know how these stories go. These idiots ain't thinking about the banking side of things. They ain't giving these motherfuckers a license to kill. I ain't seen nothing yet, man. But Britain, oh Lord, help y'all. Not a good day in it. Drag Britain into some gangster shit with Trump. That's crazy. The U.S. should have got the military in the NATO. The plot thickens. Peace to Jonathan Lee, JBX, TDFB, Shogun, Bomb, Rich Forever, no Rick Ross, no John Legend. Come on now. El Sparkling to Infinity says the compass in the back is a nice backdrop to the diatribe. Them stovepipes. What will Trump do to Maduro? Stingy, Wale. Probably let him go. They have no jurisprudence over him. They're already leaking stories that the DEA doesn't see any. They cannot prove any connections with him to the cartel. But that's what I'm saying. It's a cover story. It's a blitz. It's all the Netflix shows and things you see when the characters start moving around and I can't even explain it. Like even with the billionaires stuck on that fucking island because no ships or planes can go to it. You gotta think about like who hashtag Titanic. Like I really hope people know who those billionaires are specifically and are monitoring their social media, please. Because we've seen this story play out 100 years ago. You gotta find out how interconnected they are in with a competing currency for them to be billionaires. Not millionaires, not rich people, not people on social media. No, billionaires. No, they deal a whole different level of business. You gotta figure out why the president wants them all on that one island, stranded. Because they punching white girls in the face. So you gotta understand, the jig, imagine kidnapping an island full of billionaires at once, just on some hostage extortion shit. At a time like this, where that's what they're doing. They kidnap Maduro, They effectively kidnapped everyone on that goddamn island. Who owns that island? All right now. All right now. On Epstein, that's an interesting story. On the whole, didn't Maxine have a submarine too? That's a weird story. And an island that billionaires go to. Ooh, I wonder if they're interconnected. I wonder if they're interconnected. Ooh, it's all the same story. So make sure y'all pay attention to that one. But it's not about them having a lot of money. It's about why the fuck did they park them? Because they have a lot of money. They could have let them out as soon as it happened. What are they gonna do? Sneak past the Navy? Like, let's be fucking serious. All they have to do is get to Florida. What would they like? And they're billionaires on island. Like, how deep could that go? If they let them come back to Fort Lauderdale, you understand? But they chose not to, and they pushed that story too. I guess to sell to everyone else, you really can't fly in or fly out, during this particular conflict. Oh well, that ain't what it is, bro. It's an island full of billionaires celebrating on New Year's Eve. Billionaires are into astrology and shit, rituals and stuff. They don't just they don't earn B's without degrees. Please understand something. No one idea that damn good. That's scary. But that probably won't do nothing to him if he's even, an actual actor. Part Marie says, what's crazy is Tim Waltz came on TV before that happened, and he told his constituents to use their bodies to take to the streets to defend against ICE. Yeah, I've seen a few people speaking in both directions. They're the call to arms, basically, like the 2026 soft call to arms millennial edition has been voiced by the right side, has been raised even by the Minnesota lady. She said, what did she say? When they had asked her about something, and she said, I wish they'd get the fuck out of our business. Like, she said it just like a nigga for real. And I was like, I am in Rick and Morty interdimensional cable for real. And then the story that covered her saying that, she then typed it herself with the blue check mark, Senator Tina Smith, which she said. And she was like, I said what I said. I'm like, whoa. Oh, whoa. That's a different type of energy right there, boy. Minnesota, man. Tina Smith, can you imagine? Like, she is not playing with these niggas. So I'm like, all right. Call to arms to go after who? Because, bro, we play StarCraft. You just got to take the command center. That's the most beautiful thing about StarCraft. They can have the illest, craziest, scariest army. You can be at 15 minutes knowing your ass ain't got a chance in Hades. But the game isn't won by the army. The game is won by capturing their command center. So you could skip so many stages, especially if they think you weak or if they think like you're not tech enough, and they don't emphasize defending their command center because they have a force and they know you can't walk in. So when they deploy to go after you and you misdirect them, or just all kinds of strategies you can use. But as long as I have a force good enough to bypass their anti-air defenses to get into their base, even that vessel that gets in is going to be destroyed. I know that. But as long as I get into that bitch, and I got anything invisible, anything that's hard to detect at first, it's good as gone. Because they don't have to stop everything they're doing and turn around. And while they turn around and come back to their main base, because, eventually you get to their supply depots, that locks them from building new units. So as long as you lock down supply and command centers, you can be annoying no matter how smart or how fast that player is. But that's it. Like, this is what they said with Maduro. You just got to kidnap the command center, concept. I get it. It's like a fucking video game. They're so silly. But this is the same story, bro. Like, standing against ICE in the streets doesn't stop ICE from being redeployed. So what you really have to stop or understand, funnel, finance, oil, all of that, command, infrastructure, all those things about who the fuck is authorizing ICE for real. Like who's interconnected in the ICE program? Not Donald Trump. It's not his ICE. He's the captain. He's speaking, but he has a team of people who dictate how they get those vehicles, where they get gas from, what bank accounts they're using, who's paying them. I'm talking about the branch of the bank that they're part of for payroll, because they don't show up unless there's a payroll. So if you find out who's payrolling ICE, I'm talking about their bank, like Wells Fargo, shit like that, you'd be way more effective protesting that than standing your dumb ass in the street getting shot if they killing white girls. Y'all gotta go against the supply depots. You can't beat their tanks. You fucking stupid. You ain't walking past their soldiers or their barracks or nothing like that. Don't even fucking think about it. You gotta go incognito, stealth, ghost, dark templar, lurkers. And don't let me fucking get guardians. The guardians say fuck your anti-air defense. But the problem with guardians, they can't shoot air to air. So you don't have to defend them. Or you just get in their fucking base with guardians and sacrifice them and put your invisible thing in there. And then, count their blessings. They got 5 minutes before it's over. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, them games are like Sun Tzu for real. It's Sun Tzu for real. You ain't got to do the most. You ain't got to go band for band, soldier for soldier to win a war. Not even a social one. Not even a financial one. How the fuck you go band for band with the bank that gives you bands? Like, come on, do science. You don't go band for nothing down here. So it's not man for man either. It's not thought for thought, brain for brain, action for action either. This ain't Final Fantasy for real. It's not turn-based. It starts whenever you start thinking. It's real-time strategy, RTS. So yeah, on a real-time strategy level, if certain people out here in our civilization feel annoyed enough to bring the boys back in town to do something about it, it's infrastructure, bro. None of them people come outside unless they're getting paid to come outside. You gotta go straight to the horse's mouth. Who the fuck is paying these guys? Who? The bank and whoever signs the check. That's who you need to call. That's who you need to email. That's who you need to leave voicemails on. Attacking Trump on social media and being dramatic and posting reels for all of us to see. We know. You feel me? That shit really like grinds my gears too, because I noticed like that's the LCD of stupidity in our country. But maybe, you know what I'm saying? I say it like that because of how many conflicts I've been in my life. But maybe these are non-conflicting type people. Maybe they feel like that. But they always go like, when something happens, it's like, do you guys see? When is it going to be enough for you guys to finally do something? And it's like, what they did was leave a comment and type in all caps. But that happens on a lot of fucking posts from a lot of fucking different people. They call it release tension. The tension that's in their goofy ass head, that's the words they use to release it. And it's almost a plea. It's not even intellectual, it's not political, it's a plea. Like, it's so intense to them. They're like, hell, why don't you guys do something again? It keeps happening again and again. No one's doing nothing. And they're talking to a whole bunch of people in the same platform. We're like, no one's doing nothing. Keeping each other informed. That's important. Because like I said, when the shit was going on in Boston, you know how useful that intel would have been in real time to the niggas in California and Denver and Kansas? Like, oh, these bitches are coming. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how like at least we know, like, well, if they're in Minnesota, when I see them niggas pop up back in Vegas, I ain't playing with these niggas. On King John, I'm not playing with them. I already know what type of time they're on. It's the difference between the wise and the fools. On King David. Who was after King David? Was it Saul? Somebody was after King David, right? Was it Saul? And King David could have dusted his, you know what I'm saying? King David could have dusted his ass a few times on the pursuit, but, God told him what to do. So David listened to God instead of, going into his pride and ego and doing the thing that King David does before he becomes. The same story. He ain't got to go out there and be no goddamn hero. It all stops when they stop being paid to be stupid NPCs. power source. It's StarCraft. Command center or supply depot. Everything else is a waste of force. They dropped in on Venezuela's base and harassed their minerals. Now the game knows, like, oh, these motherfuckers got into the Air Force. Like, oh, they're using air. So we 10 minutes into the game. Okay. So that means we don't have to match them with stealth and tech if we're going to win. We can't do the Marines no more. They got air. It's a waste of money and units. We already have the units we built. We about to waste them because these niggas got air, but maybe we'll take down their expansions, so they can't get rich enough to build or tech fast enough. It's a real-time strategy game. Every little decision affects the whole game. It's beautiful. It's more close to what you see in real life than anything else, I think. Because none of these motherfuckers making decisions are actually the Marine in the video game. And when you play the game, you're the commander. You're not anything in the game. It helps entrain you. These idiots. They're fucking idiots. It's crazy windy out there right now, too. I was just outside. Azamori says, yo, the winds are up in Dallas, too. Pard says that message went out after he said he wasn't running anymore. Azamori, shout out to you, Turn Art, Mockingbird, 333s. Mr. Niles, Azamori, he's a Jew of Moorish descent. He said it himself. St. Bartholomew Island is called. 3, RTS. My life for ire. He said, you think as I do. He said, twin. We must be twins today. Nobody know about that one. We must be twins today. That'll disarm all the tough guys. I haven't seen that shit miss yet. Shout to them old Carolinians. They fucked around and killed a white girl, boy. That's crazy. Your country ain't got no picks. Why they kill a white girl, y'all? She won't even know no bullshit for real. I wonder if she an actor. Because if that was organic, Lord. Let's see what the release tension language is. ICE killed protester because of other violent protesters. So listen, guys, this wouldn't have happened if you didn't protest against the unconstitutional efforts of ICE now. Go ahead and hold your signs that we're going to ignore. But if you start pushing back, we just authorize lethal force. Come on, dog. We ain't stupid.
Because of the protesters and the violent criminals that were attacking our law enforcement. If you remember in that operation, what happened was our officers were out trying to get a car stuck out of the snow when they were surrounded and assaulted and blocked in by protesters that were inciting. He did follow his training because of an individual that was... This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold into the individual and continue to follow the procedures and policies that happen in these use of force cases.
And they're using a white woman.
The events that
so I like a demon.
What happened yesterday on that tragic situation was that these individuals had followed our officers all day, had harassed them, had locked them in. They were impeding our law enforcement operations, which is against the law. And when they demanded them to get out of their vehicles, I was not shooting. So we'll continue to allow this process to unfold and recognize that these law enforcement officers every single day put their lives on the line. You know, we've got thousands of officers there, and I'm not opposed to sending more if necessary to keep people safe.
That's DHS. That was DHS that said that. And the investigation is now solely led by the FBI, Minnesota Bureau. It's an FBI matter now. Can you imagine? You never heard a nigga get escalated to the FBI ever in human history. That's crazy. It's an FBI matter now. So that shit looped back to Cash Patel. You see how easy it is to find the devil in everybody's story? So Trump to Patel to DHS. And they used a white woman to calm down everybody. The same way they used a black woman to convince all the black people to get the COVID shot. So if the men aren't up in a roar and the voice of reason is a white woman, then you see, like, do you see how, like, socially, optically, how that's implored? And now you're going to see an overreaction by white people who are sensitive, liberals, or just to do content. They're going to respond to that in their mind, not in their thoughts. And that's where the anxious energy comes from them not being able to translate what happened. Because most people don't understand, like, manipulation is open air. It's not even hidden. If you can quantize it, if you can hear what they're, if you already assume the damn thing's a goddamn goat, you don't wait for it to bad eventually, boy. It's the same type of, you implore the same type of awareness to speech, especially when there's something that has a lot of accountability measures involved with it. You know they're going to lie anyway, but you want to look at how they lie and what they lied about and then understand what the intent of pushing it away. That shit evil for real. Because most people just heard what she said, but they didn't hear anything she said. This bitch right here, boy, said that ICE has authorized use of force in their training if for whatever reason they're inconvenienced. And they're only inconvenienced because they minding Minnesota citizens' business when Minnesota governor said, we didn't want your ass here. Let's keep stacking. So, like, what do the citizens do? If them and their elected local officials, state, city, is like, no, they're like, no, but the federal government, DHS, sends them there anyway, then you're looking at it a different thing, which is why the Minnesota lady was cursing. Like, I wish they'd leave us the fuck alone. That means the federal government layers of corporations are bullying each state, senate, governor level of layers. So it's 50 versus 1. Or, in this case, wherever ICE is deployed, those versus 1. So Chicago, Minnesota, like, it's them versus 1. Remember their proximity to Canada, too. Don't sleep. On George Floyd, Loop Part 2, like, this is something, it's all this shit in it something else. Like, your federal government is flexing on China, Russia, Venezuela, and state senators. And you think it's a midterm election, blue versus red thing. No. It's the state's own sovereignty to do their own population being overruled by the federal government and Trump. And that lady was killed was a Minnesota citizen. So they're like, hey, yo, on stocks and bonds, what the fuck you doing? Because they got to deal with the aftermath of that. They got to pay to rebuild that city if these motherfuckers burn it down because Soros want to be active. They got to fucking change the insurance. They got to redo the police. They got to use their courts and police and lawyers to account for the reaction to ICE being there. You understand? Like, you understand? That's a whole bunch of energy that Minnesota City or whatever it is that's happening has to spend because these dickheads show up. You feel me? On Somalian daycares, don't forget. They real life went from 2,000 to 4,000 daycares in a handful of years. That really happened. It's money laundering. We know. This the bullshit. But Minnesota was helping or something. I get it. Everybody gets a piece of the pie in the slush fund, buddy. There's no racism when it comes to money. I noticed something. But this bitch right here lied. Let's see if Cash Patel will do his job. End time prophecy revealed. If y'all don't slow the fuck down. Oh, they killing us with the millions of people are losing interest algorithm. Lord have mercy. Just put a hit song out, bitch.
It feels now that Minnesota's been taken out of the reservation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because People in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals.
You know what's crazy? He's one of the people in high places. Isn't that scary? That, for all intents and purposes, humans are switching the colors of their local captains when they vote. But, agenda-wise, whatever. But just the fact that no one you elected feels like they can protect you, stop any of this, retaliate in any meaningful political way. So basically, their accountability to you is to translate to the common folk how they're being railroaded by another force above them. And it leaks in their language, but the craziest thing about it is that most people are going to take all this energy, and even him, and then galvanize about how important it is for you, a citizen, to show up in the midterms to make sure they, your elected officials, stay in power to keep the balance and the good fight. But they're in power right now, and they're not putting up a fight. So you understand, like, where this collides? Like, it's strange. It's the program, you know. That's their job title. They have to do that. But it's just, I can imagine how tiresome that is for them to have to play it that way constantly. Like, oh yeah, we're important because we represent you, but we're currently elected representing you, and we can't do nothing. But make sure you vote. Like, what? Oh, no. They cause you to, they use negative polarity. If you don't vote for me, then you know what the other guy is going to do. You know what I'm saying? But then, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very interesting to see that system play out because it's out of energy. That was Tim Waltz. Jonathan Lee says, the wife of ICE shooting victim says, I made her come down here to confront agents as she breaks down in harrowing footage. Her prize-winning poem was Learning How to Dissect Fetal Pigs. Chimera Project stuff. That's crazy. They got Spin City now, George G. Porgy. That's a good one. It is Spin City. Saw in a story that her wife told her to come outside to defend the protesters. They did a journalist, like, painted her as a peaceful artist, mother of three. But she was out there. I knew she was a Karen already. I already knew she was a Karen. That's why when I introduced that concept in my head, I was like, that's who they were targeting. Like, she was a Karen, but the irony is that means she lived there, so it invalidates, even if she did. So I want to explore that in a second. The audacity of her in this time, and that being a subconscious wake up call to white people, because it's Israel and IDF. But anyway, Goyim shit. Don't miss it now. They don't think you're the same species as them. I'm tired of you niggas not catching it. But anyway, the fact that it's her house, her driveway, and she's going somewhere, and they're blocking her view and blocking her from doing whatever the fuck she wants to do, after it was clear that she was pulling off, like, and then for that to be met by lethal force, that's the only problem in this dancery. Them being mad and telling her to stop or shut the fuck up or trying to stop her or whatever, you know, she's going to come back home, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that story and that context is so strange because, like, even if they try to pull rank of law being broken, like, you got the bitch license plate and you're at her house already. Lean on me. Your prosecutors will have her by the morning. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so there was no reason for it to escalate in any dimension, especially because she imbued liberal white privilege too. Like, they debuffed her white privilege. They debuffed her mother card. They debuffed her dog mom card. They debuffed that she has a wife card. All in 3 shots, by the way. Not one shot. Not a shot at the tire. Not a warning shot. Not a sandbag shot. Not a taser, maybe. Like any of the things. And then they denied her medical attention for 15 minutes in a row to make sure she died. She's a Karen? Sure. in front of her house? Sure. Absolutely. HOA Karen? Absolutely she is. Absolutely she is. But did she deserve to get shot in her face 3 times? Nah. Nah. Definitely not shot in the face by a foreign soldier. Like, I hope redcoats are coming, my nigga. Like, let's do the science, please. Stop fucking playing with me, part 5. Don't redcoat me to death and try to fail me and get me grounded and get my ass whipped by my family for me not to keep up with the patterns and the signs. All the above, nigga. Like, this is some all the above ass shit they got going on. You gonna threaten us with force to remember this stupid shit. And then they want to change the goddamn rules. Nah, I object. I fucking object. I know what the rules are, bitch. On international baccalaureate, I do, nigga. So they've played too fucking much with us. Their program and what they said and what they do, of course, but there is no case to make. She would have collided with these faggots either way, just by pulling out of her own house. That's why that dude was crying in the video. He was like, that's my neighbor. Like, this wasn't a random protester. This wasn't a Soros-funded person. This wasn't someone from another city who just drove there to cause chaos and not mind her business. This is a woman reacting to what's happening outside of her neighborhood. And who more than a liberal Karen would use her shields of privilege that she unlocked to come to the aid of people who are fundamentally protesting for their freedom, right? Like, don't forget all this shit rhyme with freedom, and it's very important because you see this. Well, we used to see it black and white. The stories I'm talking about before we got here and how the social dynamics played out without actually seeing it for ourselves. But now you kind of see the elements that are involved, and unfortunately, it's projected on these groups of people now. Like it attacked them, the society turned on them, and then in their mind it's connected. Oh, because Democrats are not the president, and that's a start. That's definitely a fucking start. But all them people that led to that paradigm, Democrats or Republicans, they're all dead. So you're done with a whole entire new cast of characters, even if it was blue versus red. And your world is changing with other colors and other factions that have been ignored in favor of white, blue, and red. I've noticed something. Don't worry about the blacks and the browns and the yellows and everything else. Just focus right here, focus right here. And now it's like, that's the Civil War element of things. This is a Civil War degree. There's no battlefield, there's no cannonballs, but it's a civility, civilian war. Social civics. It's that type of war. All wars are too, though. They're not the battlefield. The war is never, those wars that they document, these people, the way they live their life, their wars are never about might, valor, or, coming to the rescue or stopping an evil force from growing too strong. Now, their wars are purely political, or it's people-driven. It's different. It's not nation-driven. It's not blood-driven. It's not God-driven. It's people, like a handful of people-driven. And then everything else is filtered through that major rule. Like, they're the global variable because, they control all the things for some reason, somehow. No one stops them. And then you got this other level, the buffer level, the bankers, the families, the military. And then, by the time it gets to us to pick a character left, you know how it is back in, like, gym class and football practice. You gotta get them old, musty-ass jerseys. And you kind of get used to it after a few weeks. It's like, you don't know how many people wore this shit. Or they might not fucking wash it until the weekend or something, but them shits were horrible. And that's kind of like what it is like to be a citizen. Like, you have to, like, find the least smelliest stained jersey out there on some Fortnite shit and then put that shit on you. Like, it's real silly out here. But they're turning on the citizens is basically, it's a cry for help. It's like, hey, yo, white people politically, they're turning on you. What does that mean? Who is turning on white people? All I see is white people. And that's why I appreciate minutia and colors. and having Japanese people explain to me watching a fucking Japanese or a kung fu movie, him telling me like those guys right there, they are not Chinese. And I'm looking at this nigga. I'm seventh grade, so I think everything funny. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, that Gaku? What do you mean they're not? He says, look at this. And he says, look for this feature, look for this feature. And as soon as he broke it down for me, as I'm looking at his Japanese face, and I look at the TV again, then suddenly I start to see it. And mind you, these are like black and white movies. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can kind of tell, like, oh shit, that shit was way more pronounced back then. There is a very keen difference. Then it mix, whatever. But today, if presidents say it's too legit to quit, vice presidents say it's too legit to quit, and the lady over DHS says that was too legit to quit, and as far as I can tell, those are all white people. Then as a black person, I have to go, all right, so what is the LCD amongst them that makes them different than the white people who see what happened, who are feeling what happened, and they're like tired of them? Like, what is that fracturing that's happening with white people? It doesn't sound like it's liberals and conservatives either. Because I'm watching the red pill people talk like they're some fucking Democrats from the early 2000s, and we're watching the blue pill Democrat people talk about kumbaya, Venezuela, go to war, kidnap presidents. And that's a weird landing given their tree they come from. That's not how any of them should land today. But they're going through a pole switch in their heads. So there's no stability in their captain level anyway, elephants or donkeys. Like, no one's in charge of the thought of their group no more. So it made it more difficult for me. It was like, well, which of these white people, like, white people, y'all gotta break down your factions for us, man. Y'all all can't be American. Y'all all can't be white Americans. Y'all can't all be like U.S. citizens, because we're at a perilous time where I watched a white guy stop a white woman, shoot a white woman in front of her white wife, and a white lady with blonde hair and blue eyes tell me everything's all right. I love that game now. You got glasses? Click, click. They got hair? Click. They white? What the fuck? Well, yo, white people, what y'all got going on for real? I wasn't invited to the cookout of y'all Thanksgiving. White folks, real fast, because I've been warning y'all specifically, my yes be yes, my no be no. Yo, didn't I not just say this goddamn within the last week? I was warning white people. This is why I was warning white people, because I told white people this is what happens to white people at a time like this. It sure is God made green and a half apples, boy, on Granny Smith, boy. I know I just talked about this very phenomenon that just happened. I know I did. That's why I said that shit was sad. I could feel the shit was sad. I knew that was gonna fucking happen. Lord have mercy. The avalanche effect. I fucking try to tell white people. Now it's too late. They lost the plot. The majority. Those of you listening, though, you watched it happen. Very important for you to start thinking in terms of factions. This is not political. Don't forget who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the Nazis of all the bad things you heard about Nazis. And then you're dealing with the Israeli Jewish people of all the crazy things you heard about Gaza. You're dealing with the best of their worst on both sides on the same team. In case y'all don't understand, nothing about math and science in this bitch. It's not one or the other. It's not Nazi or Jewish, whatever the fuck the dynamics was politically. No. You got Soros, who's a Jewish guy who worked for the Nazis, who's now funding Democratic-led BLM protests. Like, that shit's heavy. That shit's stacked in so much confusion that you probably don't even understand, like, how to unsort those wires. Like, just think about George Soros. Like, he's born in Nazi Germany as a little Jewish boy, watching friends and family, and I don't know how related they really are since they're not Judah's kids, but whoever they are, they're connected. And he has to watch this as a little boy, and he don't really know all the intricacies. But then the Nazis, I guess the Germans, then implore him as like a child soldier to go into all the familiar houses of the Jewish people who had things, and to basically rob them, like to itemize their paintings, their jewelry. And since he's a little Jewish boy, he know, you know what I'm saying, like he can detect the value of things, you know what I'm saying, with, you know, culture wise, I guess, right? And he was fine with that. Like he grew into that. He's a philanthropist now because of how many of his own people he robbed by helping the Nazis rob them. Now go that from little child soldiers, military, and then multiply that into banking practices, and then how he funds both sides of conflicts. But in these conflicts, which you're seeing in Minnesota or Black Lives Matter, a lot of that's him. And when he's not funding it, it's the same network he's using. So it's them. So the plug, the middleman. The middleman's always the same in these projects. Even the No Kings protests. You know what I'm saying? He's always throwing lobs out there. Like, that's how much money he got. And that's how much he stole. That's just George Soros, bro. Like, he ain't the only one that played weird like that. Now, mind you, I say, a little Jewish kid in the World War II story who switched sides on his own people effectively. And he don't make no qualms about it. And you know us, we think there's 6 million people dying in gas chambers. You're like, yo, this nigga's a monster. Whereas if you might know more of the more organic history, you might look at a lot of different shit differently, but then imagine him who was actually there on the other side. And then why is he funding the side here that just got shot in the face? Right? So you start following the tail of that snake a lot differently in these stories. Especially if it makes it to the news. If it makes it to the main stage, it's tapping on all these dudes' radars. They're watching it like sports betting. Because Soros has to watch TV knowing this is the reaction to everything he just invested in. Soros is paying for that. So when he sees CNN or social media, he's looking at the consequences of his investments. So you gotta understand, he's playing that game totally different than me and you. And I think he's like one out of many of the dudes who play that game. He ain't the only one that does that. He has no loyalty to Zionism or none of that. He's almost an indie. He an indie who deep in the trenches with Nazis. George Soros, an indie who deep in the trenches with Nazis since he was a boy. And this is who Democrats politically are funded by. At least one of the sources. Fuck the Saudis, USAIDs, and AIPAC and all that. Let's double back on Anne Frank. How could we do that to Anne Frank? Well, the guy that told them that Anne Frank was upstairs so he can get in the attic and get them paintings was George Soros. So why are you showing up and protesting and voting along to his directives? Especially if you're a black person. It's a weird story if you understand everything. So it's a weirder story when you realize that all those different layers of variables is what we call politics. So eventually you get to a point where you just scratch all that out and you just focus on the fact, like, who's funding this shit? Fuck what they believe in. Fuck what the future is. Know who are these people specifically. Because I notice, like, if I can highlight that nigga like that and be like, yo, he's the root cause of a lot of things, you can make this case in any federal court that you'd have Maduro in. So why don't they go after Soros then? Why don't they interfere with his mode of interference with our affairs? Why don't they pass a new USC code just for that type of investment? Why don't they have a yellow tape loophole to stop him from transferring money here to stage political demonstrations? Like, that's no more foreign interference than foreign interference could ever be foreign interfered. Yet we know he's a Nazi-born Jewish boy from Germany or Poland who's funding politics in America for some reason. Like, you guys just think that's just one character like that. That you hear about him your whole life, you don't even think about, like, this nigga's like on a RICO case. This nigga never at the award shows. This nigga look old as shit. He look like a Rockefeller for real in the face because, you know, they don't age well, but, you know, he out in these streets still throwing money around. How come no one ever talk about George Soros? How come when he come on the news, it's so lovingly, well, Soros, blah, 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 blah. Nah, nigga. You want to bitch and moan about people destroying their own cities. I see these little Chinese girls in black uniforms setting fires and graffiti and BLM on shit. I ain't fucking forget, bitch. I saw it with my eyes, just like they can't see this shit. I saw it too. Like, I saw, they always act like they couldn't see what the fuck was in front of them. But I saw behind it. Like, Soros funded these people, which motivated them to burn this city down. They're going to show black people robbing Walgreens. It's going to burn down. And then, you understand, like, and they make it this black, white, rich, poor type of story. Meanwhile, Soros is standing right fucking there, bitch. None of that happens without him funding it, setting the matches. So how come no one's ever like, oh shit, Soros, you. The last time BLM got active and burnt these cities down, you funded them. We should do a 60 Minutes on holding you accountable. But instead, there's interviews with him and they're just like talking to him like he's a fucking, like he's Warren Buffett or something. Like, it's bizarre, bro. It's the bizarrest shit, bro. It's bizarre as fuck. And you're gonna witness it again. This is what's going to the pushback of whatever just happened is going to be him, or one of his friends. They live for these moments. I ain't talking about people. I'm talking about billionaires. He lives for moments like this. So the narrative ain't even weird yet, but it's going to be. Whatever you want to pay people to do and say next is going to like hijack everyone's attention in those degrees, and they're going to start repeating it and exploring it that way, and they're going to miss so many things. It's going to be sad. Yeah, they don't even have the counterintelligence for this type of stuff no more, because they going full steam ahead on whatever the fuck Trump's trying to do, bro. It don't make no sense. Like, whatever they're ultimately trying to do, like the positioning of ICE in the story with Somalia, Minnesota, and an ICE shooting. Like, you notice, like, it's moving together. You had ICE somewhere else and a problem with their governor. You had ICE in Nevada, you had a problem with their servers, know your customer, all kind of federal judge shit. Every time ICE lands somewhere, the state, if you will, is under attack financially. Like, they're always exposing some type of, like, they're going to them and exposing all their pyramid schemes, it seems, which depletes them. And mind you, this is the federal government doing it. So if they deplete their little Ponzi scheme, then that means that state officials want to need to borrow more from where? The federal government. So that's very interesting. And people think it's going to fucking matter whether it's a Republican or Democrat that picks up in the next year or two. It won't matter. No, the federal government is playing a different game. The federal government is its own color. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the confusion. Yeah, there's Republicans and there are Democrats. The federal government, D.C., has made it very clear. It itself, in the way it operates in D.C., is its own thing. So you can have a Republican in D.C. and a Democrat in D.C. on Trump's, thing. That is not the same thing as having a Republican in Minnesota and a Democrat in Minnesota. That's what I'm trying to say. The senators aren't in this. The federal government is not going to the senators type shit. They're supposed to, though. They're supposed to. They're supposed to be locked in, but they're not. It's like a very disunited states. It's not ununited yet. It's disunited, though. It's the disunited states. The states are not united with Trump, with the federal government, effectively, D.C. So D.C. is putting fuel on all the worst shit that you worry about socially. Like, D.C. is pushing it the negative way. Everybody else is trying to do containment. That China, Russia, Soros, and all the unnamed ones step into the game and they start pushing buttons on social media. Fog of war. And then in the midst of that, what the fuck just happened? What them niggas they call Salt Typhoon? So the hacker group, Salt Typhoon, they found some Chinese hackers associated with that group, hacked and compromised senator level email databases or something. So contacts, information, national security based things. We don't know how high up the pyramid if that hack or exploit was, but they got information about people who work in the government at the very least, and that's very curious for that to be a target. That is for a independent hacker group that so far has been on fire, bitch. I wish they did plugins back in the day. They're on fire. They're hacking things that they say you cannot hack. If you tell the world, if you open your mouth up and you tell the world it cannot be done, they're the ones that go, we'll get to that in a second. So one of them groups came out, Boogeymen, and they shook up something. Crazy story. I don't know what the correlation is. Why would they take the Venezuela moment for China to hack something in the U.S. government and take their information? That shit Ubisoft too. This Watch Dogs Part 2. You want to tell me? You want to tell me? You want to tell me? GeoCities, Kazaa, Morpheus, Nutella, BearShare client, MIRC. You want to tell me? You want to tell me? HTML before it was 3. You want to tell me? You want to tell me? Notepad, copy and paste. You want to tell me? You want to tell me that there's some hackers out there who can hack anything? In the middle of World War III conditions, a Chinese associated group that can hack anything goes straight for the government database. What can it all mean, Bruce? Like, the fuck is going on here? I don't know if that's a dog whistle to nerds or something, but that was a loud bell tone in my ear when they said that shit. I was like, oh shit. They going after the connections of people more than anything. They really in their business. They did the telephone data too, last year. They're good. It's almost like they're making their own Epstein list. They're finding out exactly who everyone is. And that is scary. That your government or no one in this field talks about what was compromised and what it can mean. Why it, like, you don't have a documentary about Salt Typhoon yet. I've noticed something. Like, they don't talk about them. Nerd and tech people who are following do, but it stops. It's just this group, and it's always in quotes. It's like you never really know. It's almost like anonymous, but they actually hack stuff. They're not weird little CIA videos. Even that My Pet Goat guy, he dropped some new videos on his YouTube. They're being fucking weird again. They're activating that 2001, 2005 vibe again, bro. I don't like it. They're activating all that shit at once. But like, that's what's overwhelming about it. If you lived through it before, it's like it's all the things rushed. Before, that was over the course of a decade. They doing like a decade of fucking chess moves in like a couple of days now. And it's like, hey, fucking yo, and you got the hackers involved. Fuck you. You ain't gonna win none of them wars with China if you can't stop them. They hack things they ain't supposed to be hacked, including your military. We don't even know if they're humans. You know where this story going, Captain? We don't even know if they're humans. The hacks that they do, we don't even know if they're humans. I said they hack multiple cell phone networks. That don't sound like a person. Ain't nobody that autistic. That's a lot of information to manage. So it sounds like humans with assistant agents. I'm sure there's a human behind it, but the jobs sound very automated. So Salt Typhoon might be a computer, like a AI. And it might not even be Chinese. You know how they do. They'll say anything. So there's a anonymous hacker group out there known as Salt Typhoon Hacks quotes, and they're involved now. They're involved now. If they just found out they were in there, the same time all this kicked off, they just found out they was in there and they took something. That means they wanted you to know they in there. They're letting us know. People who know who Gary McKinnon is, they're letting us know. Don't even worry about that shit. Digital ID and all that. We in here. I ain't worried about none of that shit. If Salt Typhoon's in there, that means it's hackable. That's precedence. They send precedents on every federal system. This we get paid the big bucks. Cybersecurity. You saw how much they push cybersecurity for the past 5 years? Every ad, cybersecurity, every goddamn course, cybersecurity, ideas, cybersecurity. That's why, nigga. That's precisely why they push that bullshit, just to fire everybody. Cause yeah, something a little bit better is here. Cause it's AI. I know it. I know it is. Oh Lord, I know it is. I know it is. I know the hacker kids. I know that's not that. I don't care how much a nigga practice in his mama's basement. He ain't going after targets like that. That'll get you hunted for the rest of your life. I know the Gary McKinnon story. That was a message. Like they was on his head for like 20 years. Like I stopped even playing in that world altogether. And I had plenty of motivation and different things I could have pursued and would have figured out eventually, like I always do. But I was like, not on Beyonce's internet. I'm not. Gary McKinnon is still fighting extradition. You know what I'm saying? They finally dropped it. But shit, that nigga was on the run. You know, outside of his element for 20 years. These motherfuckers just walking in and out of Washington, D.C. servers. You understand anything? You gotta understand everything. You gotta understand everything about what I just said. Salt Typhoon like the other girls. They're not like the other girls. They do all the wish a nigga would missions. Like if they trace you and find out who the fuck you is doing this shit, because you understand like let's say it was China directly, that would be considered espionage. So the hacker would be considered a spy. And how do they prosecute spies? Death. So they're committing a crime which punishment is death. So they're doing death-defying exploits, is what I'm trying to say to you. They're doing death-defying hacks. Because they're defying judgment, they're defying death. If they get caught, they die. So just keep that in mind. They are on this side of Beyonce's internet this week at the very least, doing something. I think that list was I think they're like Banksy. I think that was them being polite. Like, hey, you need to tighten up this database. We might get your whole fucking contact list. You don't want that to get in the wrong hands. Since no one else could do it, they did it, and they telling you need to work on that. And then they always throw them under the boat with China. So like, if they do have an affiliation with China, then what does that mean? That'll back up the claim of the death-defying acts because they have their own protection. So it's a Chinese spy group that mastered exploiting networks that are the most secure. So the most secure networks in the United States, they just fucking snowboarding through them bitches, playing around, gathering intel about people. Like they're building a database of people who work for the government in telecommunications. That should be scary. That ought to be scary to the Navy intelligence. That ought to be scary to anybody who's in IT, cybersecurity for the federal government. That's scary. Assault Typhoon just breaking in doors and shit. That means you don't know how many rooms are in. You don't know if they left. Because you don't know how the fuck they got in yet. Don't let them fucking get on the network and clone a Palm Pilot left in a desk of somebody from whenever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of ways to just stay there idle. And if you're using AI and agents, I mean, God, forget about it. That can translate fucking packets in real time and shit. Fuck out my face. They put that shit on a notification on their phone. Like, oh, we have action, boys. And enter the end. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. You know, it's weird when you're one man in a basement staring at your fucking 56K screen. These guys are on total, I don't know what the fuck kind of computers they use to even download that fast, to even get away without a trace, to move that much data around that fast. Securely, almost more secure than the thing itself, which is scarier, because that means they're not just like kids. They're not having fun. They're not breaking rules. They're like covering their footsteps. Have fun. Fucking have fun, kids. Have fun, kids. But this weak ass grid, have fucking fun. They don't want no war with them boys. They don't want no war with China for real. They better not. They'll turn the lights off in this bitch. Y'all silly. They'll turn the lights off in this bitch, just like they did to Venezuela. Remember, precedence is everything. So imagine that. You minding your fucking business, going to work, trying to get some money to pay rent. And also the traffic lights and everything is like, you know, the only thing moving is a Tesla or two. You feel me? Like that's what they're saying. They're like, hey, warning. They can probably do that. They can probably do that easily. It's because that's easier. Like they could probably Chinese hacker group. You sure they're not Russian? Hawaiian? How you know? You know where their grandmama live yet? How long y'all work on this shit? I've known about these niggas for 2-3 years now. I ain't got no news about them getting any closer. No knockdown doors, no server rooms, no floppy disks. Like, we haven't heard shit about them even pursuing these niggas. That's crazy. You got a hacker group out there that's unpursuable. That is not a good checkerboard to be on, doing fucking 5G warfare against their homeland. I don't know, man. I wouldn't do it until I fucking figure out what Norton need to do. Hey, yo, Norton, we need you. Yo, what happened to McAfee? We need McAfee out of hiding, boy. It's just a matter until your crypto is cooked. You know they cracking crypto. You know they're gonna crack crypto next. Oh, you ain't see a civilization upset yet, my nigga. You ain't see your civilization upset yet, boy. All these people that got that money in the crypto, don't let them crack that shit, boy. Because you know they did. It was created by a programmer. It's gonna be cracked by a programmer. Ain't nothing that deep. They said that they couldn't crack fucking Brazilian banking encryption. And Steinberg, the Germans, you know, the engineers of the white world, they said, yes, we'll use this type of security for our software. And Gouda said, I can hack into Brazilian banks and I can crack this key fob. Goodbye. And that's how the hood got Nexus. Part 5. We got Johnny Giuliano, Lex Luger, and Southside because some chap out there decided that he can hack Brazilian level banking encryption. I'm gonna spin it and I'm gonna say a difference on some Rubik's Cube shit. You ain't got no Lex Luger and Southside without that. Atlanta owes itself. Atlanta owes itself to Gouda for real. Atlanta owes it all of them. Akon, all of them, they owe themselves. They do. Them boys was using cracks back then, trust me. They asked me to install it for them too. They owe themselves to the hacker group who decided wise to be able to break into banks digitally. Make sure we stack this shit up. Not your air instruments. Fuck that shit. That's some hood nigga shit. It's a side effect. You understand everything? But the side effect is what culture was sonically. But the intent was to break into Brazilian cracked level banks. Accounts. Uncrackable, unbreakable. He already broke into those. So imagine if he practiced breaking into bank accounts. Oh my God. And then then they said he died. And that's when that hacker group stopped. Then Salt Typhoon comes. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't tell me there's a hacker group out there who already had the old world Brazilian level encryption on lock. And then fast forward the same amount of time since crypto came out. He go away around the same time Bitcoin get crazy. And you want to tell me they can't hack that shit? The devil is a damn liar. The nigga that cracked Nexus probably already cracked that shit because he cracked the most secure line they had. He did that back then. Crypto was in their mind. They coded it back then with these different fail safes in mind. He was from them. He's their he's that generation. He already did that. That's nothing. Jesus Christ. He gave the hood Nexus. Fuck crypto, nigga. He changed the music industry for 20 years in a row. Are you serious? Yo. Salute to the ancestors, boy. Even the digital ones. Like, we ain't got none of them tools. You ain't got none of them producers. You ain't got none of them rappers and none of them albums. You ain't got Young Chop. You ain't got nobody. Unless Gouda, crazy ass, decided to risk his life cracking into Brazilian banks. The least you could do is put your 808 in key. The fuck is going on out here? So you got guys like that out here for real. I don't know. I don't fucking know. So everything, all the weapons are formed, I guess, against the United States. But that one's the Rick and Morty button. Someone out there got the Rick and Morty button, bro. So all this shit is chasing the wind, honestly. The United States is not going to be able to have any. The United States only power play, quite literally in all dimensions. Like, the only thing it could do that's real to defend itself right now is a mineral power play. If the United States does not bully Africa and South America fast enough, and I'm talking about even like on the refinery level. Y'all know the oil that they got in Venezuela is useless, right? Just keep that in mind too. I want to repeat that one more time too. Because I see a lot of people talk about they filter the events through oil. In a perfect world, they understand oil and how that would make sense. So then their mind pivots to the next point. But they got to stop the tape when talking about this oil. This oil is not that oil. There's only two places that can deal with it, Texas and China. We have Texas, granted, but then he's gonna have to make a deal with Texas. They've been beefing. So there's levels to this shit. They could update the infrastructure of Venezuela to process it better. Absolutely. But where do they get that money from? Who's paying for it? They talking about putting Stephen Miller over there. All right, well, Stephen Miller. Who he gonna call? Ghostbusters? Like, we gonna get a loan from China to sell them their own refined oil back? I don't know. They're thinking about it. I mean, they say Trump didn't have a solid plan about that transition, and the people in Venezuela saying what transition. So we're in a weird standoff, but we're in a weird standoff politically, literally, legally over some shit that's not useful. Taking over Venezuela oil in the capacity that it's doing it was more of a player hater move. The United States, you know what I'm saying? It's a player hater move. It's like a nigga who stole your bike but can't ride a bike. You know what I'm saying? He stole it to put training wheels on it. Like, why the fuck you stole my bike for? Like, why are you even trying to steal bikes? Like, nigga, you look at you dumbass, scraped your knees. You're just fucking stupid. Same type of story. But it wasn't about stealing the bike and learning how to ride a bike. It was about you not having the bike. So it's a player hater move. They took over Venezuela oil move because it bypassed U.S. sanctions, dealing with Russia and China anyway. So it was like the government of the white hegemony throwing a tantrum, like, oh, you're not going to listen to us? Well, fuck it. We'll take it. And oh yeah, we'll figure out what to do with it. We'll call, who was it? Citgo or one of them companies. One of them's a decent company, I guess. But whatever. They'll call the company that does it best. How about that? We'll let them figure it out. We'll federal contract them to do it. We ain't got to figure shit out. Right? So that bypasses government. That means it's a direct call to oil companies. And that's exactly what they said Trump was doing. A couple of nights ago, he was on the phone with these different oil companies just telling them we're getting the oil. So that means his intention was never for the United States or, that type of Iraq, Afghanistan paradigm. It was more so to open up the doors to move whatever board of big oil decides to go, okay, we'll move in, we'll update, we'll basically terraform their operation, put our logos on it, and we'll do the work. And we'll get our profits. And because you did this, the United States will, they're backdooring it in, and it's keeping whatever company they pick locked into the US dollar. It makes sense. If we're talking about following the money here, then you got to understand the only person that benefits from this hostile move in Venezuela is whoever oil company we assume takes it over. Then when you find out the name of these oil companies getting floated around, then you go, all right, which ones are connected to the same fucking story? Is that a BlackRock oil company? Is that a Vanguard oil company? Is that some Israeli Mossad, Maxine, Ghislaine, Epstein client list, mail company, VP, CEO guy, affiliate? Like, which one is it? Which faction is it? Which team is it? You know what I'm saying? How many Jews do they have? Like, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be able to pinpoint the source of this whole conflict based on who goes to get claim the reward, and it's going to be an oil company. So think about that. An oil company has manipulated a United States free, independent, sovereign nation's president to make a bitch move in order to profit a third party. That wasn't geopolitics. It is, but it's under geopolitics. But that wasn't the typical Napoleon type move you expect it to be. The United States only profits indirectly, but it inherits all of the beef directly. Just you, with your passport and your visa going to these other countries, and you're from the guys on the news. Like, you see how black people are. You know what I'm saying? So, like, imagine the United States every day, they're seeing white people shooting people in the face and all kind of weird shit out there. That you want to go to fucking Mexico or fucking UK or something. They're gonna be looking at you different. Not because you're evil, but because like you come from that place. Like, you understand? Like, it's different. Same way foreigners look at us, I guess, because they saw fucking BET in fucking Mexico. Like, they think I'm Snoop Dogg and I'm not. So it's the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They're running the same fucking these dickheads. But yeah, it's big oil. It's big oil. You just gotta figure out which one. You gotta figure out what network, conglomerate, or cartel that one is. That's the way more important part of this story. Which cartel is inheriting that oil field? And who are they connected to? And why? And why is the United? We know why the United States would, but why did the United States decide to do that now? Out of all the things it could do, because it's causing that decision by itself is causing a Kager bomb of the political stability of the United States to be in flux, and they get to refine oil. I don't know. That's a weird flex. Because couldn't they just did that with Venezuela directly? No, the oil company wanted the United States, for all kinds of other reasons too, I'm sure. But that oil installation, that whole conflict ain't going to be a conflict with military, or it's a military use, but the source is the oil company. Donald Trump did a favor for the oil company. I'm almost certain. That explains his phone call. Yeah, like he one of them niggas. He real estate tycoon. He Trump from Vegas for real. Like I know a guy. Yeah, I know a guy ass nigga. And someone knew a guy and got him to, press the button, and he showed up to trigger happy white boys, Pete and all of them. Was waiting for an excuse to do that anyway, because they only broadcast it in every TV show and video game. So they made it real. But for an oil company, the United States can't use it the way that we are. Thus, third party, man. That's an abuse of power, by the way. I don't know if it's impeachable, but Lord forbid if, we had Congress members and stuff.
Republicans in the Senate are revolting against Donald Trump right now on the floor and just stripped him of the power he needs most to expand his authoritarian project. And you guessed it, he is furious. Donald Trump has never been weaker than he is right now in this moment. He has lost control in many more ways than one. Obviously, his cognitive and physical state is deteriorating, but his weakness can be seen in his political weakness, even more so than his physical and cognitive, because the Republican Party is fracturing and turning on him. We are going to get into it all, but before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button, because it goes a long way in supporting our work. Now, under Donald Trump, we have seen Congress wholly hand itself over to Donald Trump. Of course, Mike Johnson is a puppet, but so at this point has John Thune been too, until today, because Senate Republicans are revolting against Trump, and it all starts with his illegal strike and his illegal capture of Maduro in Venezuela. What he plans to do next, with Jasmine Crockett slams right here, it's the context we need before we get into Trump.
Cool. I'll let him cook in a second, because he got to keep up with these niggas, boy. This shit moving fast. They put a lot of money into it. Her prize-winning poem was Learning How to Set Field Pigs. Taryn Art says it's the K-Flav flip-flop. Jonathan Lee says you actually called it out 2 days ago. I thought so. It was heavy on my spirit. Taryn Art says the participation trophy theater is crazy. Her choice of identity was the prime Karen identity. It was. She had all 4 quarters on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles top. 3, there was a doctor that tried to attend her. Sure was. Blocked him out for 15 minutes. The GoFundMe is at 744-270 right now. Interesting. 6-9. 752-085. It refreshed after just a couple of seconds. Oh, it went up 8,000. 10,000. Facts. As I'm worse and they don't even see it. Only 60 minutes they do is on his bleep explicative, Mr. No. Taryn Art says scripted show with prepared narratives and solutions. It's a Hegelian show. It's a bizarro JoJo adventure version of the Hegelian dialectic show. Yes, absolutely. It's attempting to be Hegelian. That's the evil part. Mr. Now says they hacked the Congressional Committee email system. If it can be done, it will be hacked. Their Adderall is pure cut. Yep. Triple time. Swap out the word salt with silica. Silica, Typhonian, melanin chip. I know that's right, man. On Bobby Hemmett, same story. JPX says Apple TV has 2 new shows called Dark Matter and Pluribus. Both are kind of like predictive programming shows. Here we go. Shogun L says 3. Mr. Now says, I saw Dark Matter last year, but Pluribus, I can't stand the graphics. It sounds too much like a mess to watch. Might be using the Internet of Things side of bandwidth too to pass the data quick. They can't tell it's Chinese because of that Chinese logo. The honorary Brazilian tutorials is crazy. Laughing my ass off. Jonathan Lee says, LOL. JPX says, I'm late. I just watched them recently. Pluribus is okay. I like it in the way how it uses an unknown frequency from space similar to the 3i Atlas to be the trigger of controlling the population. It plays around with the concept of how smart dust will interact. Fucking graphene oxide part 3. mRNA part 5. Jonathan Lee. It's almost at 800,000 now. It'll be over 1 million before the end of the day. They said they love Jasmine and her sass with receipts. That's crazy.
The U.S. will run the country of Venezuela and its oil reserves in the meantime. How do you see this playing out? What's next? I mean, we've seen this play out before. I guess this is one of the reasons that some people don't want us to know history, is so that we are doomed to repeat it, and seemingly that is what we are doing. Here's the problem. The biggest problem that I have is that it was illegal. Everything that this administration does is illegal, and so I don't know how you take the moral high ground when you are actually executing something in an unconstitutional way in the first place. And so if you had what you needed, which he truly believes that, I guess, then you just would have went to Congress and gotten us involved. But instead, we're hearing leaks and reports that he talked to oil folk, but he didn't talk to Congress. Right. What kind of sense does that make? Because the last time I checked, whether or not you control an oil company does not entitle you to decide whether or not the United States goes in. And when you look at the press conference that he held, he didn't talk about democracy. Now, I know there are a lot of people that are talking about this is good for the Venezuelan people because Maduro was a bad guy, but that's not why he did it. He has not cared about Venezuelans at all. Let me be clear about that part. Sure. And here's the receipt. The Enemy Aliens Act, which most of us had never heard of because it's from the 1700s, he invoked it specifically because of Venezuelans. He said, we are being attacked and invaded by Venezuelans. That was number one. Then the next thing that CCOT, that's where he was sending Venezuelans. Remember the 60-minute episode that they did not want to air about how they were treating them, mistreating them at CCOT? That's where he sent Venezuelans. Then after that, he was illegally killing folk, saying that, oh, well, they're bringing drugs because it was supposedly about fentanyl, which is not where we get fentanyl, to be clear. So then he killed over 100 people with these bombs that he was dropping. And then when he went in to get Maduro, he killed even more Venezuelans. This ain't about Venezuelans.
Donald Trump needs this air of power around him. He needs to pretend like he is a strong man to try to dispel with the narrative of his political weakness. And it's not just a narrative, it is the actual truth. Never has Donald Trump been more unpopular, not just broadly, but within his own party. And never has he seen more Republican.
They're trying to say Trump going through the small hands complex. So I never heard that sister talk about that before, but she tackled all the concrete notes that I took. Yeah, so more or less same story. So she highlights the audacity part of things. Yeah. So good. She's talking on a panel full of white liberal women. So gooder. There's language models in entrainment, so I get what they're doing. But will that change anything? Nope. Over and over again, they're telling me that Team Donnie and whoever his handlers are bypassing Congress. And that's the most dangerous thing about the current United States administrative history, is that there's no way to redeem yourself as a United States authority after Donald Trump, right? I think we can agree on that. Like, if this is a runaway situation, whether they code word authoritarianism light or anything like World War II people, when it's all said and done, I don't think we go back out to the illusion of like, yeah, let's pick sides and vote and have this branch of people oversee and dictate things, including international affairs and relations with other people across the world. Because the history and the repetition of this pattern has led us further and further apart. And that doesn't make sense when we're all more hyper-connected and able to go back and forth than ever before in recent era. So what the fuck is going on? Like, what is this imperialism thing? What is even fucking happening? Like, nigga, you got the internet, chill. So we ain't gonna be able to go forward with this system as is if they don't stop Trump. If they let Trump destroy the system, like, that's permanently. What I'm saying is it'll upset and upheave and create a different form of temporary government. And those always fail. So like the United States failing is guaranteeing 2 more fails in the future. So to the degree in which we recover and make that useful to build off of, cool. But running into that brick wall, Donald Trump is like a little retarded toddler boy for real. Just running all around the place, not even looking up. Like, They pushing him full steam ahead. It's wild out here. It's just wild. It's whatever it is, man. Hey, stop it. And stopping him is just step one. That is not where the problem starts.
To the right of him. Speaking out, Donald Trump is no longer in control of his MAGA movement, and the promises that he said won him the presidency, lowering prices, no new wars, releasing the Epstein files, are what Republicans on his right flank are beating him down with. It's what we saw in the Senate today, but it didn't just start with the Senate. We've seen it in the House as well. Don Bacon had this to say about not just Venezuela, but Donald Trump's planned military action in Greenland, and it's why there was a revolt in MAGA today.
White House just reiterated that U.S. military action to acquire Greenland is not off the table. Have you talked to anybody in the White House, President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, or anyone else in the administration about this?
Well, that's since Miller's comment yesterday. But I hope Republicans stand up against this, universally oppose and give the feedback to the president, because this is appalling. Greenland is a NATO ally. We have a base on Greenland. We could put 4 or 5 bases on Greenland. They wouldn't mind that.
Republicans like Don Bacon, who is in a very tough district, which he is well aware of, it's the reason he's retiring and not running again, are pissed that Donald Trump continues to force them to defend these actions, that Donald Trump continues to strip them of their power as he strips them of political capital too. If you're a Republican in a tough seat, you are furious at Donald Trump. And if you are a Republican who wants to actually have power in Congress, you are also furious with Donald Trump, which is why today the Senate is taking the first step and actually taking back power from Donald Trump with a war powers resolution that was just voted on the floor and has upended Donald Trump's plans. Dylan Williams writes on Twitter, in a major rebuke to Donald Trump, the Senate just voted to advance Senator Kane's measure under the war powers resolution to remove U.S. armed forces from hostilities against Venezuela, 52 for, 47 against. The measure still faces floor debate and a vote on final passage. Trump then wrote on Truth Social, Republicans should be ashamed of the senators that just voted with Democrats in attempting to take away our powers to fight and defend the United States of America. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, and Todd Young should never be elected to office again. This vote greatly hampers American self-defense and national security, impeding the president's authority as commander-in-chief. In any event, and despite their stupidity, the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, totally violating Article 2 of the Constitution, as all presidents and their departments of justice have determined before me. Nevertheless, a more important Senate vote will be taking place next week on this very subject. If you are a Republican in the Senate, why do you want to hand over your power to Donald Trump? Why do you want him to unilaterally...
Let me slow that down. And I'm trying to real-time nigga calculate what they're talking about. Stupid. It's a waste of time. They're doing the Netflix, you know. They're doing the Stranger Things episode 6.5 bullshit. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, a really important vote is coming to the Senate on whether or not it'll allow Donald Trump to keep being Donald Trump with his military powers. But in the meantime, nigga, like, it's been something day after fucking day so far. They talking next week. So Senate took to the floor some resolution, meaning to end whatever authority that Donald Trump was able to muster with the military in order to do what he's doing with Venezuela. So they want to upend that, which will theoretically withdraw our involvement in Venezuela, occupying it or anything. No Stephen Miller, no nothing. So they went through the preliminary phase of that to say that it's a good idea. Unfortunately, the way they speak about this thing is like they already won. So people who are not listening fast or slow, they might assume that it's said and done, and it's not. It's not said and done. It's just saying that that's what they told you is that was the temperature in the room. The temperature in Congress is that they don't agree with Trump, what he's doing. The split is only 5 Congress people, though. And those were the 5 people he called out. And then that became obstruction of due election process because your president ain't supposed to be telling you which Congress people to be voting for. I could have sworn something, but it is what it is. We don't play by rules anymore. But all kind of weird precedents and kind of bullshit going on. But the key in this whole story is it's a protest and not an actual move to stop him. That's why he responded like that. He's like, every other president before me got away with this. I doubt you're going to be able to stop me. He referred to precedents. The president referred to precedents in the second article, blah, 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 blah. All he's saying is, good luck, bitch. And we have a way more important thing coming next week that's going to hit Senate. And if it goes my way, it's going to crash all your plans anyway. Ha, ha, ha. Part 2. It's like they're saying they're suing Trump. And they're going to stop him. Anyway, so we still have that problem. He still has control over the military forces and whatever things they're planning to do in between votes, which is way more critical than whether or not fucking Congress thinks it's a good or bad idea to stop him, right? But give them a week, though. And mind you, in a week's time from now, they only have 2 weeks left until they shut down Congress. Now do the fucking science. But they going week to week on us. Week 4, they shut down. Like, come on, dog. Stop fucking playing with the American people. They all in on it to me, bro. On the level that they're on. I'm telling you something. They ain't this damn stupid. How the fuck is Congress elected to be the first line of whatever the fuck of representation to stop these type of things that the will of the people don't wish for? How the fuck they supposed to stop him 1 week at a time with a planned shutdown, a scheduled shutdown? You feel me, y'all? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They say Trump loses it as Senate votes against him on war. And the way they write these headlines, that did not stop anything. They just voted against him, saying they're against it. They didn't stop anything. Just keep that in mind. That was a temperature check. They're trying to gaslight us like Trump is overreacting after he just told them precedents. He ain't his lawyer.
So, Donald Trump just had a major outburst on Truth Social. It was so extreme that Republican lawmakers are now publicly calling for his resignation. What caused this reaction? A routine budget hearing where members of his own party questioned whether he had the right temperament for the presidency. His posts were so erratic and full of threats against sitting members of Congress that even his most loyal supporters are distancing themselves. It's hard to believe we are witnessing this unfold in real time. This isn't just another bad day on social media or another Trump tantrum. We are talking about current Republican senators and representatives, people who have stood by him now saying it might be time for Trump to step down. When your own party begins to question your fitness for office after outbursts like these, something fundamental has shifted in American politics. Let me explain what has been happening. The House Budget Committee held hearings on December 3rd to discuss federal spending priorities for the next fiscal year. It was intended to be a routine task that Congress handles annually. Republican members were asking questions about Trump's proposed budget, trying to understand the numbers and how various cuts would impact their districts. Nothing unusual or hostile, they were just doing their jobs. According to Politico's report from December 3rd, Representative Tom Cole from Oklahoma, a longtime Trump supporter and chairman of the Appropriations Committee, simply asked about proposed cuts to agricultural subsidies and their potential effect on rural communities. This was a reasonable question from someone representing farming districts, but here is where things took a turn. Trump apparently watched the hearing live and saw Cole's question as disloyalty, as a personal attack, and as betrayal from someone who was supposed to be on his side. Now let's be clear, presidents get questioned by their own party all the time. It's called legislative oversight. It's literally Congress's constitutional job. But Trump has never been able to separate legitimate questions from personal attacks. Here's where it gets interesting. According to multiple reporters tracking Trump's Truth Social account, within 30 minutes of Cole's question, Trump started posting. His first post attacked Cole directly, calling him a weak rhino who never supported the MAGA agenda. Then came a second post, followed by a third. By the end of the day, Trump had posted 17 separate attacks, each more erratic than the last. According to CBS News' report from December 3rd, Trump's posts escalated from political criticism to personal threats. He called Cole a traitor who should be primaried. He suggested that Cole might be taking bribes from special interests. Then he switched to attacking other Republicans who had asked budget questions, specifically naming them and calling for their removal from committees. The explosive moment came in Trump's evening posts. Based on CNN's monitoring of his social media, Trump claimed that members of Congress who question him are enemies of the American people and should face consequences. He used phrases like they need to be dealt with and patriots know what to do. Legal experts...
Stop the tape, please. Stop the tape. I don't even want to do this right now. First of all, this is the Rachel Maddow signal. 541 subscribers. Rachel Maddow. AI Rachel Maddow, which is scarier about all of this. It's not even her. I don't know if it's even hers. So let's get that the fuck out the way. But then you got, man, what a time to be a black guy. So this is the fuck I said, boy. It's the white people version of Civil War. They're the language, the charge of language, of Trump's language. It's wild, guys. You can't afford. We can't afford. Not you, the listener. I'm just saying. I'm speaking in just, but you can't afford to sleep on these signals that he's normalizing as a president too, right? So you have the people in MAGA that you assume to be, redneck conservatives, Proud Boys, certain types of white supremacist groups, whatever. The whole patina of whatever their political agendas are in Indian territory. But those guys, they are splitting, is what they're concerned about. By they, I mean the political overseers. Not all the way up to Trump, the money people. I'm talking about just like on the social order day-to-day. Who has a house, who has a truck, the haves and have-nots game of things, of white people. The white people of the haves and have-nots are defecting from MAGA, basically. They're conservatives. They want to conserve the power or influence or control that they have. Like they said, that one guy that wanted to be a career politician or whatever, he's resigning because he can see the signs that ship is going to crash. And the ship I'm talking about is that galvanization of the white men under the red MAGA side. They're not getting they can see the writings on the wall. They're not getting a revival. Like all of these moves being made isn't for the white man, the farmer, the police officer, whatever positions they played in their little stories. They're noticing really quickly that politically it's not going their way. And then whatever social pull they had or influence or respect they felt like they wielded, they don't have this day. So they're like, oh, we can no longer assert dominance through politics or influence because what's happening to our world is not about us. So they can't even stop it. And Trump is on the other side of it. The gravity of it, like what he's doing is he's starting infighting by saying, hey, amongst you guys, these guys are sellouts and traitors. The real patriots out there, you know what to do with them. Pause the tape. Donald Trump ain't a real Republican, nor was he ever a fucking farmer, nor did he ever touch elbows with any of these white people he's signaling to. So he's telling white people outside of his class that, hey, because of me, don't worry about that. But that guy over there, those guys, those ain't the real ones. They're rhinos. They're only, appear to be Republicans. They're the sellouts. They're the traitors. And then you think of the spider web. Like people don't even care if he's right or wrong no more. They're betting on winners and losers now. You know how it is. The chart bros. Like, So if Donald Trump is betting against those guys with businesses, and he said it, private interests, where are their investments at? And then that's financial warfare. Because everyone who's donating, investing in, or partnering with those people and their entities, he just told all the white people that listen to him, indirectly now, true social ones now, don't invest in them no more. Real patriots know what to do with them. And real patriots know, in his context, that he a money president. So he's giving investment advice indirectly too. But it's under the guise of Civil War language model. Like people going outside with muskets and shit. No. It's a money war. This is money war on the banking side and money war on the greedy individuals in between side too. Because the money just represents control, controlling the money. Thus influence, thus the decisions on how to rebuild, ultimately, when time passes. So yeah, they wilding out for control. And Trump is a lot of things for sure. But that language model he's using is very curated. He's telling them what time it is. And now the Republicans who have the mainstream consensus, everyone else who ain't in the money game, they're trying to find out where to land at on their value system. Because something has to change. We got to vote differently. We got to make sure this doesn't happen again in 4 years. Like people are still on that OS, and they're looking for a place to tell them, like, well, if you're a Republican and you vote for Republicans, and the Republicans you're voting for are beefing with each other over the money, then voting for Republicans in whatever term ain't really going to serve the farmers in Arkansas. Because what I said was Trump is already bypassing Congress, meaning can't nobody you vote for in midterms going to change what the fuck agenda they got going on as of this video. And they're starting to realize that, like, damn, that didn't work. That didn't slow him down. And he ain't apologized. He ain't denied the oil allegations. He turning up. And that invigorate his staunch followers. It'll invigorate them. Like, he's showing power and, like they said, positioning. But he ain't just positioning. He really taking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not just threatening people on social media. He's actually knocking blocks over. He's not calculating the cost or he's going to get back from it, but he's actually taking steps to say, fuck you. That's the most important part about this story, okay? Not about whether he get the oil, whether we get rich, whether he pay. No. The most dangerous thing about your president is that when he's pissed off in this stage of his game, he's going to knock down someone's bricks. He's knocking down someone's fucking house. He's the big bad wolf. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's chaos. They can't predict that. You can't predict this term. They themselves who position themselves to be close to him, to be on that side of history with all the benefits of MAGA, they can no longer, quote unquote, keep Trump in control in terms of narrative. They can't control what he says. They can't control his outward expression of the agenda. So now they're compromised. Because what you'll find out is a lot of these guys, these congressmen, knew the whole time. They just never had an answer for it because it was tight-lipped. They you know what I'm saying? Now they got an answer for some shit. Resign. Nah, I can't do this. Nah, I ain't going down on this side of the Gestapo version of history. They know better. Cowards. But they were willing to do that shit when it was quiet. They were willing to do all the other fuck shit the first 4 years. Like, we was there. They were down for all that bullshit. They got them elected again. But now it's like, enough is enough. You shot a white girl in the face. Now let's quantize for white supremacists who just watched their president justify a white girl getting shot in the face. And their staunch conservative Christian donors, landowners, they don't know if that girl's gay or not. They just heard she was a mother. And you shot a nice little white mother in the face. Oh, them phone calls and them text messages was crazy this morning. You know it. You know, they mailing lists look crazy, bro. You know it do. You know it do, because white people are trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with my country. And what they're talking about is from their paradigm, from their worldview. What the fuck is happening on with my worldview of this country? How come things is going that way? And we can't blame Saudi Arabians, and we can't blame Muslims, and we can't blame the Negroes. What the fuck is going on? And that is the most important question of 2026. If it ain't anybody else, what the fuck is going on? Great fucking question. If y'all know, let me know in the chat. Y'all know what the fuck going on for real? Like, where this shit going for real? Her name was Renee Nicole. Renee Nicole Good. VP Vance defends ICE after Minneapolis. Redacted said war is coming. He's changing focus to the international side of it. Let's see. Oh, he's just on the rerun side. Let's do a little intro. They're about to go live. Wilson. BRB. Rhino, Republicans in name only. Royals in name only? I wish they were. I wish they were even that. Shit, they wouldn't let the ship go down like this. They had any sort of pride. They love Jasmine and her sassy ass receipts. Pard, Marie says, does she know why Sleepy Joe was on the same type of time? You saying Sells Jr. got to Rachel? That's crazy. Starting fires while shutting down the fire department type of praise. That's a good one, Mr. Mel. Jonathan says BRB. The move was a setting precedence, Lubrian. Yes. And anyone who played Tetris, Yahoo Towers, or Go, they already know what type of ladder they're making. You can see what type of ladder they're making with just their language. Whether or not the ladder will be made, that's not in this universe, but the fact that all the energy, all the money, all the attention, all the military is being implored to go that direction while everything else has been abandoned in the meantime, that is probably the most disenfranchising part of the social reaction to all this. All this means is that that means there's no immediate intentions of solving, addressing, or providing relief to the actual domestic population of the United States in any meaningful way. Like, we on the edge of some gnarly shit, I think. Well, there's no stopping this, unfortunately. They're not going to address the population, I think. They're not going to. They can't afford it. Nothing in politics is going to address us in terms of relief or addressing a lot of the issues that we have. It's all hands on deck for whatever the fuck they got going on. We then have a big problem that's not born yet. It'll be born in 4 or 5 years though if they all seem ahead on this stupid type of political theater for the rest of this election, then the side effects of what that's going to look like in a couple of years is going to be crazy. And the only problem I have with that is that this is not 9/11. They can't give us no hope with no Obamas. And the reason why, because if they're not investing in your own infrastructure for your population, for jobs and prosperity and balancing things out, and I mean, they haven't started at least. They got to go through wars and rearrangements in Central, South America, Mexico, Canada, UK, Britain. Like that's a lot of scheduled time that hasn't happened yet. But that's the design of the direction they're going. Cool story, bitch. Problem is, whether that's successful, whether that's a year, 2 years, or 10, it won't matter, because what happens in 3 years? They got 3 years to fix this, because by the time AI is ready to replace the rest of your jobs, and they're already smoke, or they call it dog whistling. They're already dog whistling that this will be the first year of zero job. Don't know the terminology, but it's a fucking weird prediction because it's never happened before. But like a zero-sum job creation year when it's all said and done. Then a year or two after this one, AI ramps up even more and it attacks more than 75%, maybe up to 90, but I'm going to round down because they're a little too optimistic for me. But let's say at least 75% of prospective jobs that are computer-based will already be replaced by AI. They're only creating systems and opening new companies and new things and new designs that is centered around it. So no new job creation in tech or computers or computer use is going to be centered around the people. Those data centers hire 37 people, unlike an Amazon warehouse. An Amazon data center or whatever the fuck it is only has 37 employees. So it doesn't help the town, it doesn't help the village, it doesn't help the county. It's a lot of money, a lot of taxes, a lot of poisoned water, but only 37 salaries, if you will, right? So everything in the future is going to follow that model at the very least. So even if, you feel me, the bulk of computer-based anything they told you as of right now is dead. Now there's that 10% opportunity for what locals do that's still like smaller scale things to still use those skills. Absolutely. But you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about your government. Your government is no longer subsidizing and prioritizing what you can do with your skills. That's the difference. So college, degrees, all that stuff is going to be in flux because AI and 37 people, you feel me? Like it's not we the people. It's not 300, it's not 100 or 150 million people working in the workforce in the future based on where we're starting today. Then they say, that's 3 years, right? That's less than 3 years actually. Let's say by the end of 5 years, once 2030 gets rolling for real, Trump is out alleged, and there's no war, there's no martial law, and we overcompensate with the blue people and, wherever the world is. If the blue people want to hypermax into the way the world was and hyper nostalgia pre-pandemic, I need you guys to keep in mind, you're not going to have them type of people in position until 2030. And then they'll be trying to rewire this whole decade we just suffered through to 2019 and prior. And they will not be able to do it because they're going to forget the pandemic was 7 years ago and not 2 years ago. It has never got back on course. So you know how many steps past on course we got worse since then. It won't even be fair to even expect them to change the course of this shit by your next election anyway, even if you get a whole different cabinet. That's how much damage is loaded already. And that means even when that next team comes in, if they're not caught up in a worldwide catastrophe of trade, then locally all their forces is going to have to address all the new social calamities that are slowly hatching. And I said in 4 more years. But in 5 more years, they're projecting that 70% of all things done in corporate business, physical labor, will be replaced by robots. I hope you heard what the fuck I just said. Y'all ain't got a lot of time on some Terminator Skynet shit. It don't matter if they landed or not. They just told you for the next 5 years they're investing on anything but humans. Whether it works or not, that's the scary part about it. But 2030 we'll know, right? We'll start to see it bud out. That's what I'm saying. The beginning of the end is already scheduled. So we don't have time like that. We don't. It's cool to speculate on universal basic income and all these other degrees and ideas, but the United States has to win first. Hasn't won yet. And even in it not winning, the rest of the world is going that direction. China's going that direction. So even if the United States and the Democrats try to re-steer the ship and reorganize society and do the communist socialism, what are we going to do today, play? Your quote-unquote adversaries already have the automation, already have the digital ID, already have the social credit score, already got most of their people out of poverty, already got that shit on lockdown, already, like they've been practicing. But then you're going to add fuller automation, access to rare earth minerals, and the robots that actually do the things. And China's going to beat us there. Anyway, with or without a war. Unless the war is so big it slows them down, you know what I mean? But that's a wild move. What I'm saying is, in case you don't understand me, nothing that humans do today as of this video is going to fucking matter in 5 years. I think that's where a lot of our creative angst comes from, because you can already see it. The current iteration of AI is a preview to how your society corporations and politics are going to move, not our beats, not our ideas, not our views. It's social engineering a society and not a community. The society is already all in. We're not playing the same game no more. And by the time 100% of the computer jobs, listen to what I said, in 5 years, 100% of the computer jobs will be outfitted or handled by automation in a strong agent-like way. And then a couple years after that, because that's true, then the types of Internet of Things objects and drones and bots come to life. They're not all necessarily going to be humanoid. You already see them working out the cars and stuff like that. So much more of that. Delivery, trucking, transport, anything that doesn't require a bulky human in a bulky vehicle to carry a box. You understand? Like anything that causes trade, commerce. It's all commerce stuff. Anything that's banking, computers, and commerce that hires humans on salary. Most humans, 90% or less, will not be able to access those positions in labor force ever again in human history. Most humans will end up doing the things in their community and their local level to keep motion, yes. To whatever degree with social credit and no currency, I'm waiting to see it. That's 5 more years, but we just know our way of life now. They already voted to end for us and we never consented. So if people don't do something about it now, the closer you get to 2030, that's the window closed. That's the window closed. 2030 is the closed window on any effort to push back and autocorrect the course per our joint destiny. If none of us get together or figure it out, or the gods and everything in between us doesn't actually, it's like we're just trolling. We're gonna go the other way. If that don't happen, regardless, the window closes by 2030 on our life, like way of life. I'm talking about paradigm. I'm talking about way of life. I'm talking about because there's no jobs and what's houses like, what's rent like, what's driving like, what's freedom like, what's travel like, what are people like we don't know, but we know that world is loading. 4 years, tops. And this year's one of the fastest ones. You know, it's only like January 7th or 8th, and like, yeah, a lot is going on. We got false flag here, false flag there, kidnapped President Tom Clancy would be proud, Call of Duty, World War III, Russia, Berlin ain't got no power, by the way. I don't know if you know, you check on your strong German friends, where's Palace? And like, you got all this shit underway, all in the first week. Like, my nigga, man. In the first week. So imagine when shit heat up for real. It's not even a real new year yet. They ain't even use those energies yet. Like, that means they doing Sonic the Hedgehog, boy. They spinning into the spring right now. And when that shit launches, oh my God. So it's not a lot of what they say. They say a hero gonna save us and he ain't gonna stand here and wait. But whatever, like however that plays out with Nickelback, that hero better show up between spring and 2030. Because it ultimately will not matter what anything political, anything black, anything white, any social classism that we inherited from integration and civil rights and all this madness of the world wars. All of that in that whole box and that whole way of living and responding and maneuvering is already dying. It's phasing out. They shot a white girl in the face 3 times. So if they're going AI, Optimus Prime, and bots, they're no longer giving a fuck about like how those well-to-do white guys in a neighborhood like this with the tax bracket and who bring in, you know, through all their loopholes, $100,000 in tax credits a year. Like, they don't give a fuck about their golf games for real. They don't even play golf with these niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that no more. It's not like the 60s no more. It's not like when it was churches, factories of the same people in the same neighborhood fucking the same women. You know what I'm saying? And all the kids, you know what I'm saying? This ain't none of this is that. It's 2026 in this bitch. We in cyberpunk for real. It's just not as cool. And neon light. We already in the future. They said 4 years, dude. They said fuck all your jobs that you're at today in 4 years. Motherfuckers is crying about what they gonna go to school for. You about to go to school anytime now in 2030 to go get your ass degree to work in a goddamn job that's hiring computers. I want to say that shit one more time. whatever the fuck you think is about to happen in your future, the people in charge of your future is saying fuck you and your ideas for your future for now, because we don't know how we're going to rebound. We just in the middle of a war, but we'll get back to it. But our tech bros, they're full steam ahead. The fuck do people think 100% of computer jobs are? That's everything we're doing now, including doom scrolling and watching YouTube. Beat making, graphics, 100%, my nigga. 100% of any way that you make money on the internet can be automated by something not human, is what they're saying. The only problem is for all my people who grew up in a different world with me. I remember the world we were in. From 1999 till 2019. It was a mean 20-year run where it's like there's so much potential and pixels you can buy and websites and domains you can park and hashtags and little Perl scripts and friend blasters. I know, what a time to be alive. But this ain't that. No more, parentheses, ever again, ... for the rest of our lives. We went from horses to cars. The internet 2.0 or web social internet was horse. Now they go into cars. And I hear the girls on social media in their posts and their comments, I read comments a lot to make sure I get the temperature. And they'll be like, well, what if we don't buy into it? What if we don't show up? What if we don't spend? What if we don't pay our taxes? And I was like, bro, on Rosa Parks, y'all weren't born in that generation. On Rosa Parks, you ain't Rosa Parks enough for me. This ain't Rosa Parks timeline. None of that shit affect anything about what the fuck is actually happening to us. It's too many things happening, but the number one thing, the elephant in everybody's fucking room, I ain't forget, why are we here? To get a good job or side hustles or businesses, to make some money, to provide for ourselves, experiences, blah, 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 and share it with the people we give a fuck about. Fuck everybody else. How do you do that without a job? You can't. So the paradigm of your life being mapped after your job and income is what? Dead. Now check this shit out. Not right now though. Not right now. No, I ain't saying give up. I ain't saying nothing like that. I'm saying the intention of the future is without anything they're creating for you. Everything that you do now that maintains through that transition is what you ought to do anyway, because there's nothing else coming after it if it doesn't live anyway, right? So you riding out either way we do this. You know what I'm saying? We ain't worrying about the 5-year plan right now. There's no fucking such thing if motherfuckers is setting up UK and Britain right now. So you gotta hold on tight to your love. No in vogue, nigga. Like we ain't 5-year plan be damn. Now check this shit out. In 4 years' time, at the same time, my man, what else did they say? 50% of the women will be childless and single. Now let's imply in parentheses the same prediction with AI in jobless. So you understand why I'm so harsh on the red pill and the women lately? Because they fucking think they have time because they still look young or something. No, bitch. The way y'all felt through DEI, USAID, and all that stuff that propped you up like that was until AI was ready. They're going to fire all of you. They just fired y'all first. Meaning you're never getting hired at that scale of your society and lifestyle ever again in your generation history. Never, ever, ever, ever again, because everything after 4 years is automated reality. If uninterrupted by some chaos and war or reset through technology. But technology is not a threat. Technology is not in war. Technology is going full steam ahead. Them Asian brothers are making interactive dolls who are already double cheeked up in their prototype. They playing around with Chun-Li's for no reason. No reason. We're talking about Asian and got double cheeked up ass maids and shit they're making, dog. I'm not fucking playing either, dog. I'm talking about like they're going there. They're going Black Mirror for it. They're going uncanny fucking valley. And they said, just hold on, give us 5 years. What I'm saying, bro, it don't matter who the fuck does it. It doesn't matter if America passes laws against it. It doesn't matter if Africa gets an African version. No. Everybody in the world on that wavelength, on that broadcast signal, are about to do it, and they all announce to the world in less than 5 years. in less than 5 years. In less than 5 years. In less than 5 years, I ain't gotta be nobody friend. In less than 5 years, I ain't got nobody to sell no dreams to. In less than 5 years, I don't need no boardroom. In less than 5 years, I got agents that can also operate a physical vessel, whether it's a drone, a car, or a humanoid. I don't need nobody for whatever crazy, demented, psychosis idea that these people use to manage local things. But then everything that we're used to working for the corporate rings won't need humans no more. So you understand, it's not just your federal government automating their Salt Typhoon databases. It's not just Walmart waiting for the auto check security and cashiers in 5 to 10 years. It's not just that. It's that your Chinese people down the street who do the food delivery service and nails and everything, they're gonna have it. They're gonna have it in your city, boy. You go to their nail salon and that shit is 3D printed. And at first you're like, oh, that's not part of the experience, that's not the culture, that's not the tradition. And you forget you're not Gen Z or Gen Alpha who never seen it. They're gonna go from their iPad and what they see on TV and their cartoons to the nail salon and put their hand under some type of steamly cleaner to desanitize and do all the things, and it's gonna 3D print the design, and it'll be like 5 cents. And it's done. That shuts down all your nail salons at once. And now replace that with anything in your hood. The store. Why the fuck would you need to hire a guy who's worrying about getting robbed or getting shot in the hood nigga section when you can just put a fucking virtual reality kiosk there and a little drone guy? The whole store will watch the person, but if you worry about brute force, you could do Rick and Morty, shut the store down. Like, what I'm saying is that's going to be what people have to do in 5 years, because not only they got to worry about humans and guns, you don't have to worry about the stupid ass drones and the bots that people use to rob niggas on a local level. So that means the stakes for security is going to rise up, because you're not just worrying about the stakes of a drunk tweaker if they live the next 5 years the way fentanyl's pumping right now, but whoever's left, the bigger threat then becomes these fucking dickheads who have an army of drones in your city, automated on the agents, on a Linux, on a Raspberry Pi, on an all-in-one computer built into a keyboard. Did you see with the CSS or these new technologies coming out? How they doing all-in-one computers and all-in-one keyboards now? This shit's crazy. They said they can never do that. These motherfuckers, that's all they can do that niggas can afford. It's all built in one fucking keyboard for your computer. The whole thing's a computer and a graphics card in that bitch. And they got another one that's like a little box smaller than a DS or whatever the fuck. So they're going full steam going ahead to smaller computers. And people are like, oh, Excel, gaming, oh man, instant messenger, Firefox. No, nigga, no. That is not why they're building an army of little bots. If all of them bitches got Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi, then all of them bitches are agents. Stop fucking playing with me, dog. They're not making this for people. They're making this for people who need the infrastructure. It's like Microsoft Virtual Office being born in front of you. It's Microsoft Virtual Reality Office. There we go. So back in the day, you have a cool website, you need like 5 people. Mods and everything in between us. Designers, graphics guy, the guy paying the bills. Now you don't even need people. We forget that part. You create an agent, that creates an agent, that creates other businesses before you even think about them. Like, y'all understand with this? I know people don't understand yet. There's still people out here who think AI is Allen Iverson. So what was that? 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Okay, so we'll give it 2 more years before they hurt where the fuck they say, no matter what y'all think, they're going that way. There's no more capitalism once that happens, guys. That breaks all the rules of your economy, supply and demand. They cannot afford to have slaves no more. Civil War, 1868. They can't afford human slaves, I should say. They can't afford human labor as a catalyst for GDP anymore. So your birth certificates, your marriage certificates, all that shit, your social security, all of that is going to phase out inevitably in our lifetime if we live a long time. They can't afford it. It makes no sense to hire 100 people here in the United States for the vibes of the office in Dunder Mifflin when some boy in the Philippines, 14 years old, just dominated your fucking Pennsylvania territory with his drone service of the same thing. This little LegalZoom AI guy is doing all the licensing and conversions and tax withheld automatically for him. All he needs is the infrastructure and idea and go. The only thing left to hack after 4 years from now is the same equation I gave people 10 years ago. Who gives a fuck? That's how you solve it. You solve all of our human dilemmas going forward. If you watch The Walking Dead, same story. You're useless if you're not useful. And these jobs we've created from the 60s until now are not useful anymore. And they're not thinking about a human adaptation evolution model for it either. Like, what happens to humans after the office building? Like, after you build the Babel Tower to the sky and you get that corner office, what do your grandkids aspire to? To sit in the same office for 30 more years? Like, really? Like, where do humans go after the tower? We never know. They never get to heaven either. But now we got AI. So they started a new game on a new disc without us. 4 to 5 years. Irregardless of who's the United States in 5 years, won't even matter. You won't be in this world no more. So inherently, certain social groups and political groups of people will no longer be dominant in politics or influence anywhere, right? For instance, if you have some of these states, like they said they have white people grouped in certain jobs and titles across the Midwest and the East Coast, like Pennsylvania, Arkansas, and everything in between. Well, what happens if like they got all that clout and pull for the last 100 years because those were specifically the farmers, or those were specifically the tradesmen, or the steel people, or the railroad people, like by and large in the bank accounts and the money and the nice properties, like those are those families. All of the reason why they got rich 100 years ago, 50 years ago, is dead already because of the marketplace. But their grandkids, the ones about to be born now, they will have even less because all that shit that they got to get that, no longer needed. We don't need a textile Clayton, North Carolina as city population of 40,000 people working in these things and all of its infrastructure no more. They're telling you because they're shutting down fast food restaurants and they shutting down your plazas. Like, I really want humans to understand the more science going on. It's scaring me a little bit. It's just, we've seen this before. Like, I lived through the 80s and 90s, but not for these reasons. So they're shutting down your favorite fast food restaurants and known things, like known 2000 stuff, shutting down piece by piece. 40 stores there, 500 stores there. You got to remember that all these places, they say they're shutting down stores. They've been shutting down stores since the pandemic. So now next is up is Macy's. Such your malls. So a lot of your malls are about to be without a Macy's. That one place, Joanne or something, for arts and crafts and fabrics and textures, they're shutting down a lot of stores. Starbucks, of course, Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King. And then another one, which is weird, because I used to work for them, and I remember that. They've always had a positive gross or stock, I should say, 20-something years in a row, and that's Domino's Pizza. Even Domino's Pizza is rationing down on its franchises to reorg because they know automated pizza delivery cars, automated fucking drones delivery, and automated whatever the fuck. Even they can run a Domino's as a kiosk without people and still do the drone delivery. I already see this shit in China, y'all. It's mind-blowing to me. China is unrolling all the prototype level stuff. Like, it's just one machine. It's like, it's indoctrination. It's like, do you trust this machine and this app on your phone to deliver you a chai tea at the park? And the park will have the kiosk, and you'll pick up on the signal, it picks up on your phone, and you order it, and you pay digitally or crypto, and the fucking thing opens up, makes your tea, and it flies it to you wherever you are in that park. China has big, beautiful parks, which is why that would be convenient. So you don't have to walk to the main street and find Starbucks. You can just be like, oh, I'm macking with this bitch right now, I don't feel like getting up. And it just bring you the goddamn shit, right? And that's just one product. It's just a matter of time before it's your whole grocery store. You understand? And what I'm saying is these things that we're used to, because we're used to it, that's why we're going to be affected the most. Our generation only. Next generations, you know how it is, people who never had payphones. So it's not going to hit them like this. And so we got to watch our mental health too. Like the game is the game, y'all. Like they're not passing us the ball in those dimensions that we expected. That does not mean that we're over though. That just means we have to be very careful by buying into certain dips and buying into certain social narrative, political dips, I'm using a metaphor, so that you don't invest your hope on something that's clearly fiction, again, for them to squeeze us as a collective one last time before it's fucked over. You got 4 years, don't get squeezed like a dummy in the next 4 years by these assholes. That's all I'm trying to say. I think that's the most important thing. Making it these 4 years as it's ever been, just make it. Just make it. Because for some reason, they don't understand, or their imagination can't see all the variables. And I just see a little bit of them that are going to change. And I'm telling you, boy, you can have a hope, man. Fuck that shit. All China got to do is fucking open up like Tyson Foods, or even like any of those food redistribution things. All the tractor trailers go in your county to deliver like tomatoes to Burger King and the Food Line every morning. Like those main centers. All you have to do with droid farmers, automated farm materials with all the farms in China. All China would have to do is, create that warehouse, that Amazon warehouse for your grocery store, right next to its farm and data center. And then it will be able to dispatch drones to individuals. No more grocery stores. You understand? You're not just going to go to Amazon.com no more. Everything is going to be that. It won't even matter if it's Amazon no more, because we're used to Amazon. So now when you start cloning it for different areas of your life, you won't even have, I don't even know if they're going to give you permission to do it with the 15-minute city idea. But what I'm saying is the way they're planning this, you're not even going to be able to go there and see it for yourself anyway. You feel me? So, because if there's no need for humans to work there, there's no need for human contact at all. Y'all don't understand what their plan is. 4 to 5 years, my niggas. 4 to 5 years. Yeah, it's going to take extra time to fizzle out all other dimensions, and people are still running the treadmill and other systems. That is our saving grace. But I'm telling you what the future is with these dumbass people who act like they ain't driving it that way. They're driving it this way. You have food distribution centers between the have and the have-nots, and whoever has the appropriate currency to have that shit automated delivery to their goddamn Internet of Things house. Period. They're going to take the human out of the whole routine. It would not behoove me if social services and that pedigree looks like, yeah, we're giving you 2,000 social credit human crystals, whatever the fuck it is, and then X amount of those you can use for your own discretionary leisure, but the rest of them is going to be auto-calculated through our database for your food, your calories, your power, your Wi-Fi. Go be happy. Dead ass. And then that's enough for most people not to do jack shit. Most people can't do jack shit anyway. So imagine, like, you'll give people that, and that's going to be the most miserable thing ever. I can almost guarantee it. Because there's nothing to compare, right? Everything becomes gray. And we're going into a gray reality, too. So, like, even that social narcissism that we enjoyed in media, entertainment, lawyers, and musicians is that it won't stick no more. It's the same way if you went to Finland or one of those countries, and I've talked to these people on consults and Zoom calls on the music production side, and I've had this conversation specifically. They'll say if a guy out there gets money and he's a music guy, he's doing a music video, and he brings a Lamborghini for the video to do the American thing, everyone in that community frowns on him, because they're set up socially currently that if any one of them that they grew up with outshines the other, that's not accepted. It's the next step after the participation trophy generation we just witnessed. So you Gen Z guys and girls, the next generation after you, they set a snowball trend for you. So we're like, you guys already don't see the point of working and hustling your face off outside to take care of yourself. So then you're gonna have kids and you're gonna teach them something similar. And I don't know if it's that Gen A or Gen Beta, but they gonna end up like them white people in Finland, where it's like, maximum effort itself is going to be frowned upon. Like you even trying to stand out and be that nigga with chains and everything that goes with doing that to get that, by the way. They're not hating on him earning that. They're hating on the fact that he prioritized that. They're hating on the fact that there's other things, you know what I'm saying? And he said one of the reasons that why he did a consult with an American producer is because when they get studio sessions out there, they're so communal, you know, the way these liberals and these Karens want it, that what the side effect of it is that people don't show up as the best version of those things. So you go to a studio session and you like hire a drummer and a guitar player. In this society that they did organically, we're doing digitally. Same by the way. The guitar player, participation guitar player, might not be really good, but you can't tell them that. Not because of their job, not because of money, because that's the way they're programmed. Like you can't say, hey bro, man, you need to practice more. You ain't really got the chops for this particular song. So sorry, we're gonna cut you and go with this guy because he's really good. Like you telling that person they're not as good as another one of you is what I'm talking about. That's what they don't do. They're programmed that way. They don't. Now they might personally have their own qualms, but their whole language model and their whole society prevents that from happening. So much so he can only describe it to me in English. We don't understand how unique our modeling or our programming is. Now they're gonna push that shit on your kids while everything else is AI and automated. Do the science. We gotta survive and be strong just as a fucking human example. Not from becoming rich and starting businesses and winning wars, but like there's boys out there who's looking at the men and we can't afford to put our head down. We can't afford to act like that's the end of it for us. Because it's not. It's a transition, but it's a tough cookie transition because these assholes are not programming the way you're going to land. They're looking at how the corporations are going to land, how the currency is going to land. They're not looking at like the damn shock they put on civilization with the pandemic, plus this, plus that. And while that's all in chaos, burning through the 2020s, when 2030 gets here, deadline. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was the end of the game anyway, it could have been so much baller, so much player, so much peace and stability instead of spending all that money on Israel and Ukraine. They could have. They absolutely could have. If they know inevitably it's all going to switch to this new world order, digital virtual reality system. A cool story, bitch. But you know what I'm saying? It's guys, the reason why they can just scoff at the Constitution and Republican and blue is this and red is that, the reason why that's all in flux for real, guys, like if you look at it as a quantum physics level, is because it's going into a wormhole. It don't stand no more. The narratives don't stand. The beckoning is not standing because they're white per se. It's just the time is up. They're not building no structures with that language model that align with the actual future we're aligned with. That's a distraction. They're realizing that they're not as important politically to the story of humanity's forward movement, because humanity is moving forward with or without them in charge of it. That is the panic, that is the stroke, that is the randomness it seems out of Trump, but everyone around him. It's not just him. I hate that. Trump is the United States. He's team white people captain in all dimensions, whether he's president or not. If he can't galvanize and keep it, together for all of them, none of them can. None of them out energy Trump. Get the fuck out my face. There's nobody on the face of the planet in politics that out politically energized stack Trump, and he's losing energy. And they still ain't got people who's going to match him on charisma and audacity. They can't afford to go to a Weird Al right now. They can't afford to code switch to a fucking a Karen. They can't afford that. You'll freak the fuck out if they put a woman up there that's Israeli. So, you know what I'm saying? They don't have a lot of options for you niggas. On the human chattel, stay cool and let us do our shit storyline. Feel me? So by the time you capture this and do that, and Maduro this, Venezuela, oil, all that, yeah, that'll take about 4 to 10 years. As soon as you think you got it, it changes again. We gotta vote in March and tell these motherfuckers stop fucking playing in our face and wasting our time. We know the jig is up. Rachel Maddow got an AI aggregate channel taking her report and converting it to her face likeness and voice for an extra $75 a week, bro. Like, y'all gotta fucking understand, like, there is no getting off of that. Please understand that. Please understand that. We're a third world country like when it comes to what the future gives a fuck about what we're doing. You know how like all the best games were like the fighting games, especially like Mortal Kombat is this studio, Street Fighter is those guys, Capcom. Like our whole life, that phenomenon of a brand, an idea, or a person being the de facto thing of that thing for years or decades has been ingrained in our psychology, more importantly. And that's where people are going to suffer, in their psychology. So when you see the faucet turns off on those things, you're like, yo, the best things ever, according to Americans, are all the things that the Americans adopted. And then because the Americans adopted those things, the world then borrowed that, pivoted from those things, and you can see the gradient and the variation of it. Whether it's games, TV shows, sports, music. It's like the West and then the rest. And that's how I follow. Industrial Revolution for us, Industrial Revolution for you. That's how it worked. US dollar for us, US dollar for you. That's been the ebb and flow of things under imperialism or hegemony for at least the last 125 to 50 years. This is the first time in fucking human history where that determination of everything has been told to go fuck itself. Not only are we not going to go in your direction, we're not even going towards the same shore. Like you guys are trying to go to the winter, we're trying to go to spring break. Like it's that different now. So you're not going to have that anymore. You're not going to have Blizzard, EA, those type of things leading the cultural, financial, mind you, all that's why they're rich. That type of influence, where it's like if the Americans like it, you love it. If you can break the song in America radio, you're famous everywhere. Like if you can get the kids in the hood in America to play 2K, then in Mexico, Argentina, you know they getting 2K. Like that effect right there. They don't have that no more. At all. There's no posters for this one. There's no G.I. Joe and there's no girl doing this, like rolling her arms up either. Telling them girls to shut up and sit down and prepare to be lonely and jobless in 4 years. And they misinterpret that as, how come the men ain't talking about the male loneliness epidemic? Sister, go ahead and update your goddamn Pokedex about what they talking about. You're not about to be lonely and single and childless in this nice mid-rise in Houston, occupied by ICE, watching reruns of Girlfriends with your favorite Ben & Jerry's for $12, sis. You're single and childless in this world. Dreams sold separately. They so used to the spell that they don't need men, that they don't meet men, that they forgot what does life look like when men don't come to save them. They chose the bear politically. They chose the bear socially. They chose the bear psychologically. There's no men in your forest. I noticed something. You gotta be careful what you say out here. It might just happen. So they pushed that concept away, and they missed it. No, your tuxedo mask ain't gonna have a job either. What the fuck you talking about? What, y'all gonna settle down with plumbers in 4 years? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up talking to me. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna date the dude That's the guy that had the prompt that he copyrighted, that he sold to the guy. They got the Turbo Blaster 3000 on all fucking Target distribution centers all across Goonerville, Austin, Texas. I guess. Those are the guys you want to look out for. The ones who are going to pimp this whole thing. Because remember, you create a whole society of men going their own way, gooners, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And nobody going to be able to tap into that market better than a man. So, you know, there's signs. There's signs. Or they might switch up on us and try to grab up all the Asian guys in the Bay Area. You know how they are. So they can get they reverse passport or they reverse motion in their mama territory. I know how the story goes. Hypergamy know how to use ChatGPT and prompts too. So you'll see it. People ain't going to be competing and trying to acquire the same things because at the operating system level of most people, they're only going to pay attention to what gets someone else rich and then copy it. Well, as soon as one person does it, another person does it, that means an AI agent is about to do it if it's that fucking copyable. You're going to realize that material, organic stuff is the most valuable, no matter what year it is. Well, you got a problem. Everybody can't use that idea. Everybody can't be a farmer. Everybody can't. You know what I'm saying? You run into the everybody problem again. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? Look, I had to turn that fucking video off because it was a fucking AI person acting like a real person. Where the real bitch at? She annoying enough by herself. It's crazy. The real reason why American oil companies don't want to go into Venezuela, besides the wrong side of World War III history, because if they end up on the side of President Trump and they fight back against them, they want to gather their ass up. The fuck? I ain't even talking about the world. I'm talking about the goddamn cartel. Oh, we forgot. He sold the whole story on the fact that he's the head of the Sun Cartel in Venezuela. So you send Stephen Miller and them out there just walking around, accessing all the oil fields with the cartel stop kidnapping niggas? They stop shooting at these niggas? I know they got guns. Like, they think they can just go outside and go to Starbucks and chill out and be a white guy with a clipboard and the Palm Pilot and just, like, make things happen in front of Venezuelans? The fuck are we talking about? They got the internet, nigga. What the fuck are we talking about? They got jungles, but they ain't jungle people. Like, the fuck are we talking about? So, allegedly, wars breaking out in Iran. Lord have mercy. Can we just do one thing at a time? Can we just do fucking one thing at a time? Protesters rip Iranian flag as anti-government protests hit up. And just like that, Mossad and the CIA already on the next trip. Which Call of Duty is this? Already again. They got another coup underway with Iran. Can you fucking imagine these niggas? Can you what in the world of predictive programming? This is the world of unpredictive programming is going on in this bitch. They trying to pull, bro, they are using a lot of fucking energy. They're trying to pull a worldwide coup of anti-central bankers all in one fucking month, all in January, my nigga. Yo, the World Economic Forum on playing with niggas, boy. It says Iran is ready for war as protests spread. Who are they going to war with? Who protested? If Iran protests in Iran, why are they talking about aiming missiles at somebody else outside the country? If the protest is inside your house, how can you play with me? Listen what the lie is. Tell me what the lie is, and I'll tell you what the truth is. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dana, good morning. These protests continue to spread across Iran with clashes reported in multiple different cities. Human rights organizations say demonstrations are now taking place in 111 different locations.
Yeah, that's
A new
Soros.
video shows Iranians destroying a flag in northeast Iran. These protests began in late December over the country's weak currency and poor living conditions, but have now expanded amid broader anti-government sentiments. In an effort to calm the rising tension, the government in Tehran passed a bill this week to pay all Iranian households the equivalent of $7 a month.
In my view, they saw that they couldn't rein in the inflation, so they said, let's give people 1 million tomans so that we can somehow absorb the pressure, to hold it back. I mean, it's like a temporary painkiller.
Amid the backdrop of ongoing demonstrations, some Iranian leadership traveled to Lebanon, where the country's foreign minister held a press conference. This comes as Israel is continuing to launch airstrikes against Iran's proxy there, Hezbollah, that officials in Jerusalem say is regrouping, and as the region braces for the possibility of another direct war between Israel and Iran.
We are fully prepared for any situation. We don't want war, but we are ready for war. We are also ready for negotiations, but only negotiations that are based off mutual interests and respect.
While President Trump ordered strikes that destroyed Iran's nuclear program, the country still has a variety of ballistic missiles that could be fired at Israel if another war erupts. Dana?
All right, Trey, thanks for keeping an eye on things. We'll be in touch.
So I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
So that's the Fox
YouTube page for our
spinhouse.
hottest interviews and most...
The Fox spinhouse didn't care about why people are protesting in 111 countries at the same time, saying they all got tired at the same time. But we're in the United States with 350 million people, and we're all tired currently, and we're not outside in 100-something places at the same time. So that has current behind it, that has energy behind it. Someone is investing in those people to move. And then the compromise is our equivalent of $7 a day or a month, which is $1 million of their currency, I guess, for food and just, you know, the ones who live outside the cities. I get it. But they're saying that's not going to be enough long term. So go fuck yourself. And somehow that turned into Hezbollah, Israel, and ballistic missiles. Don't miss that. How are we talking about Iran having a social economic collapse? Same time the rest of the Western world is too. And their people are being organized by another force. And then translate that news story into, you Americans, watch out, they still got bombs. Like, what are we talking about? They're not talking about the United States. They're talking about blowing up Israel. But Fox, the United States, is covering it like they're talking like they're on the other side of Iran, and it's weird when you pick up on it. Iran didn't mention nothing about the United States. They have a stock market issue because of, you know, the same fucking banks and the value of exports worldwide, Craig. Everybody fucked. Everybody fucked. It ain't just us. And they're deadly protests in Iran. Okay, so they getting hot. Iran says it won't surrender, warns you, so they're blaming the United States for. I get it now.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said in his televised address this morning that the U.S. should know Iran is not one to surrender. He warned a U.S. military incursion would result in damage, and Iran will stand firmly in the face of imposed war. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Because selling the fact that Iran is unstable sells to American people justification to go help those people out by taking out their poor leadership. I get it. It's Pablo Dog. What the fuck was Britain talking about? Britain MPs and parliaments and all them boys, they acting up too.
The UK supported this action to achieve three objectives. First, to enforce counter-Iran sanctions. Second, to tackle the global security threat posed by expanding shadowy maritime activity. And third, to reinforce British homeland defence and security in this era of rising threats. The UK supported this action.
They're saying that was his justification for backing up the United States to take over a Guyanese oil tanker with the call sign that belonged to Russia. That somehow that had to do with shadowy maritime pirates and something to do with their threatened positioning in the world stage. So basically, what he said was they're choosing sides. This is similar to like when Kanye chose Jay-Z over Dame Dash.
Did British children really get sent to live with strangers in the countryside during the Blitz, like in the Chronicles of Narnia? Absolutely. C.S. Lewis.
British people created the most orphans. Surprise, surprise. Wow, guys. Nothing reasonable. No one of reason is remaining in those positions. Running it back. Royals in name only. The government's really showing its true colors in quotes. That's hilarious. Pard Marie says, I don't know, all we can do is pay attention, bro, because our whole adult life was painted saying that our situation is broken. It appears to me that Trump is clearly breaking that thing that put us in that state of flux. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't really know. But real change ain't smooth anyway. But people say they already in hell anyway. I know that's right. Nah, you do feel it. The vibe don't match the environment. That's why it's beautiful outside. It's a beautiful vibration too. If you're not zoomed into like the future of our economy, like that's where the psychic attack is coming from. Because everyone's stability is currently quantum entangled to how much money they have access to, which is normal. But that's what's under attack, that idea. How you get it, what you can get with it, who got it for what, and then, the ratio of that to your health or age. They primed us really good. They pinned the fight or flight against us by giving us all of our dopamine rewards, Pavlo dogs, by cashing a check and spending the money. So your happiness is quantum entangled too. So if you do things that make you happy, you cannot do them until you spent money or someone else around you did, right? So like for a girl who's bougie, like her happiness of being courted is that every time she picks the right guy, she gets treated to an expensive dinner, trip, or experience. She becomes embittered when life gets real and she gets older and less valuable, and she only attracts guys who did that already or are not in that position. So it's the same thing with every other dimension too. It's like, yeah, it's really fun when you have this amount of money to do this. That allows you to go there. And while you're there, these things are there. Those smells are there. These people are there. Those lights are there. And then it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So when I go back to work Monday, I'm going to do that again. So now when you're like doing the fucking treadmill of everyday stuff, you're like, what am I doing this for? Oh yeah, this Friday, when I get paid, I'm going to go take care of this, take care of that, and I'm going to do that. And I don't have enough left to do the thing I wanted to do all week. That little Fallout 3 prompt don't even happen no more for real. All people want to say is that every time I get paid, all my direct deposits, subscriptions, and everything comes out. What they're saying is they don't have enough stability to invest in anything else, even if they did have enough. They're even saying, like, they're not even saying they're broke when they do that. They're saying that that's all their money is going to. And they may have money sitting there and they have nowhere else for it to go to besides food and bills. So it's kind of like, besides food and bills, what am I working this hard for? What do I have all this money saved for? On top of that, right? Because everyone that's lamenting isn't at zero, right? So they're like, what am I really investing into? So that's the crux. That's the straw that breaks the camel back in any system. And then they tell you in 4 years, don't think we're going to fix it. It's going to accelerate against you because everything can be automated by one person or someone else. So you're really going to be, you're going to have to really rely on your social network for real to do any of the cool things that may appear. But that corporate side, that white people side, that DC side, they ain't for us no more. Or it never was, but I'm saying like their need of everyone to be involved and galvanized, and let's give them a little bit so they vote for us. They ain't going to need that no more. Basically. It's not democracy no more. as long as these movers are moving. There is no democracy if there's no democracy. There's no democracy. Your democracy crash fold just like that. Just by a president saying something and everyone else is doing it and going along with it, and everyone else saying, fuck the rules, we're going to do it anyway. As soon as that happens, which it did this year, your democracy is toast. Because every other president he set precedent for is always going to rock the boat. right? Easily, unless between then and now someone gets punched in the fucking face and it causes an overcorrection. But without an overcorrection, it's not going to stay the same. And they set precedents for the way you vote. They set precedents for the way they make money. You can't fix that. They have no other way to get money, guys. All their plans failed. Remember that. They all invested in this way of the world because all the other systems are done. All the other systems required you, though. Remember, their first job was slavers. The United States was formed by slavers. You know that. So, we're using slaver math, human capital mathematicians. And they're saying we don't really need human capital to make capital right now. We're going to change the way we do our decisions. We get caught up in the socialism, the audacity, and the racism that comes from that, but that was never what it was about. That was a requirement. Oh. Greenland says they'll shoot at you niggas if you touch down. They said we'll shoot first and ask questions later.
Europeans are not silent. They are upset about being sidelined from the talks on a Ukraine peace deal. But I want to note that nobody sidelined them. They sidelined themselves. For a time, we had close contacts with them. Then they abruptly cut ties with Russia. That was their own initiative, because they adopted the idea of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia. And judging by everything, they still live in that illusion.
Ooh.
Seeing that they don't like today's results, they have started obstructing the current U.S. administration and President Trump from achieving peace through negotiations. They themselves refused peace talks, and now they are hindering President Trump. Thirdly, they have no peace agenda. They are on the side of war. Even when they claim to introduce changes to Trump's proposal, we can clearly see all these changes are aimed at one thing: to block the entire peace process. They put forward demands that are absolutely unacceptable for Russia, and they know it. The goal is to later blame Russia for the end of the peace process. Therefore, if they want to return to reality, based on the situation on the ground, as they say, then by all means we are open to that. We are not planning to fight Europe, I have said this 100 times. But if Europe suddenly decides to wage war against us and starts it, we are ready right now.
Damn.
There can be no doubt about that. The question is, if Europe starts a war with us, I believe that very quickly.
The white people, y'all better get your passports as soon as possible.
With Ukraine, we act in a surgical, careful way. You understand, right? It is not war in the full modern sense of the word. If Europe chooses to start a war, the situation can very quickly reach a point where there will be no one left for us to negotiate with. Europeans are not silent. They are upset.
Hey, yo, we need that speech in a goddamn. We need them white boys from UK make one of them James Bond generation movies, one of them Call of Duty movies, and put that speech in that shit. Because that shit was scary. I'm trying to nigga translate what Putin just said. When he say that? Got 2 million views. When he say that?
Europeans are not silent. They are upset about being sidelined from the talks on a Ukraine peace deal.
That was last month he said that. He said if they want to go to war, I hope they realize the war in Ukraine is not a real war. I'm playing nice. I don't need nothing from them. So if they in NATO play too fucking much, there won't be no one in NATO for us to negotiate us with. If they want to do that. He said if, so this is computer programming code. He said if then. He didn't threaten nobody. He didn't say what he going to do. He didn't say he planning on taking Europe off the map. He said if Europe starts some shit, don't start no shit, won't be no shit. But if they start some shit, there most certainly will be some shit from Russia, and we don't miss. And I think that right there is Europe's biggest problem. That they're trying to hide their fists, and he can see it.
By the way, now they seized the Russian flagged oil tanker after pursuing it all the way from the Caribbean Sea, and PDX have confirmed this vessel is connected to Venezuelan oil shipments. So this is going to continue. China also condemned this. What was the Russian response, though? Well, Russia sent nuclear submarines that surfaced right out of the water. Imagine sitting there, suddenly a massive nuclear Russian sub just pops up and says, "What the F are you guys doing?" And Alexei Zhiralovev, Russian nationalist politician, member of the State Duma, has called for Russia to sink any U.S. ships with the U.S. Coast Guard in response to today's attack. He says to attack with torpedoes, to sink a couple of American Coast Guard boats. Normally they guard their shore several thousand kilometers away. I think the United States, which is in a kind of euphoria of impunity after the special operation in Venezuela, can only be stopped now with such a click on the nose. So basically attacking American ships in response. And then in response, Russia launched the giant one. Massive submarine on its way to the region right now.
Jesus Christ.
All of this to say, what the hell are we doing? Colonel Dan Davis, host of the Deep Dive with Dan Davis, is joining us now. He's been kind enough to hang out with us while we had some technical issues here. Colonel, great to see you. I just want to get you on to get your analysis on all of this. Great to see you and Happy New Year.
Hold on.
Thanks, and same to you. Always a pleasure to be
Before he sells your pro nutritional vitamin pack with this nigga and how you need to invest in silver or something, because you know what's coming. They so smooth with it. But before they do that, he said what? This was the redacted that just went live. I guess it just ended. So this is today. 12,000. No, this isn't today. This is 200,000 views, almost 250,000 views 20 hours ago. So this is right when it happened. And that submarine is slow, so it left 20 hours ago. It'll be here soon. It'll be here today. So the United States did not do a good job covering that story then. So when they took the Guyana ship that was designated for oil field or transfer from Venezuela ports to, I'm assuming Russia or somebody, they did not say that when it got closer to Russia's side of the world, that Russia met it with its nuclear submarines. What they reported was they sent in these people and they dropped these people in, and then they said they did all that extra shit for the damn thing to be empty. But they did not mention that a Russian nuclear submarine was there the whole time out of the water, like watching, like letting you know, like that's a Russian designated boat, right? With nothing on it. And a Russian nuclear submarine parallel right to it. And they said, Trump is just fucking it up. He's just capturing oil and helping our economy. Like, nah, that's not what happened at all then yesterday. What happened at all then yesterday was they just triggered Russian nuclear submarine mobility to where our trade ships usually go. And their guy is saying the only way you can slow this asshole and their euphoria down is by basically punching them in the nose. So they're saying is we're gonna have to sink one of their ships to understand that we're not fucking playing when it comes to ours. And that's the message 20 hours ago. What? JPX333. Word hits all these superstar entertainers are streaming on YouTube lately. It's a crazy amount. There's nothing left. Urban areas are going to decline, yet my kids come online. Damn. Like horses, nothing to do in the city, so people won't be in the city. The drone gang wars is going to be crazy. This now says that my cousin, when I was in middle school, told me about the shit he was studying in biomedical engineering. He already saw computers made to operate prosthetics, and they could fit it into carbon fiber sheets. Seems like politics don't even matter officially. They only mattered for the workforce. But now us, the people who are designated the have-nots, it's not serving us, obviously, so it doesn't serve a purpose. They're just keeping the bills paid. Law of Jante, same thing. Harut, Mr. Now says, Italy already, I said that before I was born. Only in private school, even if people outside no one's happy about it. Amy Ross says, I've seen that kind of shit in my athletes. I got one who does things I can't even coach. And I saw one of his teammates out the corner of my eye take this look of disgust. And they played the same position. American ran out of mascots. There you go, Spark. What's good, saying I am? Shogun said, salute. A whole bunch of Drain the Swamp talk. Yeah. They're just not telling us which swamp.
Yeah, the situation here, interestingly enough, you put that comment there from the member of the Duma. The government at the federal level, or at the national level in Moscow, is a lot more restrained from this. And so far, from some of the Telegram channels that I'm following from some pretty high-ranking folks anyway publicly, is that they want to downplay this, and they don't want anything to cause any kind of actual break or a rupture, especially between Putin and Trump. I think that they're not happy with a lot of things that are going on, but what they see the Europeans doing, I think they're saying, hey, let's just kind of try to keep this thing in tow so that we can at least keep good relations with the United States. I really think that one of the reasons they're downplaying it is because they want to create more of a rift between the United States and Europe, which is already pretty big with this whole Greenland deal and what we're doing in the Venezuela. We're doing a good job on our own of help keeping that separated, but I think Putin's going to say, if your enemy's doing something bad, don't stop it. We'll see how it plays out, but hopefully this one won't get any worse.
It seems like it's going to get worse, though, from the oil perspective, because now China is also sending ships for protection against these oil tankers coming out of Venezuela. The United States announcing that we're going to now basically take, I think, 30% of Venezuelan oil is now going to be shipped right to the United States. I think we also took one of the oil tankers that was designated for China. Are they just going to, I know Colonel McGregor said, there's not going to be a war. It's not going to be a kinetic war. We're not going to see shots fired. He said that over the weekend, that Russia and China are not stupid. They're not going to do this in the Western Hemisphere. But there's an economic war unfolding here. What do you think the response will be from their side? They're going to allow us to take...
Yeah, Euphoria. Kendrick Lamar got a song called Euphoria. I might gotta re-listen to that shit again. So they're playing chess. So what they're saying is this. Europe has been pushing up on Russia, obviously. And instead of Russia pushing back hard, they'd rather see Europe and the United States fall apart with each other, which makes the conspiracies on our side say, it seems like Putin and Trump got something else going on. If that's true, it's against Europe. Britain. Old school story. You gotta look up Britain imperial history. So we're trying to take down the Britain imperial de facto first place position. Cool fucking story. However, Europe and the United States are still friends. But if the United States is friends with Europe, but more friends with Putin for the sake of oil, then it changes their whole everything. It's a whirlwind. It's going to cause massive political, military paranoia, because everyone's going to feel like, wait, why did that happen? And then you got Britain with the United States escorting the thing past the Russian nuclear sub going the other way. And then he just told you China is sending flotillas to guide their oil back home, basically. Like, the United States play them games all they want, but they better not touch us while we're doing transport. And then he just said the United States assumed 30% of the whole 100%. So I guess that's like a compromise, if you will. But it'll have, whatever, GDP, social, economic, blah, 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 blah. But everyone's just rating Venezuela, by the way. So they act like they went to a job and worked hard to get it. So it's even weirder.
Oil? Yeah, I think that there's not going to be any kind of a conflict now. But the problem is these things are all building up. And I'm concerned about where this may be headed, because we're going in ways that are alienating literally everyone. And when we set this mentality up that we can do anything that we want, and nobody, and I mean nobody, not China, not Russia, not our allies in Europe, nobody can do anything to stop us, not our Constitution, not our laws. That is a really dangerous
He's saying the same thing.
I fear that that's going to embolden people to continue, and by people I mean Trump and those who are surrounded him, like Stephen Miller, who's the biggest advocate of this, along with Secretary of War Hegseth and Marco Rubio, seem to all be cheerleading along. The more actions you take and the more norms you shatter, and the more brigadish kind of actions you take, you get hungry for more. And the minute that you start thinking, nobody can put restraints on me, I will literally do anything I want, there will come a day...
Take an inch, take a mile.
Will finally overstretch, and whether it's this member of the Duma or somebody else may say, you know what, A bloody nose is what the U.S. needs, and that's where you have the risk of miscalculation, of error, of misjudgment, or something like that. That something like Colonel McGregor said, this should not lead to any kind of a conflict. But if you go too far and you make too big of a mistake, things could take on a life of their own. And the actions we're taking right now are really, really
planting
dangerous for our own
seeds
national
for
security.
conflicts of their own.
Senator Rick Scott today on Fox Business came out to talk about the next moves, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Colombia, and says that we're going to bring democracy back to the Western Hemisphere. Watch this.
So proud of what the president did, and Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth,
NATO, North American Union.
Maria Corina Machado, and what they did in Venezuela is going to change Latin America. This is the start of changing Venezuela. Then we're going to fix Cuba. Nicaragua will get fixed. Next year we'll get a new president in Colombia. We're going to start. The democracy is coming back to this hemisphere.
So the president.
So democracy is coming back to this hemisphere. Colonel, you know that whenever the
He gave Colombia a 1-year warning.
Operations, it's been
the cartel of drugs. Do the science.
For the world, I think. If they were an NFL team, they'd be like 0 for 16, right? I mean, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Cuba before. Like, we haven't learned our lesson in Cuba before. I mean, the laundry list is long for our...
With Chinese and Russian ships already there.
By the way, also receives upwards of about $400,000 from APEC. Says this is great.
And what a mockery of democracy. And honestly, how dare he use that word for what he's talking about? Because what he's...
So the problem is, with these types, they're always going to talk concrete, lobby level jargon. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We need it. Transparency at all dimensions. So you know what the temperature is of people. Not even, they don't know what the fuck going on. But they're talking about the concrete, which is good. The concrete is the same. He responded to the facts the same way I did, the same way most people are responding to. So the two more to come together. Yeah, the United States is on some fuck shit. And that's all that we need to know. It's not even, it don't go no further than that. Once you can't just skip over, like, once the people see the constitutional way of order is optional, then you do not have a United States anymore. And I am talking about the spirit of the matter, not the structures or the way of life or the pattern or the habits that we maintain. If you don't have the United States Constitution guiding the destiny of things, then what's guiding it? And then, the de facto answer is greed, politics with oil and stuff like that. Yeah. Miss me. That's not the United States, though, or that is a straw man for what the United States is, which is this collection of people who have participated in that social and psychological experiment as to buy time on this planet as a whole. Remember, at any given time, all of this shit can go. According to the humans, you can just say, fuck them, fuck their jobs, fuck the government, fuck it all. And then come up with a whole nother system, go to your own corner, fight like they did for the old days and maintain your stuff. Like, it could turn into that shit if it wants to. They don't control that. Them talking, like the guys in the suits that they're responding to, they're supposed to talk and say the things they're supposed to say to keep all the political people, all the military people in sync with, even though what we do is wrong, we doing it. That's all he got to accomplish. He ain't got to accomplish rationale. He doesn't have to accomplish morality. He doesn't have to even accomplish selling the audacity of these moves. All he has to say is that we moving, we in control, fuck all the narratives, we got this. And that's without them actually having it, and that's the scary part. This is not peacocking in the sense that, so what I'm saying is their valor and the way they're speaking, keeping things in one narrative, so you don't question their authority or you don't see any weakness in your White House because they're all in the same accord with the same message. Fuck all of you. We're going to do it anyway, right? But they haven't really done anything. So if you mistaken that type of bravado and audacity because they're knocking out stuff, kidnapping, taking ships, getting money, getting oil, that's like selling that dream, but that hasn't manifested yet. They on step 1 of a 12-step plan. Yeah, they took the first step for that to be rendered true in some dimension or another. And we're acting like they're in a fucking vacuum. That Trump is doing all these things to these defenseless places. Greenland, Colombia, Cuba, Venezuela. It's just the United States and it's just doing the North American Union thing, finally, behold a pale horse. But they're telling that story and they're talking as if India don't have an opinion. Don't forget India all through that bitch. They do that without realizing Iran is getting tired of their best friend. They're doing that without talking about Russia with its snooping nuclear submarines, and then China, who's deciding to do fucking armored security brinks for their oil ships, right? So like they ignore all of that that's on that board down there. They're like, we're down there and we have force. And you're like, bro, but so is Russia and China. And you're trying to say like, because you guys are so smooth and you knocking niggas out, that Russia and China know better. Like, so you ain't got to worry about a kinetic war because some other general said, no, you ain't got to worry about no kinetic war. Like Russia and China don't, basically the way they use their words was like, they don't want no smoke. What I actually heard was like, thankful for the grace of the centralized forces of Russia and China for not tripping yet. The soldiers and the people in control of the forces, they can have attitude all they want. We have an understanding, alleged. What they're saying is they're getting antsy. The people lower down outside of the money play, those who are in force, those who are in politics, those who are in influence for their little corporations. They're saying, but what if something pop up? What if something pop up? Remember, there's pirates all through those waters too, right? What if, like, because alleged. So, like, what if something pops up? What if you destabilize that whole thing and then you make piracy even easier? That whole situation right there is going to destabilize the Panama Canal. And that sounds like Vanguard throwing or BlackRock throwing a fucking hissy fit more than anybody. I'm saying on Palantir and everybody. Like, it sounds like they're throwing a fit more than the damn United States is. You feel me? So that's a weird game. That's a weird way for them to keep a straight face and try to assert their dominance in something they're not dominating on paper, at least. They don't have that oil yet. They kidnapped an empty boat, and they took a Venezuelan president away, and then Venezuela elected a new president today. Like, you understand? Like, they're selling it like Stephen Miller's going to be in there sitting in the fucking Venezuela White House, but they just sworn in his vice president as their president. Like, the show goes on. You understand? Like, they're making all these plans with Stephen Miller and Citgo or whoever the fuck, and then, like, Venezuela is, like, in a different reality, bro. This is some man on high castle shit for real. The United States, Western propaganda of CIA and the Pentagon are pushing out these people and these narratives, and it's not connecting. So what that tells me, on Western media towards us, like our propaganda, like this is the people, they do, these are programs. These people and their paradigm are the only people talking, and that paradigm is echoing from their little Telegram groups, intelligence agencies. Let's stop fucking playing stupid. And this is the narrative that they come up with the data they were able to scour, and all of it is saying the same thing. All of this is a bad idea, but no one's crazy enough to actually do nothing to us. So we got to see how this plays out. The end. Problem of all of that is not what the fuck is happening nowhere else. No one else, no other country, no other leader is in concert with this sentiment. None of them. What are they going to drop nukes for? You stole an empty boat, dickhead. You kidnapped the president. They elected another one. Due process. You probably going to release him and deport him where? To Venezuela? Like, dickhead? Like, and then those two dickhead moves created this whole fog of war. Like, ooh, the United States is positioning itself through military competence to be able to recover your economy because that's all you niggas is talking about. Y'all keep trying to get the Epstein files list and the cost of living down, and they keep throwing more shit at us to worry about, and it all leads to Rome, Trump, and how this finesse is going to work out in the long run. So although you're angry at Trump, everyone's subconscious Pablo dog is, well, the United States is going after oil, so we're going to have some money soon. As long as they got that operating system installed, people will just talk about red and blue all fucking day. Like the brother said earlier, it seems like politics don't even matter in this case, correct? Because this is directly from the federal government. Shit crazy, bro.
On January 1st, 2026, at precisely midnight Beijing time, China activated interest-bearing functionality for digital UAN holdings. 48 hours later, at 0200 Venezuelan time on January 3rd, the United States executed Operation Absolute Resolve, 150-plus aircraft, the capture of a sitting president, and the largest naval deployment in modern Western Hemisphere history. Coincidence? While mainstream media sold you the terrorism narrative, the ledger tracked something far more significant. By December 2025, Venezuela had eliminated the US dollar from 99% of its oil transactions. We're talking about 746,000 barrels per day flowing to China, settled in tether cryptocurrency, Chinese yuan, and debt swap mechanisms. Zero The world's largest proven oil reserves, 303 billion barrels, had officially exited the petrodollar system, and the United States responded with military force. Before we continue,
Told you.
Gray Ledger, we track the data.
I told you. Look. I don't know shit about shit, but I've been listening to these fuckers for so many years that I finally installed my DLC pack on what the fuck money is. And he said exactly, this old Chinese AI guy said exactly what the fuck I thought it was. It's the US dollar. Or we can forget about everything else. I ain't gotta follow the white girls, rest in peace to her, and the social, the humans, the voters. Let's skip all that shit. Let's get very fucking clear on what their actual agenda is. That's why I don't need the farmers, I don't need the rednecks, they don't need the KKK. They don't need nobody on the concrete. They don't give a fuck. Just keep things stable and stay away from ICE. I get what they're trying to say. Because we have a different problem, Woody. Yo, United States, if y'all got little whisperers and agents and little things listening to these videos, you looking for the United States citizen sentiments, y'all ain't shit for real. Why can't y'all just keep it a bean 55, keep it a buck 22 on what the fuck is actually going on? Because what they just said was, as of now, Venezuela has de-dollarized its oil business 99%. So that 1% is left for the US dollar or for the central bank or for the IMF or for the Federal Reserve, whichever branch gets that for the United States. They left them 1%. They left them a tithe. But they're going to go full steam ahead no matter what they're allowed to do. Because remember, Venezuela slowed down because of the United States interrupting their shit 20 years ago. And then the sanctions and all the shit, the oil companies and, all the heavy oil, and they need more gear and update, you know what I'm saying? Like, they cock blocked them for 20 years in a row, basically, from getting that shit really spinning like that. But they had to do that to make sure that they would spin it up and rebuild it through the US dollar. Not Stephen Miller per se, not Donald Trump per se even. Remember, these people get elected and removed, and you got another puppet with the same agenda. So these are dickheads, yes, but bigger, we gotta think big, we gotta think bigger. The people behind it, the bank, they're like, yo, you can't de-dollarize this hemisphere. You won't be able to afford to keep the United States if they do that. That's why everything's so extreme, guys. That's why they don't give a fuck about the Constitution. What I'm saying is the why. The why they're doing it despite everyone clearly seeing that they're lying and breaking rules and laws. The why behind why risk all of that is because the ultimatum is that the US dollar doesn't have any more players. This is what I was talking about the last two videos. But this is a totally separate entity from yesterday, saying that precisely, and I didn't know this yet, January 1st. So the American New Year, because the Chinese New Year is different. So on the American New Year, China is funny. On the American New Year, China said, turn it on. And they did. And then I guess Maduro and Venezuela and their oil arrangements was already preparing to do all their swaps and their debts and their back and forth through crypto. But crypto that's decentralized off of Swift, USD banks, any of our banks, it's a different network. They're doing digital transactions on a different network, and it's ran by China. I want you to hear what I just said. The privilege that the United States was trying to bully out of Venezuela to oversee their oil trade through their currency is precisely what China did successfully as of January 1st. One more time. So if it's a trade war, money war, and the United States needed Venezuelan oil for the US dollar, and its threat was being de-dollarized in Venezuela with all that oil they got, potentially, right? It's the potential, it's like the future. China said, don't worry. We'll send $1 billion oil refinery that'll get it flowing, and all the transactions to me, Russia, whoever else, we'll do it in yuan, or we'll do it in that tether, they said. Anybody who got tether can buy oil from you now. You don't need to worry about sanctions and taxes from the United States, because technically the contract is not in US dollars. So Venezuela took all of its steps to decouple itself from the United States central bank, not politics, not Maduro, not presidents, money. Like, Venezuela has had a fucking dollar problem of its own local currency because of this. So now that they got tether flowing in Africa, Russia, China, and all the little smaller friends who now are going to open up trade there, now Venezuela's local currency can have some steam on it, and they can exchange those clout coins, the Venezuela whatever to tether, or the Venezuela whatever to yuan, and then they can go on Amazon and get shit ordered and, rebuild Venezuela on a local level, people level, and then their corrupt narco government level too. Now they're going to narco government in fucking outside of USDs, which fucks up with the dark world, underworld that always ends up in Canada and Minnesota, I've noticed. So we're looking at everything, reading it like U.S. history and world civ and how we talked about 9/11 in school. But in real life, when you zoom out of it on some StarCraft shit, that ain't what happened at all then. Donald Trump's throwing a tizzy fit. Like his whole cabinet, all his people, they're faking their assertiveness. That's why he's ranting 17 posts. Because they're triggered narcissists. Like it don't matter if we legally or illegally take the oil field, blah, 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 blah. Whatever 70% they don't have, that's all going to be in a foreign currency. So even if the United States wedges itself from the 1% they were graced in this terrorist act, entitled them to 30% of the oil in the thing that everyone's going to miss in this math with the United States and oil and its relationship to tyranny is that even with that 30%, 70% is going to a different currency. One more time. It's like democracy. 30% of the oil will be bought in US dollars, 70% will be in bricks. Now, over time, in the biggest oil reserve in this hemisphere that's under operation, China and Russia and BRICS in Africa are going to have a 2.5x multiplier in growth over the United States no matter what. Now, adjust that for military. Now, adjust that for automation and all the things that's going to need oil and manufacturing for these bots, for these drones. Now, just measure it. No matter what happens, BRICS got the bigger chunk of the pie currently. And according to boots on the ground, BRICS got 99% of the pie no matter what. We just try and figure out if Russia, China, or their little friends want to punch them in the fucking face to make them rethink their bullying. They bully their musical chair to the table, basically. Right? And they want to negotiate that 30% and see if they can get any charge or interest back and forth through this tether or whatever it is. I get it financially, like the game they're playing. But that's a bad game to play, bro. If you're lying. Don't give a fuck about nothing, bro. This ain't got shit to do with nothing with us, nothing with our future, nothing with our kids, none of that. They're ignoring all of that because it's Chinese go. It's Chinese go. Y'all familiar with the game? It kind of looks like badminton and Mancala. It looks like a lot of, old games. But this one in particular, I don't know if I can draw it. Probably not. But I'll try. Because you have to understand this is different than chess or checkers, where you jump over something, you have to take something, or you have to cross something to take something. In Go, all you have to do is surround it. And 70 versus 30 is very Go-like. It's useless. The United States cannot leverage that 30% if it's going against China and Russia. Because their source of their 70% is right there next to them. Like, there's no advantage. It's definitely not worth $38 trillion. So you're still adding up those costs. So Go has boards like this, like a tic-tac-toe grid, but it's usually on a wooden panel, like a 11 by 11, 19 by 19. They got 35 by 35, some shit like that. Different difficulties. Because all you're doing for real is you're playing the corners with these little round stones. So I'll just draw them in circles. So like I'll start the game of Go and I'll draw a circle right here. And the objective is one at a time, you guys are putting circles there. But when you get next to each other, when you start contesting each other's dominions, if you will, they got to figure out how to prevent you from surrounding you. It's almost like tic-tac-toe in real time too. Like the person can stop and like, well, fuck you, bitch. I'll work on down here, and I'll, eventually you get to a point, if you get a shape like this, just hypothetically, where you have your ops are surrounding you, then automatically you lose this. And if that ladder goes all the way up, off the dimensions of the board, you get all of the pieces that surround them. And then when they're off the board, once you surround them, you go again and you're making bigger nodes, and they're just trying to stop you, and vice versa. There's different setups, there's different shapes you can create. It's kind of like checkers and chess and, strategy in your mind wise. But yeah, you're supposed to surround one of their pieces with 4 of your colors, and then you take their bricks. But if you do it in bigger patterns, like if this is a bigger board, you could surround like 16 pieces and then beat them to the end and then take everything all at once. That's how the Chinese are playing this game. They're not playing it like chess. It's not kinetic like pawn for pawn. I want to take your queen. This is not medieval. This is not royal. This is real estate. This is occupying the same territory at the same time, and then go. And then whoever can set up the pipeline, the infrastructure, and then also, influence the minds of the people, because that's what's going to cause the political shift. You have the people who favor the United States version of things and their little fucking Walmarts and 7-Eleven franchises they bring to those ports, versus the people who prioritize the Chinese version of things. And then that's going to influence school, votes, politics. That's how we normally receive it and interact with that data. But the whole time China versus the United States is going, eventually you're going to run out of territory and influence and control because we're surrounding you. Panama Canal, Venezuela, Colombia, Jamaica, we're working on Puerto Rico. You keep playing. Send all your boats out there. Go ahead and send all of your military out there as we're surrounding you. You're in your military, a quarter of your Navy and Air Force is in the seaside, in the crescent moon side on Mohammed. You're in the crescent moon, and your only way out is that peninsula from Florida, unironically, Colombia, Guyana, Venezuela, and all the barricades of islands in between that. So it's very narrow. And they're saying, like, look, even if China comes from the other side over there, they can't get to the other side. They can't jump over Mexico and get into this water. So they feel very safe. They don't feel like no one's coming from the land and no one's coming from South America per se. But that Panama Canal right there is one way in. And that other side, where the nuclear submarines are coming from, is the main way in. So the United States has the advantage because it's saying, well, if you come through our choke point, we see you. And if we have to shoot you out, your retreat path is, anything you send here ain't going back home, basically. That's why they feel emboldened. But that tricky little thing on the west side, man, that tricky little part on the west side, man, all China got to do is go to South America and bypass all the business that the United States has in Argentina, which is like one of their little Starlink routes, if you will, to see what's going on that side. But if they assume Venezuela, if they assume Peru, if they assume Colombia, then China, with or without the Panama Canal, with or without the Atlantic, they're constantly going to be able to do the infrastructure and do whatever they need to do in South America. They're in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? They're in Mexico. They're in Venezuela. But quiet as it's kept, they're all over the islands. This has been a story for 250 years, actually. But now they're organized as a takeover. They're activated. They're about to activate something. I'm telling you something. You ain't seen nothing like it. It's not that type of war. You just wake up one day and things will be different, I guess. I don't fucking know anymore. These motherfuckers play too much. Why they lie? Bitch ass niggas. Trump just got slammed with a checkmate, let's say.
In today's Greenland Takeover News, a Republican senator just went scorched earth on Trump's point person. Republican voters overwhelmingly said no to the planned aggression. In one longtime loyalist Mike Pence just pounded Trump for the reckless pursuit. And I have a breakdown of all the GOP on Trump brutality for you next. I'm Dan, and welcome to another Occupy Democrats video. To get all of our reports detailing Trump's war on the Constitution and this planned assault on this friendly nation and ally, please hit that subscribe button. Let's begin with Republican Senator Tom Tillis driving a stake through the heart of this guy, the mastermind monster behind most of Trump's invasive moves.
Mr. Miller said that the U.S. government, obviously, Greenland should be part of the U.S. That is absurd. I've got a couple of buddies that call me cranky. You know what makes me cranky? Stupid. What makes me cranky is when people don't do their homework. What makes me cranky is when we tarnish the extraordinary execution of a mission I fully support in Venezuela by turning around and making insane comments about how it is our right to have territory owned by the Kingdom of Denmark. Folks, amateur hour is over.
Pause. That's bad news, Charlie. It's because these are the representatives everyone's familiar with for the past 12 years. And they're saying publicly, like, Trump bugging the fuck out about Greenland, NATO friends, Europe. So you understand, like, I want to show you, like, what he's doing. He's doing the hand gestures. Like he said, friends, time's up. Like we crossed the line here. What I'm saying is with the line that he's talking about, his people that hear him, he said something today. What he said? What he said was, we, good old white people, we supported the Venezuela thing. Brown people, oil, it's good for all of us. But we did not support the next thing, which was Greenland and the rest of the things. And they got to speak up now, guys. Because if they sign off on him going after Denmark and Europe and Britain and UK and whatever the new arrangements are after this thing, he's saying we don't care about the Negroes and Israelites in South America and how people feel about how we treated them. No. But if we have to go head to head over Greenland, we're gonna have to shoot missiles and resolve conflicts with Denmark. I want to spin it again. These are the same assholes and all the people that did all the lobbying and all the money to actually get us involved with NATO to begin with. So he's saying is like whatever their investments are with NATO countries, international corporations, in that pipeline, in those routes, he's saying we're cool with cutting off the China rat line, plot with Venezuela, but we can't cut our own arm off going after Greenland because it's going to compromise our position with Denmark, NATO at a greater idea, and anyone else that feels froggy at that time. So he's freaking the fuck out because he thinks that Trump is going to attack a NATO ally against all NATO allies' wishes, including his own Republican platform wishes, and they're not prepared for what that looks like, that shitstorm, that kickback, that they're all going to have to buckle down and get with anyway. They don't want to, but they're going to get with it. But they're going to have to live the rest of their life with that heat on them and making sure, like, this shit don't get out of control because it's all going as planned. This is Operation Warp Speed for real, my nigga. Like, they're going. Like, what he just said is that Trump is going to try to take Greenland. Because if they're starting to separate themselves from Greenland, but they just said in the same breath that they were down with Venezuela, which are already in a fucked up premise, like, how can you be down with a fucked up illegal premise? And, he's lower down the totem pole, too. So I want to frame that in my mind differently for his sake. But whatever the case, what he knew, what he didn't know, they obviously got them in on the Venezuela one because they ain't speaking up against it. But now they're speaking up against this shit after the little white girl was killed in Minnesota. They already know what time it is. They can't galvanize the white brotherhoods and that energy and that Pavlo dog spell for their own local prosperity if they do this and fail. They're not worrying about him going against Greenland. They're worrying about him failing doing so. Because they all fail. They all fail if he go after Greenland. Watch. You'll see. They fucking playing too much with me, bro. Over oil money. Fuck out of here. It's the damn dollar. NATO will start de-dollarizing. It's basically what they're saying.
Be a bankruptcy in Europe and the United States, along with the outbreak of war in the Middle East in a major fashion. That would be a perfect store for us. It would destroy everything. And I think that's on the minds of the globalists who dominate the scene in Paris, London, Berlin, and Warsaw. I can't predict when that financial dissolution will begin. I think the crisis is already underway. I keep getting all these messages from friends who are involved with the Fed talking about $31 billion passing unnoticed into the banking system to keep the banks solvent and liquid through the repo window, and the same thing true with private equity funds. So we know we're continuing to quantitatively ease, whether we admit to it or not. So it's happening in those two areas, the private equity funds, which are very vulnerable right now, as well as in the banking system. So it's going to fall apart. I can't tell you when, but most people looking at it right now. I think, oh gosh. Well, normally I talk about
Don't start lying.
who is the gold expert, and he is certainly worth talking to. James Grant is worth talking to. Ray Dalio has made these points. There are a lot of people out there talking about this. Even Warren Buffett, if you look at the precautions he's taken with his own wealth, he's been warning about the worst financial crisis, certainly since the Depression, and many of them are predicting what's coming is going to be worse than the Depression. So that's out there, okay? That's coming. Nobody can say tomorrow, next week, next month, but it's coming. So that's a problem. That will change everything. And in fact, privately, several people that have looked at us and our sort of, what's the right word, reckless behavior in the world stage, are seeing this as perhaps the thing that will save the United States from itself, bankruptcy. That could well turn out to be the case. But at the same time, you're right. The great powers are interested in what happens in the Middle East. They're very interested, the whole BRICS conglomerate is interested in what happens in the Middle East. Venezuela is a very small portion of what BRICS is.
He's like, oh boy, all of my private equity investments, oh boy. They're saying, get ready, it's about to be a rocky road, oh boy. But there's a silver lining in this. Damn, they addicted to gambling in this bitch. Using our fucking blood. Sakoshi says, why was my comment deleted? I don't know, Sakoshi. You guys, Alphabet Group AI, perhaps. It's YouTube, Shogun said. Weird, your comment is on live chat, but not in top chat. Yeah, I think that's because I mentioned the vaccine and DNA. Mr. Now says, my investments. I'm telling you. They said Senate moves to check president's war powers 12 minutes ago. You just moved to check them? How is Senate? How are the niggas on the internet faster than the Senate? What do we vote for senators for? What are they doing for? A threat to Greenland is a threat to NATO, yes. Or the treaty. Meaning they're not friends anymore. They're no longer in on a Ponzi scheme of profit. The agreed guaranteed their collapse. All right, Chinese agents in America, I see you guys. Big surprise. The sanctions backfire, nobody planned. These headlines are way different than 2 or 3 days ago, I'll tell you that. And this is Alphabet Group pushing it. This ain't my algorithm. None of these videos are from my algorithm. Wow. So if YouTube is in on it, by its nudging, Did we hear this story? Did y'all hear that Russia is seizing ships too? Let's see which one they took.
Russia has seized nearly $3 billion worth of Arctic-capable vessels, a move that is now reshaping strategic calculations across the globe. I'm George Will, and this is a developing power shift unfolding not through missiles or declarations of war, but through port authorities, legal orders, and absolute control over some of the most critical maritime assets operating in the high north. According to verified maritime records and on-the-ground reporting, Russian authorities took control of multiple ice-class vessels operating along the northern sea route, detaining them at Arctic ports under Russian jurisdiction. Officials cited regulatory violations, contractual disputes, and national security provisions embedded in domestic maritime law. The ships were impounded without prolonged public warning, their crews relieved of command, and their operations halted almost instantly. This was not chaotic. It was coordinated, calculated, and executed with precision.
Oh, Lord have mercy, bro. You know?
Perfect storm would be.
Shout to India though. India is using the faceless YouTube channels on a whole nother level. And it seemed like India chose BRICS side, so you gotta be careful. I don't know who gotta be careful because I'm not United States either way, but you gotta be careful because India is snitching. But yeah, so what they just had said was while we're focused on the Gulf, Russia is basically ejecting people out of the Arctic. Because you know all the resources in the North Pole Ocean, if you will, the oil and all that stuff that they're still trying to get to. There are icebreakers and all kinds of shit up there, and that's crazy because that overlaps with the eminent domain that they will have if they do move to get Greenland. So Russia played go again. It's like, oh, Trump wants Greenland, so let's go north of Greenland and start swinging our force up there. We're just telling people they're fired. Like, this is our boat now. Go back home. Go back to whatever your United States secret international corporation bullshit you're doing for school or whatever you guys say to be up here. Y'all ain't doing that. Take your ass home because we're about to take over the Arctic. And that's a strategic. That's not just strategy over a $3 billion vessel. No, that's a strategy for making sure missiles get to New York and DC and Toronto real fast too. You understand? If they park in nuclear submarines up in the Arctic right now, all the nuclear submarine got to do to hit DC is shoot from above. We're not on a spear, so you understand flat Earth rules. But on the flat Earth map at the UN, you see where they're moving to. Like, that ain't good. That's not good. Fuck the boat they took. Why? They got nuclear submarines moving people out the way for them to park in the Arctic Ocean. What? Fuck out my face. Not just that they're there in the Arctic Ocean, that they're telling everyone else to leave the Arctic Ocean. That is the scary part. They're going tit for tat, dog. Like, day by day, they're going tit for fucking tat, like, on some go shit. And you know how it is. Eventually, you get to the hot point, the center point. And like, bitch, you wanna squeeze? You wanna say something? Or you just gonna go bankruptcy?
Tensions between Russia and the United States have already erupted, and now the warnings are thunderous. Another line has been crossed.
This is allegedly today, or within the last 24 hours. Putin responding.
Now confronts Washington head-on, accusing the United States of illegal actions on the high seas.
At the center of this confrontation, the oil tanker Marinera. Russia's foreign ministry issues a blunt demand: stop immediately. Washington is urged to abandon what Moscow calls unlawful interference and return to the basic rules of international maritime navigation. In a strongly worded statement, the ministry said, "We call on Washington to resume compliance with the fundamental norms and principles of international maritime navigation and immediately cease its illegal actions against the Marinera and other vessels engaged in law-abiding activities on the high seas." The foreign ministry added, "We reiterate our demand that the U.S. ensure humane and dignified treatment of the Russian citizens comprising the tanker's crew, strictly observe their rights and interests, and create no obstacles to their prompt return to their homeland." The language is unmistakable, the patience thin. Moscow demands adherence to the rule of law and an end to what it labels illegal pressure. This comes after another sharp warning issued on January 7th, a sign that Russia's message is hardening, not softening. The confrontation is no longer theoretical, the lines are drawn, and the stakes are climbing fast. In a missive issued on January 7th, Russia broke its silence and formally condemned the U.S. seizure of the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera, calling it a blatant violation of international law and a direct challenge to its sovereignty. The Russian Transport Ministry confirmed the vessel was captured, while the Foreign Ministry warned Washington that the operation flagrantly disregards the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the international treaty guaranteeing freedom of navigation in global waters. Considering the incoming information regarding the presence of Russian citizens among the crew, we demand that the American side ensure their humane and dignified treatment, strictly respect their rights and interests, and not
Those are not regular Russian. Those are not regular Russian captains on that ship, man. Because they're emphasizing how to handle them. Not the Guyanese, not everybody. They're eyeing how you're going to treat whoever these gray ops Russians are.
U.S. arbitrarily detaining ships of other countries in international waters seriously violates international law. China consistently opposes illegal unilateral sanctions that lack a basis in international law and are not authorized by the UN Security Council, and opposes any actions that violate the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and infringe upon the sovereignty and security of other countries.
China has sharply criticized the United States over the seizure of a Russian-flagged oil tanker in international waters, calling the move a serious breach of international law and an abuse of unilateral sanctions. Speaking at a regular press briefing in Beijing on Thursday, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Mao Ning said Washington had no legal authority to detain foreign vessels on the high seas and accused the U.S. of using domestic sanctions to justify actions that violate global maritime norms. Mao said China firmly opposes what it described as illegal and unilateral sanctions that lack approval from the United Nations Security Council, and warned against the selective application of international law under political pretexts.
The U.S. arbitrarily detaining ships of other countries in international waters seriously violates international law. China consistently opposes illegal unilateral sanctions that lack a basis in international law and are not authorized by the UN Security Council, and opposes any actions that violate the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and infringe upon the sovereignty and security of other countries. China consistently opposes...
That's the only part that's the only thing that's important about those type of videos and things is that you get what the actual government people who control the other guns are saying. Like, not what the people think, not the plan, not the conspiracy, not the discord, not the speculation about the summer, but the people who are holding the brass knuckles to punch this nigga in his fucking mouth today. What are they saying? Make sure you always get that in these conflicts. They all lying about something. That's not new under the sun. It's politics. But what you have to pay attention to is the tone and the temperament. Like, whatever their joint or separate secret games and power plays are for the next 10, 20, 50 years is one thing. That's called trajectory. That's the road they're traveling. But as of today, they're telling the United States, you traveling, your boy Trump is traveling too fast. He going 400 on the Autobahn. I know you heard they ain't got no speed limit, but that motherfucker got a speed limit. They just make your speed limits look like bitch. It's a different story though. You still got to follow the rules out in that bitch. So they speeding. Russia ain't saying too much of shit. He's saying we condemn pirate-like behavior. And China's going, we also condemn pirate-like behavior because you're setting precedent. What's this point of us operating our game through all the loopholes and bureaucracy of the United Nations Charter that we all agreed to and show up on, G6, G2, like a G6, no Kashmir type B part through reason 3. Like, what are we all doing? Is y'all gotta make sure y'all hear that tone in it. It ain't about Trump, bro. You gotta remember, like, the whole world been playing by these rules or bending these rules, and he keeps showing the world, like, look what happens when you don't follow them. Your people don't revolt. Your pussy ass cabinet don't do nothing, and you bitch ass niggas ain't doing nothing to me because you watching me and you responding on TV. Now you would think that, like, oh, let's go ahead for the sake of rule of maritime law and half-ass agreements about running these Moorish Khan seas that none of us are. Ooh, you think I fucking forgot part 5. I didn't, but we playing all willy-nilly, acting like we playing rules and like we inherited the pastime maritime of the royals of the Holy Roman Empire routes, and that we're like gonna act like we're following a line with what we thought they were doing to make no one question the linear inheritance that we all are pivoting and acting like we have. Because I could have sworn my grandfather didn't tell me they own none of our goddamn countries the last time I fucking checked. Is he the king of kings or not? All right then. So like I can already tell, I can tell their posturing that they're getting uncomfortable because they never had to play this game this way. They only agreed to play this game with white people that way. And now they're saying to the white people like, yo, y'all start breaking the rules y'all breaking, I'm going to have to break the rules that we're not breaking. Listen, I said this, I just said this a week ago, like video games. Like, if you're on a server and there's one cheater, then you're not playing the same game no more. It don't matter if they kick him out. It don't matter if he's making the game fun or not. If you got one cheater, you definitely got two. And if you got two cheaters, then you got nobody playing the same game honestly no more. So what Trump doesn't fucking realize about his sigil, he's the fucking the Waluigi of My Hero Academia. He's one for all for one ass nigga. If it's okay for you to break the rules at your moral, social, political authority, then what's going to stop us following the rules that me, China, has in Taiwan? What's going to stop me from following the rules that I, Russia, have in Ukraine? Do you know why the reason why it looks like Ukraine has a chance? Do you fucking know the reason why it looks like Israel has a chance over there? It's because Russia and China have been playing by the fucking rules that Donald Trump is breaking. Not about oil, not about USD, not about maritime. The whole fucking geopolitical stage, since all these boomers been alive, they've all been trying to narrowly follow those guidelines. And he's throwing them out one after other, precedent after precedent after precedent. So it's almost like saying, what's the point of the treaties in these meetings then, bitch, if we going willy-nilly every man for himself? Let me finish what I'm doing in Ukraine then. Let me finish what I'm doing in Taiwan then. And then the world that's produced from those decisions, you got to revisit academia. You got to revisit all your fucking AI and organic podcasters about the way the world was, World War II, the 90s, Iran. No, guys. No. We're not going into old Masonic Albert Pike, Illuminati, Alex Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse version of the North American Union playthrough. No. AI, data centers, and robots. None of them motherfuckers fathom that. So that's outside the multiplier of the parentheses of what they're talking about. Like the world going that way no matter what. But if you're saying it's okay for these rules to be she said so elegantly, selectively, you know what I'm saying, then you gotta remember every word is two words, polarity, or three actually, neutral, positive, negative. Well, if it's okay for the goose, then you're setting precedents for when we make a decision that Washington doesn't like, that has nothing to do with Washington. That is good for the gander. Is that correct? Now, you don't understand how many moves we've restrained ourselves from making. And you know, once we start making movements, we don't stop moving anything. We have only been pacing ourselves and our plans and our strategies based on the idea that doing so will keep your ass in check. But you're not staying in check, thus, okay, are you sure you want us to play this game without checks and balances too? It's not about nuclear weapons. It's about everything they can do before that. Y'all niggas crazy. You forgot the United States and these white boys intervened on USSR and Yugoslavia and all that shit. You forgot, like, these are the kids of those conflicts. And that's the illest thing about the United States short-term memory loss program with dementia patient number one in the office. You motherfuckers is the reason why Europe and all that shit look crazy like it does today. You motherfuckers, fresh off of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and all that. You motherfucking United States as political people, hegemony, and all the little soldiers and all of us contemporaries are born and sucking and fucking and the remaking and the immigration and all that shit. Kick the black people to the big city, white people to the suburbs. Like, all of that happened because of them following this piece of paper they're talking about. This idea, this concept, the way that the world is, the way that it grows, that it evolves. Trump is, what they're responding to is the fact that Trump's Team Trump is not following that playbook no more. And that makes sense. Trump does not come from that playbook. He never did. And that's what they were watching him like, look, we know he retarded. He ain't one of us, but we'll see what he do. Oh, now the people are using him as the patsy fall guy to get him to do these little sneaky moves. And don't forget, we see them too. Honeypot news, like, stop fucking playing with me. So, yeah, they're signaling something totally different. They don't give a fuck about Maduro and how that happened per se. They give a fuck about how he's saying that's justification for them to do it, and then threaten the world like this, like just the idle threats, like Russia and China. You know, we're gonna do what we're gonna do because this is our hemisphere. You better back up and mind your business. And they know not to go kinetic with us because we got some crazy missiles. Like, they know better. And they're looking at him like, all right, South Operation in the Arctic. Venezuela's messy, and the oil is too heavy, but this one's pure oil. Go ahead and get all the other Somalian pirates and all the motherfuckers up out of this sea real quick. I'm sure. They're going for Greenland, but we know why. Go ahead. And then China goes, what is the square root of pi? And they go, All the opportunity that China could deploy with South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. Now do the science. Do the science real quick. On North Korea, do the science real quick. Since we're not following UN charters and these precedented agreements with North Korea, China, since we're not following that, don't let me let Kim Jong-un loose on these islands, bitch. It's filed in the same cabinet. Why we leave that out? Why everybody in the United States podcast and history of talking about politics always leave that out? The only fucking reason why that nigga ain't a problem is because China and Russia make sure he not a problem. Now, what happens when China and Russia go, oops, we're too busy trying to make sure our oil got back from the goddamn that side of the world to this side of the goddamn world, that we forgot that Kim Jong-un got nuclear missiles. Cut it out. He fired one on New Year's Eve too. Straight towards Japan. Straight to their ocean. Like smoke signaling. Like it didn't touch nothing. It didn't hit them. But he's shooting in their direction. He's like their military's letting them know, like, oh shit. We learned how to play Angry Birds in this bitch. Like if we aim just a little bit higher, it might hit one of your ships. That'd be crazy. They just letting you know they still working on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they like you miss all the shots you don't take anyway. So they taking shots is what I'm saying. Like y'all forgot that this story ain't about the United States for real. It's about that whole side of the world. If they go lights out on resources, then what stops North Korea from taking over Korea, and then by proxy, under its way of doing things, everything else on those islands, Bruce? What happens when the whole Korea and Japan turns into North Korea, my friends? Tick, 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 tick. They're the only one with a positive human population replacement algorithm too, by the way. Alleged, you know how their data is. But I have no reason to think all these humanitarians counting the number of kids being born would need to lie about that stat. But Korea has a plus. North Korea specifically has a plus human population thing. Their women are having at least 3 kids. I know, treatment and all the shit you heard about North Korea, though you didn't hear nothing about North Korea. But whatever you heard about North Korea, just understand that they're outliving South Korea, which is the United States proxy. South Korea not getting a whole bunch of kickbacks and benefits in any of these talks for the rest of the 2020s. It would not behoove anyone in this story to keep in mind that South Korea and North Korea are a handshake away. Hush that fuzz. Everybody move to the back of the bus when it stops being about US dollars and tungsten and it starts becoming about bloodlines and survival. Then you go right back to the way the world was. Hi, it sounds like 100-year leases up. So same story. You understand? Go ahead and take the golf over, bro. You'll never get access to Asia again. Have fun. They don't have to play the game tit for tat and take all their boats and shoot down those stealth bombers. No, just let the beast out. Let the nuclear program out. Watch what happens. You thought Yao Ming was impressive. You watch what happened. That's the only place in the world where people are allowed to clone people. If you had your favorite dog right now, and you had their DNA and you sent it over there, they will clone your puppy 5+ times and you'll get the same exact puppy 5 times. Nah? We talking about them people. Y'all didn't hear anything I said about human history. I know that's right, Yakub and Jacob. North Korea, Yakub over there, bro. North Korea, Yakub over there, bro. They ain't doing what you think they doing. They fall out vaults for real, bro. That's them people. That's Fallout. That's Fallout Vegas Shelter 81 or something. I don't know what number of shelter they are or vault they are. That's North Korea. They dibble and dabble in the arts of cloning. Warn the town, the beast is loose. So you're not dealing with people or citizens. You're dealing with people that they program with a certain way from scratch. Designer people, designer citizens. You don't need the whole world. You don't need the whole country. You just need them to go be where things need to be done. Warn the town, the beast is... Yeah, they got warn the town, the beast is loose over there in Asia, bro. Because we keep waiting for the United States timeline to make moves. And that's a cool fucking story. Them versus their debt. Cool fucking story. But you gotta remember, everybody else been in check only because the United States been playing cool how they play cool. Everyone's saying they ain't playing cool right now. We don't know. We can only give you so much time and so many chances to make us look weak. Because then our people are going to revolt and feel like it's an opportunity for them to cool their own local parameters. Like, wait, you want to make Russia and China and their people, you know, start singing this worldwide song, and you don't want us to unleash hell on our own citizens, but shit, we got a history of doing so. What's it to you, United States? You no longer have the moral authority. We just saw you, point blank range, watch your president, your vice president, and somebody strange in charge of the other things all agree that it's okay for your own unconstitutional Gestapo force to shoot white people in the face 3 times with a bullet over pulling out their driveway and saying mean things. Cool story, bitch. Now, what happens when everybody over there start doing the same thing? What will your moral integrity be? You cannot call them Gaddafi. You cannot do the Hussein. You cannot do the Osama. Because if you look on paper, the United States has been worse than all of those the whole time I've been alive. It's just not as densely concentrated. But if you go infraction for infraction, what do white people take? No, the Chinese people taught me this. Per capita, the United States ain't no better than none of those damn people they toppled down. And the only reason why the United States in that dimension hasn't been toppled down is because other countries are too busy minding their fucking business. We're not the world. We're not the children. Like, everyone ain't related. They don't give a fuck, ultimately. They're already decoupling and de-dollarizing, so they don't need none of your business ideas, which is the saddest part about this story. Plus, you bred a whole bunch of consumers, so at the very least, we know we got part of our GDP is going to come from your side of the territory, no matter what you think or do or say, because your people are going to go another way. And cool, we can get tungsten back from here. We can get this over here. The Arctic is uncontested. We'll take the oil reserves over there. And I'm sure Canada don't like your ass. Don't let us build all those ports in the Arctic and then go down into that territory that I told everybody in Canada that has all the fucking oil. They just have not tapped it yet. One more time. This is the promised land, bitch. Not kinda. So everything is under us. So yeah, they got it. They got it. They got it. Let the United States think this game is worrying about their fucking timeline. We don't give a fuck about who's going to take over in the next 4 years or what the agenda is and who stays rich and who haves and haves not. When you let the beast out, it won't fucking matter. It won't fucking matter if you let those type of people out. They're the only reason why it hasn't happened. And you're saying fuck the United Nations Charter. We're going to do what we want to do. You're going to compromise us, and we want to go the other way. Y'all don't want that. You don't want the West to lose oversight over human rights issues. Now, at the same time, AI and automation is skyrocketing. You don't want the merger of those two things. Chinese people, Asian people don't have that same type of thing Americans have. They will do it. They already have the organ market that y'all are unaware of for whatever reason, because our country fucking sucks at reporting what's really going on. But imagine people who have unbridled technology, AI, and all those things, who are also proficient at cloning. Proficient, I said. Proficient. Proficient, my nigga. You bring them one puppy, they send you back 5 of the same damn dog. I'm talking about the same watermark on that bitch. I'm talking about the same way the ears was, the same way the tail was, the same way the color pattern dispersed. Not 5 puppies. Not 5 eggs divided, not 5 sperm cells divided. No, the same motherfucker 5 different times. They'll just be curated by nurture and the environment, yes. But the genetic template, same dog. That shit was less than $50,000 in the 90s. I'm telling y'all a story that stood out in my head over 30 years ago. They got it, bro. AI entered the chat. Quantum computers entered the chat. They got it, yo. So you understand that the concept of going to war with these people, if you go kinetic and you blow up something, they will reseat that whole city in like 10 years. Like, it's nothing to them. They're at that part of their game. That if it's just down to grassroots workforce, people needing to exist to move things around or do things, they could 3D print people. They can 3D print specific people. They skip the birth charts and natal charts and all that shit. They skip all that. They can 3D print people, dog. I wish I was making that up. They just don't fuck with black people and melanin people. It's probably the missing ingredient. They don't last that long. They're not very strong like how they would want it to be yet. But that's only because their progress has been, stifled by the West and all the human rights organizations and the UN boundaries and all these things that we've been following for the past 30 plus years. But if you say that it's not good enough for you no more, then it's definitely not good for our businesses, because shit, fuck, man. That's a direct threat to white people. Y'all better be careful what the fuck y'all ask for in Cyberpunk 2077. North Korea will fuck around and replace all the white people. Don't play with them. Don't play with them. Don't feel like your life is worth anything when it comes to them. Your life is not worth anything anyway to them, but don't push them to a level where your life really don't mean nothing to you. And this is my final warning to Trump and anyone in that energy or that polarity, the spirit of the matter. Like, you guys' advantage is that the world, black people, Africans, everybody dealt with the sweet and sour of interacting with you. The Asian and Russian, Mongolian side of the world never gained anything from fucking with you. Not for real. Not playing by your rules, especially. You slowed them down. Don't make them remove you from the equation. You ain't got a nuclear weapon for what they got. You can't have babies. Don't forget that mRNA, DNA, and everything in between us now. If they have a population collapse problem, they'll let their population collapse. And in a decade, they will not have a population problem all over again. What the fuck you think China's been working on since one girl at a time policy, bro? We talking about on the biological side of things. We're not talking about on the natural, if farmers can afford to have children side of things, which is our problem. That wasn't their problem. They've been genetically modifying everything. They tell you, look up the story of Yao Ming. That's a more tame version of that story. Like, you think the Nazis and what they're doing is kind of wild? That's what Asians do. The blonde hair, blue eye thing, like the emphasizing certain genes so they can make them and make the little SS babies at the park and stuff. They taught the whole world how to do that, and the whole world been doing that. Not the workers. I ain't talking about workers. I'm talking about the people who can say, I can take you off the fucking map and put other people there. They've been working on it. Italy, no. Vatican, no. This is an old science. Once you learn alchemy, you learn how to make chimeras in that order. You can design your whole baby with sperm, egg, and a magnet. Once you know the frequencies and the codes, and I'm telling you, they got this shit automated already. They already got it in computers already. CRISPR, genome, all that shit. They already got it. And they're the ones who want to do it. Like, it don't matter with the Quakers and the Christians. Like, there's no religious godly oversight of their shit either. There's none of that. There's none of that, Lutheran, there's none of that. It's none of those benefits that white people apply to, even through the guise of religion overtone of their laws, applies to anywhere else on this planet. It's very unique setup that people have honored, and I would call that grace, not intimidation. We're at a type of warfare where losses is not even a factor. Human losses is not even whatever. But gold's more valuable right now, so we'll be all right. As long as we can get these rare earth minerals and these nuclear programs. You know what a nuclear program is? It sounds like a weapon. Most people don't have nuclear weapons because white people, again, with the Germans, lied about detonators. They don't know how to make the detonator to detonate a nuclear bomb, which is why it's not a threat. Nuclear power is certainly different. Nuclear power is a substitute for oil and coal. So that's a different story. It means you get more bang for your bucks using nuclear power. The United States does not want the world to get on nuclear power because then you won't need their oil, aka you won't need their US dollar. Japan already has green boxes like we grew up on. Mobile green boxes that they can deploy with nuclear power to power a whole city. That's more of a contingency plan in case there's a blackout, a war, or let's guess, if the oil trade gets too crazy and they can't keep their lights, electricity, and heating on, as seen in Berlin. Japan, if they're their friend, could send these things over there and turn on the lights again. You ain't got to worry about oil processing and all that shit. Y'all understand that? Like, fundamentally, the idea of using oil in our civilization is archaic. It's literally like investing in horses, spears, and bows and arrows. Oil, like oil as energy. It's a waste. The energy it takes to dig it, the energy it takes to refine it, the energy it takes to transport it, and then all those conversions, all of those calories, all the people burn is a waste of fucking energy anyway. It was always supposed to be temporary. The United States wants to hold on to that because their hegemony wants to hold on to power, period. Their hegemony hasn't won the game of nuclear power, automation, AI. China low-key did behind their back kind of shit. So the United States has to wait for someone else to do it and then acquire it. And then if they need certain minerals and oil and things to make it happen, they need to get behind it and put a paywall on it. That's all the United States is doing. They're trying to get residuals. They're trying to get royalties from all the progress and then flex their guns. Nah, son. Nah, don't let them roll out nuclear power on you. Your dollar dies that day. Period. Oil companies, all that shit die, bro. Remember, United States profited in its hegemony process of becoming the big bad wolf for the last 100 years because of the oil dudes, because of Carnegie Steel, because of the oil barons. That's a 100-year-ago play, bro. These are their grandkids trying to still do the oil play, but they never did an oil play. They inherited it. And Japan's like, we have nuclear energy. Clean and portable. That's the most important thing I said in this whole conversation. Automation. They can automate. China builds a car in 60 to 90 seconds, dog. I wish y'all would see that shit. When y'all get a chance, look at those videos of how China builds cars. And y'all understand, like, compare it to a video of how Ford builds a car. Or just somewhere in Detroit or something. Look at that 15-minute video and all the people and all the moving parts is very impressive. But then look at China do it. And you don't look in a room where there's no humans. Oh, man. Y'all understand the problem? Venezuela had a problem. The United States cop blocked for 20 years them processing their heavy oil. The only thing they can do is sell to other countries who can process it. Our own international oil companies, Texas, California, and then, of course, China. Then that gets disseminated into its actual products. But Venezuela isn't at the level to where they can just go from dig, oil, profit, product. They need help. China said, cool. Will 3D print. Cool. Will 3D print a $1.1 billion oil refinery for the ocean and have it drive itself to you. Y'all, the United States is cooked, boy. Them white boys that run the government are cooked. Because if y'all hear what I'm saying, what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the world right now. I'm talking about the world that the United States is desperately trying to stop or slow down, because if it's not at the head of that, it gets left behind forever. I'm gonna say it one more time. Donnie Boy and them ain't got no agenda for what the fuck they gonna do to make Venezuela oil, heavy oil, profitable yet. It assumes Stephen Miller and his team of executives and board members have the right contractors and things in place to get shit popping. And then you got to punch everybody else in the face to see if they'll take your dollar or whether or not you can put a whale in the tether market so that you're in control of the bottom line irregardless. That's going to take time and science that they ain't got anyway. Meanwhile, Japan got portable nuclear power. You know, people dying, the girls ain't fucking like they used to. The vibes are kind of sad in Japan for sociology. But Japan technology, we're talking about Nintendo, Sega Genesis, we're talking about technology Japan. Technology Japan said, well, these NATO and these United Nations and all these agreements, they have us scheduled out for in 5 years the world, in 10 years we the world, in 20 years the United Nations, we will update our societies accordingly with the white man with the advantage. We gotta give the white man advantage before we actually use our real speed. Now they're saying, oh, white man, we can't even talk to you no more? You breaking all of our agreements? Oh, and then you try to punk us. We know you posturing, but you at the same time you're like, you're doing this in such a disrespectful way. And I know you wish for the war of worlds and bombs over there and blackouts and all kind of shit, but niggas trying to get money. That's bad for business. So what we'll do is we'll let you run out of time, resources, and energy and military funding. And when you're done having a fit, we'll replace everything with some Chinese ghost shit, and it's already 3D printed waiting. What happens if China and Japan, well, Japan did it, China about to do it. What if China and/or Japan said, oh, fuck it, we'll go to Africa and we'll install nuclear power first? Why do you need to wait for that country to do the math and science and calculus and all the research to come up with nuclear sciences and go to your schools and universities and have treaties with your military when you have AI, automation, and 3D printers? You can just give them nuclear power first. They don't have to know nothing about no goddamn nuclear scientists. What the fuck we need Venezuela people who've been suffering for 20 plus years to go to school for 8 more years to study all the different forms of oil and petroleum products, and then one day in 10 to 20 years, they'll be a profitable country. Or we can 3D print the fucking oil rig and have it drive itself there. And if we need another one, it's on its way. And if we need a third one, it's over this way. Oh, they need roads and highways? We'll let them build their own roads and highways since they know where they live. Get them paid for something. Oh, you need some better this. Oh, you need your police force because you got cartel versus these guys and those guys. Don't worry. By the time we outfit your power grid, they won't be able to do anything anyway. This game we're playing has nothing to do with guns or bullets. They act like that because their daughter ain't got Wi-Fi. All we got to do is give it a generation, get their kids addicted to our kawaii 3D printed iPads, all the little propaganda, social media, and TikTok Venezuela, and before you know it, all their dads and all the king sources, fucking joggers, Nike Techs, Starbucks, and whatever Chinese version of things, and they'll be too distracted with the life they never got a chance to live because white people been oppressing them through politics for 100 years. Amen? They're going to put the incentive for joining militias out of business. by, I don't know, actually having the people have a decent quality of living by having a functional operation currency so they don't have to resort to the underworld and cartels to feed their daughters. How about that idea? That's a crazy idea. Blow up all the farmers, kill all the fentanyl labs and all the cocaine, but when it's all said and done, these niggas gonna starve to death. And we're not trying to feed them, and we sanctioned them to death, and we overthrew their leaders 20 years ago. My bad, I guess. Like, you understand? Like, they make it seem like they're the bad guys because this is their adaptation to the United States taking away all of their commercial applications away. But drugs is unlimited, nigga, just like toilet paper, for real. So now you think like another country walking in will run into that same problem. No, another country is not going to uphold white supremacy. They're using the strategy of white supremacy to try to keep this hemisphere under the hegemony of white supremacy. No other country in this world give a fuck about that. They're not insecure and trying to outlive and compete with the people that they lied to and betrayed. They don't have that story with us. They had that story with us a long time ago, but lately, you know, it's a long time ago. It's a long time ago because they stopped. These motherfuckers are still oppressing us to this day and act like they're not. It's a different story. It's subtle, but no one here forgot nothing. No, and ain't no time, and no one asks us to forget, and no one asks for an apology yet either. So it ain't no time to be forgiving some shit that's old if no one's fucking apologized for no shit that's old. So it's still on the table, ticking. The United States ain't got no leverage with its own people because of that. Because of white supremacy and racism, the United States has no moral leverage on controlling people using those variables at least. It has to be fear, famine, threats, and all that evil shit. And then you think like, well, if it goes that way, it's like that for the rest of the world, for the rest of our lives. No, it's not. It's like that for Washington, D.C., bitch. This shit collapse ain't got shit to do with 7 billion people, other people in this world, bro. The United States is not the center of the world. It never was, but it had a stronghold. Military, media. Now it don't. Ain't got no studios, ain't got no TVs, it ain't even got MTV no more. The United States ain't got none of its tentacles that influence culture or sells itself as a moral authority with Ben Stiller. It ain't got that no more. It ain't got Drew Barrymore no more. It ain't got Cameron Diaz. It ain't got the baddies. They all annoying liberals, and every country got those. So you can't even sell that allure no more. Everybody got a Starbucks. Everybody got McDonald's. You can't sell that no more. Everybody can rap. Everybody can K-pop. You can't sell that no more. What the fuck? Show me what you got, United States. What the fuck do you got? A deranged pedophile who's burning all of the bridges with all the motherfucking people that propped them up in that position to begin with. Did you forget where you came from? Part 6. Caucasian mountains. So, we'll see. We'll see if they understand the language of their adversaries. You remember Scrappy-Doo? The old Scooby-Doo cartoons, they had Scrappy-Doo. And every time he show up, he like would ball up his little fist like, let me at him, let me at him, let me at him. And you ever notice when he does that, he can't go nowhere? Because Scooby is always like stepping on his tail. But he's so worked up in that moment. Like if you let that motherfucker go, he gonna look like a Tasmanian devil. That's the same degree. Like Russia and China has been holding a bunch of Scrappy-Doos back too. Because we're talking about terrorist organizations. Right? It's one thing to steal a boat in the water. It's another thing for all your fucking subways and your airplanes and your airports to get fucking targeted. You don't need no nuclear submarine for that. You don't need no drones. You don't need no stealth, nothing. We've noticed that the United States has been very vulnerable to domestic terror attacks its whole fucking existence. It starts with a domestic terrorist attack called the Boston Tea Party. So all Soros or evil Waluigi version of Soros got to do is invest in actual terror cell organizations. They haven't done that. Because it's usually the CIA or Mossad. Y'all done forgot about everybody else. You remember the Wagner Group tried to coup Russia? The leader of the Wagner Group led some type of January 6th incident in Russia, right? Remember that story? We probably forgot already. By the way, that same Wagner group is in Venezuela right now, and they don't know where. But they're there, operational. But the leader of that Wagner group that convinced the Wagner group, which is like junior KGBs, right? They went in a few years ago and I covered it. And I was like, that's interesting. There's something about Ukraine. There was something about something. The Wagner group wasn't happy, and he sat there and they talked to him. He was an old Russian or whatever general, and blah, 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 blah. And basically it was more of like it wasn't like a kinetic thing. It was more like a demonstration, if you will. You know what happened to him? I just said a few years ago, the Wagner Group head tried to go head-to-head with Putin. That same Wagner Group is in Venezuela today, meaning they survived. Do you know what happened to that leader, though? That's my point. The CIA is not scarier than Russia. In no dimension. You ever seen a Russian election? Have you ever stayed up all night on Twitter or social media waiting to see if like Russia's going to re-elect Putin? What about Xi Jinping? You ever seen like their Democrat versions of them? You see how different it is for them than us? The only reason why they playing nice though is because we said we would play nice too. Putin ain't got no fucking competition in this country. Everybody that raised they raised the idea of raising a rock or stone against him, they disappear. Like Russia like that. It's all true. If they have a fucking problem with you, you falling out a window. And nobody confused about who did it. The question is, who the fuck gonna do something about it? That's Russia already, dog. Like Trump just catching up. If we going ban for ban in this bitch, you'll never go ban for ban with Putin or Xi Jinping. They execute their people that oppose them. They already do that. Do you know how many people have been fucking sentenced to death in China for fucking with the money? In the last year, I counted like 3. Like people who are just doing what they do in the United States, fucking with these white boys, embezzling and setting up little side things where the money is not going for that thing. PPP loan scammer ass niggas. China assassinates PPP loan scammers. So all your little shiesty people, all your little fucking scammer culture people, but now you escalate it to politics, governors, mayors, states, when they're doing it. Like they're doing it right now. That's why they're getting blown up and exposed by ICE and all this shit, right? Like ICE is kind of like trying to do the thing that Russia's been doing. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all fucking crazy as hell, boy. Y'all crazy as shit. United States ain't got shit on them. At all, in no dimension. In no fucking dimension is any white person in the United States way more terrible about pushing the issue on what the fuck justice and what it is than fucking Tartarian Mongolian descendants and regional people. That spirit is still there. On my grandfather it is. That spirit's right there. Oh, you don't like something. Oh, you got a problem? You ain't do what I said? All right then. Make sure you visit your family this weekend. And they'll let you take the plane to go visit your family, and the plane on the way back is in the middle of a fucking forest. They're not monsters though, but you understand? They don't throw them out the window after they call their mother. They don't throw them out the window of the hospital that they went to go visit their sister in. Like they're like that. Like, oh, that's beautiful. Drop the flowers off, and I want to drop you off in the parking lot. To this day, they do that. They never stop. They're playing nice for resources. Resources they don't need no more. They have nuclear power. They want to switch their currency to crypto and switch their energy grid to nuclear. And then the United States is dead by silence. Dead by silence. There's no justification for 300 million people to go into a kinetic war to stop the progress of 7 billion more. the whole world will turn on us. Win, lose, or draw. They'll just be like, fuck you for the rest of their lives. That's what they're up against. That timer right there. I beg. I'm afraid. It ain't about who got the biggest missiles, dog. It's about who, at the end of the day, gives a fuck. It's the same thing I told you about getting money or being hot or getting views or whatever. You just got to solve for who cares. No one cares no more. This is what everyone's saying. No one cares. Even you guys. Like, I don't even care about doing all this extra shit, but I want to do it because this is our routine. This is how we support ourselves in the meantime. Now imagine you had a country or a continent that you had to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a fuck about the West. We don't need their trains. We don't need their steel. What do they need from us? Intellectual property? What do they need from us? Books? Science? Math? What do they need from us? Crops? What do they need from us? Bill Gates? GMOs? What do they need from us? What do they need from us? Soldier Boy deep B cuts? Like, what do they need from us? They don't need nothing from us. Our program has been very myopic. We have been the center of the world's universe this whole time. In our minds. And we're not. We're not, y'all. I'd be surprised if we actually have 300 million people. I'd be surprised. I'd be shocked. I know how many people died of COVID. So, like, I know that's a spinball effect. I know how many abortions there are. So I know how many people ain't be replacing the population. So if not enough people are born, then the people dying aren't being replaced. So that number should have shrunk if we're not at replacement population level. So I know they fucking playing with me. They telling you people dying at all ages that they never seen die before from the things they're dying of. 20s, 30s, 40s. And then all your little fucking funeral people being weird, dropping TikToks and Instagram saying that, yeah, these funeral homes and these people have arrangements with organ trafficking and stuff like that, and that's not unusual. Duh, like, the fuck, welcome to Hollywood, bitch. Like, those are $90,000 organs. Of course they would. But yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? You gotta think about all your flunked out people who are addicted to fentanyl. They can't have families. Now go to your biggest white cities. How many of those people are outside doing the shoulderling? Philadelphia, Oregon, wherever you want to go. Don't forget all these main black cities have been gentrified. I've visited them. They're not us no more. That's how I know a lot of us are dead. A lot of us are dead. But not on the board no more. So, you know. Woo! I only lost 5 to 7 in the last 5 years, so imagine all the ones I don't know about. And then you and your friends, and you see what's happening. You're not seeing 3 new babies pile up in your fucking Instagram stories. You might see a girl with 3 baby daddies, grandfathered into the pandemic, but you don't see nobody starting from scratch like, yeah, me and my wife is on our 4th or 5th kid and everything's going fine. Nope, not this time. So it's not about that for them. For the people who run, our plantation owners, our overseers, they don't care how many kids you have. They don't care if you fucking happy. They don't care if you fucking got it. So when they do these boycotts this week, I just want y'all to know if it hits a city like yours, them niggas ain't gonna die for you. If you see them ICE people out there, just go home. Go ahead and just play it out on Fortnite because it's like that right now. If they lose control of the narrative, which they are, this is scary, guys. Like, their news, their Tavistokian inherited Persian school, Bernays, all of that stuff that gave us the hits from the 60s to 90s. That power source, decentralized. You can't do nothing with it. And if people are unhappy fundamentally, and they're not scared of the politics, and they're not scared, they're not paralyzed by fear, then the United States has a big fucking problem. You're gonna see mass protests, I think. I can't tell yet. I can't tell how serious people are yet, but I'm feeling like if we hit mass protests over any one of the 20 issues that we had at the beginning of January, if you hit mass big city protests, and then you have mass MAGA protests, and then you have like mass white supremacists, then you have like the mass undercover cartel, you know, and Soros, and like if you got everybody triggered at once in just a fractal of our population density decides to go to senates, to go to downtowns and things like that. You've seen how it was with Trayvon and Black Lives Matter. But imagine this time, it's not about black people. It's about this. It's about that. It's about this country of people. It's about the gay people and their rights and what they feel like they're being attacked by, because you just killed one of theirs. It's about the white people who are not sure if they're red or blue anymore. It's about the black people who are like, hey, don't forget us. You guys haven't pandered to any of our political needs since Kamala said she was black and she isn't. But you understand, like, you saw Crockett earlier, like, they don't need a reason to galvanize their support to get reelected too. So they're gonna do what they do on Martin Luther King Part 2. They're gonna pull some Selma, Martin Luther King, non-violent ass demonstrations. Probably as I'm fucking speaking, they planning this shit out with ChatGPT. When that happens, fuck it. What everyone talking about, boy? With work and jobs and money and cost of living. Fuck with it. Listen, you don't want the United States to go into China mode. Remember, probably you don't, because
tensions between Russia and the
they
United States.
bitched LeBron when it happened. Remember when LeBron got bitched by the NBA? Something was going on in Hong Kong. Remember, Hong Kong was on a lease from Britain every 100 years, some bullshit. So Hong Kong and China are not the same thing. It's so confusing. But Hong Kong had protests because that is the epicenter of all the labor and abuse of people, and, you know, like living in the United States basically. And they didn't like the shit, so they started doing protests a couple years ago. And then LeBron spoke up about them, you know, to show solidarity, because he thought it was a democratic thing to do. And China, through the Jews that own the NBA, pretty much told LeBron, shut the fuck up. And LeBron has shut the fuck up ever since. Do you know why? Because China didn't need them bringing attention to any human rights or any conflicts in Hong Kong to make them seem weak, or to, like, TikTok, Twitter galvanize them to stop going to work and stop doing the thing they do, because they'll lose those people. So you understand, like, it took their hero, it took their sigil, it took a battery away from them, that the NBA and the black people of America and all that didn't look at Hong Kong for real, and then help those people through the narrative and awareness of what China is doing to Hong Kong and blah, 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 blah. So they stopped that. The same reason why Hong Kong would want to stop that level of protest, that level of shit that everything that United States citizens are talking about on TikTok and Reels about trying to do and would do, Hong Kong did it already. China, the continent of China deals with at least 100,000 protests a year. The United States has never had that. So imagine if the United States turns into this mass protest event. That is exactly what turns Trump into authoritarian and why ICE is there. They knew it's a matter of time before y'all do. They're deterring you, and you warming up, and your discords are warming up, and your telegrams are warming up, and they shot a white girl in the face who's married, who's a lesbian, who's married this, and what are they saying? They lined up those of you who are really rolling up, like, hey DEI, LGBT, all you guys on the blue side, look, we know you plotting something, but just know that we'll shoot you. And now you got the white boys going, well, shit, we don't have to shoot back. That's a weird thing to unite all the citizens together too. This is gonna be the craziest thing. Yeah, you want to see it? We gonna see it. Just wait. Don't let them start telling you to start going outside and protesting and boycotting, and it's happening all over the place. You ain't seen shit yet, because you worrying about how ICE is going to respond to hundreds of thousands and millions of people. No, I want you to be worried about all these international people who can use the cover of hundreds of thousands of people outside of key infrastructure. That's what I mean. Just like I saw the Chinese girls spray painting Black Lives Matter and setting fires, and not black people. You hear what I'm saying? Now if you just say it's just in Minnesota today, you have the FBI, the CIA, and all the little cool things the police force have, monitor all the social media and phone calls, good. But what happens if it's every city at once? Sort of like this.
Protests in Iran's second largest city, Mashhad, have surpassed 1 million participants. Unable to withstand the pressure from the protesters, security forces were forced to leave the city. Footage circulating on social media shows demonstrators, mostly young people, chanting slogans against the ruling regime. Protesters say the clerical regime will soon be overthrown and that Reza Pahlavi will return to power. The protest movement, which began due to the devaluation of Iran's national currency and sharp price increases, has been ongoing for 11 days.
You heard what he said, right? If you think them people in Washington, D.C. ain't shook, y'all are not reading the room. In real time, the same exact variables, although different colors, different intensities of the variables, but the same function. Devalue currency, aka they're bitching about the cost of living. For 11 days now, the cost of living got so bad that it leaves no choice for them but to go outside because they're not getting paid anything. So, you know, all these people out there like, what am I going to do? Change my career? I'm quitting this. And then all of a sudden, this energy is winding up. And what do you think they're going to do? Go through 13 rounds of interviews or follow the kinetic energy and the magnetism of being in the street with everybody? You know how people click up in high school and everything else. Like, I'm disenfranchised because I haven't got hired since I graduated. Or I'm disenfranchised because I'm black, I'm gay, whatever those things are. That's enough for everybody to show up. And they're saying the thing that kicked it off 11 days ago in Iran was what? The value of their dollar. What's happening to our dollar? Same story. That's 11 days ago. I don't know how much time we got before we see a similar reaction. We haven't had that reaction yet. They just killed a white girl. That's going to be a reaction to that shit. I know it. But then the devaluation just keeps happening. And then everyone's outside. And what happened when they went outside? ICE went home. So ICE is just a deterrent. They know there's a threshold of participation and galvanizing that they will not be able to handle. The only thing they can threaten you with is the fact that they'll fucking shoot you. That's a cool story when it's 5 people in a nice white gentrified neighborhood. That's not the same story when you're in Chicago and it's really 1 million people and all the niggas who have switches too. And all the Proud Boys too. And all the ex-soldiers and Marines too. They don't have those people. Final Fantasy again. They ain't got those titles and roles and they got it done. We do. We got gangsters, niggas who can fight. We got all kind of shit that will, if you can't go to work and you can't afford your rent, what else you want to do, Bruce? United States, you better be careful. When you give your own population no choice but to express or what do they call that shit? De-escalate. No, the fuck you didn't.
So I'm going to give you another medal, though, that may be more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much, but it's really good, okay? This is gun medal. This is the one the military loves. So we're going to start, okay? Thank you. Here you go. It's pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see. Compare
You got the military branch with him today, boys. Yeah, guys. GG's. Like, comment, and subscribe, man. I might only got 2 more videos in me, family. We might only got 2 more. We only got 2 more rendezvous, man. Oh, we got 2 more rendezvous, man. Oh no. Oh no. Nah, not today. Nah, you ain't gonna do that. Nah, we good, bro. Listen, we got a couple of days, don't we? No, Lord have mercy. I gotta stop doing this video, man. By the time my brain can catch up to their to real-time translating their shit, they do something else, and I'm tired. I ain't even get no food today. I'm not. No one's paying me for this. I'm not doing this for Trump. The headline is this. It's clickbait, but it's not. live. American military will strike Russia. You know, he's congratulating the service force. It's a normal meeting, but he answers a question, I guess. And it says, Trump openly declares war on Putin if, right? So they're doing that context thing. They're doing Python script and C++. If this, then that. You want to guess what the if is? You want to know what's on the other side on the if they do this, then we go to war. You know what their if is? This is funny as fuck because I just mentioned them too. If Russia makes any moves on Finland while we're making moves on Denmark's Greenland, then we'll go to war with Russia. Huh? Y'all going band for band. Trump going band for band, bro. Y'all going for Ukraine, we going for Venezuela. We going for Greenland, y'all going to Finland. Like, what's left? Like all these people in the middle, like they're like, what the fuck? Like, am I under Denmark, or are we sovereign, or are we United States 51? Like, do we get Chick-fil-A? Like Finland? What the fuck's going on in Finland, bro? What the fuck is going on with the Finns, man? That's a red line for Putin. If he has the brave idea of doing some Russian democracy in Finland, that's it. Russia's ultimatum live. Fuck out my face.
Imposed from above, like in Kosovo. The population was not asked. The representative of the United Nations, who was a former Finnish president, he just said Kosovo is independent, full stop. Unlike this trick, we based the decision to include them, to admit them back to Russia, because all these lands were founded by the Russian Empire and developed by the Soviet Union. Only after all of them, each of these four places after Crimea, held referenda and bluntly expressed their desire to rejoin with Russia. And when we now liberate remaining parts of Zaporozhye, this is the Russian way to pronounce it, and Kherson, the people, in spite of the attempts of Ukrainian army to pull them into mainland Ukraine, they are not. Most of them are not leaving. They are staying and they are welcoming the Russian soldiers who liberate them. So this is not our will, our imperialist desire, some people say. This is our concern for the future of the people who feel being part of the Russian culture. By the way, when Zelensky and his entourage, like Macron, Starmer, Merz and others, they still say Russia must get out of Ukraine, out of 1991 borders. And yesterday, I think they gathered in London for this coalition of the willing, and Starmer, addressing the media before the event, he said that Putin is the only one who doesn't want peace. And this deserves some explanation. Putin supported the deal between the government and opposition in 2014, immediately after the coup. Obama called him, Obama asked him not to block the deal. He said, if the legitimate president is signing something with the opposition, how can I block him? And then, you know what happened? The coup and explanation by the Europeans that sometimes democracy is very tricky. They did not lift a finger to stop this putschist, though they knew very well that they came to power under the neo-Nazist banners. Then in 2015, the Minsk agreements, we negotiated the Minsk agreements. We were prepared to implement them. They, as I mentioned, said that we never intended to do this, we just needed to buy some time. In April 2022, a couple of weeks after the special operation started, Ukrainians asked for negotiations. We agreed, we held several rounds in Belarus, and then moved to Istanbul In Istanbul, as I said, the Ukrainian delegation put a paper with the principles to be developed into a treaty. We accepted this paper, it was initialed, and then Boris Johnson said, don't do this, continue to fight Russia until we defeat them. So when Starmer said that Putin is the only one who is against negotiations, he should remember about his former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He should remember about those in Germany and in France who signed the deal and then a few years later admitted that they never intended to do this, in spite of the fact that it had been endorsed by the Security Council. And then Starmer continued to say that Putin must stop atrocities, must stop killing children, and he must withdraw to the borders of 1991. On children, it's a shame. I mean, the amount of lies, the amount of propaganda is astonishing. We have been hearing that tens of thousands of children has been stolen by Russia from their parents, and after the Istanbul process started this year, there were 3 rounds. At the very first meeting, our delegation asked Ukrainians, guys, you are concerned about the kids. Can we get the list of those kids who are missing? It took some time. Eventually, we received the list of 339 names. 339. No code. 10,000, not even 1,000. And we checked that list. A huge part of it are not kids, are grown-ups. Many have been verified as being in Europe. So when you listen this, but Starmer keeps saying that we must stop hijacking children. And as for 1991 borders, and Russia must withdraw, okay, hypothetically, in their dreams and delusions, if we leave the territories inside the 1991 Ukrainian borders, what happens to those people whom they publicly called, the respective governments of Ukraine after the coup called them inhumans, called them specious? Specious, by the way, is the term used by Zelensky long before the special operation started. He was asked in August 21 what he thought about the people in Donbass on the other side of the line of contact according to the Minsk agreements. And what he was asked what he thought about those people. He said, you know, there are people and there are species. And if you live in Ukraine and feel like being part of Russian culture, my advice to you, for the sake and safety of your kids, for the sake and safety of your grandchildren, get out to Russia. So, in fact, Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson, the population of these 4 territories, they follow his advice. They go back to Russia.
And what about Odessa? Because President Putin told the Hungarian journalist Gábor Stier in the Valdai discussion that Odessa is an ancient Russian city. What did you mean by that?
I just mentioned. It's just the fact which any educated person know very well. That Odessa is a city. There was a very small village on that spot. And Catherine the Great founded Odessa. She built Odessa. She built the ports, she built roads, factories, and that's what is meant. And Odessa was always an international city, famous for its good humor. And Odessa, of course, is the heritage, and it is part of
the motherfuckers that was on my YouTube channel a few years ago. worrying my ass about MIDI. But anyway, he said a lot. You know, he said a lot, but what I didn't expect him to say is what he said about species. And that points back to what I was talking about yesterday. Like, look, and I was talking about cloning earlier. Like, they telling you. Like, you know who's telling you that, though, right? Like, what he said is Zelensky's side, which is the Trump side, which is the Benjamin Netanyahu side, which is the Jewish Khazarian, whatever the fuck they are, Goy side. They talk so candidly about the people they live around, saying that some of them are humans like us and the rest are species. And that's the crazy thing. That concept comes from their indoctrination, thinking that they're actually Jews or something. And that's the most hilarious thing about human history. If they're pivoting it off of the principles of anything Judaic or Abrahamic, you know goddamn well, I know Zelensky faggot ass ain't talking about species. I know his coked up, fairy bitch ass, cocaine withdrawal in the nose. He probably ain't even got a bridge across his nose, goddamn more. I know he ain't got a hole at the top of his throat, nigga. And I know he grew with a goddamn tail on his ass. So I know they ain't calling nobody out there a goddamn species in this bitch. You feel me? But Russia peeped it. That's the craziest thing about life. Like, I be saying this crazy nigga shit, and the people who run politics in Russia, of all places, is like, do you remember when? If you know the history, do you remember they call them species? Like, he's talking about shimmers, bro. Nuclear programs. The nuclear program is about the egg, bro. Not about bombs. You got nuclear energy for tech and nuclear energy for wombs and reproduction. These people ain't like all the other girls, boss. They're projecting. They're not human. Zelensky's not human. They're projecting the bullshit on why they're so evil to the people around them. They should go back to Russia. Nah, bitch. How do the not humans go back to Russia if your ass is new? Your ass is newer than the idea of Odessa. You weren't, your family and your pedigrees was not during Odessa. I could tell you who was, though. You looking right at them. So I know none of them niggas talking about me and my family, because your ass ain't me and my family to this day. So I don't know what the fuck the Jewish Khazarian Benjamin, not Polish, hypergamy, Nazi, cousin rejects can't fucking read because they too busy getting fucked in their ass. Like, I ain't got time for it. It smell crazy in there, bro. It smell crazy in their fucking brain. Like, what the fuck are they talking about, boy? So what I'm saying is a Russian person put it on the table and he backed off. He put it out there like they did with the fucking black Jews and all the damn pictures. They didn't explain it and what it means to African Americans, but they said if you know history. Every time one of them motherfuckers talk, well, you know, it's crazy that they're the ones that talk like that the most. If you know history, A, B, C, and D. So what the fuck are they talking about? If you know history, like, it's almost like they want to say it, but they can't. You know what I'm saying? It's like they still in some type of weird, they weird, bro. I don't understand politics like that. Maybe they don't want to rock the boat too hard, but I'm telling you, man, we be talking about this very same stuff in a commander somewhere else channels that and says it and just confirms it for us near real time, if you will. And that's scary as fuck because it goes back to those biolabs in Ukraine. The human trafficking, the designer little babies and all the slaves. They're all clones. They're clones. They colonized with clones. They sold them as orphans and adopted. No, they come from a laboratory. Come on, Metal Gear Solid. You know the story. Hideo Kojima, Japan. One more time. Japan told you they were doing it since back then. He didn't hear a thing. That was really happening. Like on some Metal Gear Solid shit. Like the fact that David is a clone is what I'm saying. Child soldiers are clone soldiers. Of a certain warrior or a certain stock. You know what I'm saying? And you can't even say my name. TBFB3, hold on. Eamon Ross says, yo, that Boondocks episode with the kickball. In China, if you lose billions, they'll kill you, but in America, they'll give you more money. Come on, dog. Ice Ice Baby, it's too cold. He gathered a party bus Fortnite. What the fuck, the Finland Blue Cross? I know. I wouldn't even. They was on my other bingo card, but not this one. Darius K says 3 nucleus. They're saying it by denying it. You got it. Jonathan L 3. Mr. Now says, did you steal my pen? It's classified. Yes. I'm still standing. Yo, I done told him. I'm doing my job so I don't get fined. That's all. That's all. I'm calling it as real time as I can, because we ain't watching for like the future, dog. We waiting for anybody, and I mean anybody in this dancery to punch somebody in the fucking face. Just like sitting in the damn cafeteria back when we were in middle school and high school, and you already heard rumors on the bus that Dante was going to go at Anton Quarius for talking to Brittany on third period, for the past 2 weeks in a row, and he finally going to stand up and press the issue. And you saw one of them walk in the lunchroom like, ooh, like that's where we're at. We're at the ooh part of the rise of release tension. I've been in too many of those fights. I know the feeling way too well. So yeah, it'd be like that. It start like a normal fucking day, and then it go left. Every day I got into a fight. It was the best day of that week, actually, until I had to get into a goddamn fight. Like, we couldn't fight about this yesterday. Today. We have the book fair today. That's when you want to fight. Today we have this today. That's when you want to fight. Today I got my new dunks on. Today you want to fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to read the room sometimes. Sometimes if you hear a ooh, then you already know. Like, oh, here we go again. Cooked, bro. Like, comment, subscribe, support the support, man. I don't know what the fuck to say right now, but because we've been hearing all the same words from social media and our side of politics, but I wasn't listening to the words yet. They're saying my brain is creating a new file for what they're saying, because they got their own bullshit with them too. I'm nobody's fool. I know who Tartarians are, but like the brother alluded to earlier, if you're one of us, or anyone who's not part of mainstream society package of privileges right now in 2026, like, if you're like how we are, like in the society of have-nots, historically, you've seen how we adapted, and how, like, no matter how we adapted, it was ever good enough for the larger society for us to get our fair share in all of this. Like, and that's what's so disheartening about being a so-called Black American, is that it don't matter. None of this matters to us. None of it does. I can tell you this firsthand as a person who's been wired like this since I was a kid. When I talk to my own people about anything, even like as a baby, like when O.J. Simpson happened, what was that, 96, 97? I had to be, 10, 11, 12? I'm talking to people outside about, what was that boy's name? Nicole Brown and such. But there was another guy. Forgot his name. I can see him. He looks like Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. But he was on the stand. And I was watching that shit every summer with my grandfather while I was playing Sega. So he had a big screen TV, watching CNN, NASCAR, and golf all day. Mind you, he was a black guy. But he go to bars with white people and used to be a football star. So, he got that. He's a black guy who was the star running back of like a white high school type of vibe to him. But he's blackity black, don't talk back, but he's really Jew. But anyway, adjusted for inflation of what we are, he's the black guy in those white spaces. So he was always tapped into the conservative media. And anyway, because of that and all other influences, I can remember talking to kids about bringing this other angle into something, and they would look at me with like glass eyes, like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're on BMX bikes and skateboards and right down the streets of Poole. Why are we talking about if O.J. Simpson does it? My parents said that O.J. did it. The end. They didn't look at all other angles. They don't think about that. It's just black versus white, good versus bad, murder versus solved. Like, they didn't explore nuance of narrative. And I didn't know that's what I was doing either. So fast forward, I interacted with all the black people, demographics in the Americas. Thank God for social media. On the hip hop side, you're gonna run into 5%ers. You're gonna run into Zulu Nation kids from New York, or people affiliated with that. People who know, all the people from African Bambaataa stuff, T Islam. You're gonna run into people who know like all the different Black Panther, Black Gang, Black movement groups, and all of their consensus on what they care about, which is what everyone in this country cares about: money, opportunity, resources, freedom. But through our patina, right, and how we achieve it. And when it comes to these topics of global politics, war, Federal Reserve, birth certificates, CUSIC numbers, you might as well check every nigga out of the library as soon as you start talking like that. You know why? It's not because they're ignorant. It's not because they can't follow it. It's not because there's not a pattern emerging. It's because that conversation happens at a table that we all know in our minds subconsciously we don't sit at. Most of my brothers and sisters are more reasonable than me. They live in more real time. So in real time, what can we do about this now? Nothing. All right. So save it for tomorrow. And that works generally when you have a swath of group of people who literally are not in a advantage militarily, strategically, financially, aka we can't do nothing for ourselves in the system. Notice the parentheses is not that we can't do nothing for ourselves, but multiplied in the system. In the system, we don't got no motion by ourselves. So we don't care about the system. We can only exist as a benefits subset of people and align ourselves with the best options. And even our options have obstacles, whether it's our skin color, our hair, our accent, the way we talk, our names. And then let's not act like that's not a thing. And then, mind you, we're doing that because that's the only thing we can do. We can't change those things, but we can go to school. We can get a job. We can stay out of trouble. But even in pursuing those routes, someone above us is still going to redline it this way. Someone above us is still going to gentrify this thing. Someone above us is still not going to fund that thing. And they're going to say, you got to vote more. Nigga, I'm 40 years old. That's 10 votes every 4 years, right? That's 10 cycles of voting. I haven't got a goddamn anything in any of these stories that I've been paying attention to on both sides. Ears to the streets, ears to TV, in the internet, in the dark web, and all friends that join in between us. And I haven't seen a nigga get shit for 40 years in a row. So you know it wasn't coming. So when we interface with society and we voice our issues, most of the people haven't understood the voicing, the frustration, the ignorance. All of that is in the subcategory of our joint despair as a group, since we're classified within the system as a group. So if no one in the group can get it, no one in the group gets it. You understand? It doesn't matter if you got a Kevin Hart. It don't matter if you got a super famous anybody that's only super famous and rich because of a third-party system that ain't ours. So you're not telling us like, look, if you work really hard and you're talented, you could be a star. No, what you told me is, why don't you do all the things in this system so that you can be rewarded by the Jewish people in a totally different system that made your stars? Like, they got us going in two directions every time. We're paying attention to our stars. They groovy. We see the time stretch on their success. If I just had to work around these white people that surrounded me, play their local politics, go through their ranks, it's going to take me fucking forever before I buy a boat for this goddamn Ford Explorer. But if I do the things in the streets, if I do the performing things, if I get on the internet, if I become an entrepreneur, if I move to a black chocolate, black bank, Atlanta, at least, you know what I'm saying, I can get a Tesla. Now, I'll never get my own missiles. I'll never get my own president because they haven't got a black president yet. Because black Americans are American Indian descent. He's African descent. He's Kenyan and Irish or Kenyan and whatever. They ain't got nothing to do with us. So even in that flex, they said, like, look at your first black president. Bitch, he ain't a first black anything. He's the first Kenyan hybrid president. Good fucking luck with a foreign government and foreign president. Bitch, we're American Indians. So like the American Indian black man experience is we are all watching a bigger joint delusion happen across this whole fucking world, no matter what country or government they come from. Like, bitch, do you know who we are for real? No. Cool story, bitch. Whose fault is that? All right, Maxine. All right, Epstein. Whatever. We'll run with it. But now what do we do? Now that all that shit's distilling, all that shit's boiled, and everyone, the only thing niggas got today to talk to us about anything is their goddamn feelings. And that's why this is such a critical moment in human history. Because now, me as a person sensitive to all that shit, and all the stupid ass bots and Indians and Israelis on Facebook all these years, all my YouTube comments, all my Discords, all my experience doing this very same thing for my people and everyone else by proxy. You're going to see it play out. It's like, oh, now white people know what we were talking about. And it's just silent after that, right? Like black women will say that. Other people, you see in the comments, you're going to see in all these things where white people are like frustrated that things ain't adding up for their personal life or their government life. That basically they signed up for it. They signed us up for it. They guilt tripped us for the vaccines. They guilt tripped us for the masks and the lockdown. They guilt tripped us for voting. They guilt tripped us for our education. They guilt tripped us for not being in technology. They guilt tripped us for not reading enough books. They guilt tripped us for not being in politics. And you see a nigga that's been doing that his whole fucking life. So I had to like eat this shit as I was walking through it and go, what are y'all talking about? I'm in the game like EA Sports Boss. And I'll tell you something, you don't need more of us to be in this game because this game is fucking cooked. What the fuck y'all don't understand? They justifying killing little black boys on TV. Fuck the officer. Fuck the situation. Why is the TV saying that? Because once the TV says it's cool, yo dumbass arguing with me using their justification and then waiting for your president to ignore it, Obama. Your first black president ignored all the black dead babies that was killed under his fucking faggot ass watch. His bullshit ass, manly ass, clavicle have, not having ass, fucking extra lighter in her pocket ass boyfriend husband he got. But black people are killing clamors. They did that shit on the concrete level. That's the baddest bitch, first president bitch in human history in the barbershop talk at Garson. And that's a grown ass man for real. You forgot the transgender movement is not a white guy idea in the United States of America. They've been doing transgender movements since Mulan, bitch. The fucking trannies are not a brand new phenomenon. The science got better. The fuck no, they've been doing that shit the whole time. They raised them that way. You're not going to find a picture of them as a boy. They're part of those secret families that do that from day one. They pick what the baby is. The baby don't pick what it is, bitch. Do you know anything? Of course not. But now niggas know too much. And now everybody know all the shit. You see all the TikToks saying the same thing I've been saying. I just got it organized in the same box. There's some bullshit. Now white people want to tell me for the rest of this goddamn year that, you know what, black folks? Now we can see it. Y'all the damn Indians who could not see the damn boat in the goddamn Atlantic until somebody got on that boat and touched it. Now the rest of the tribe can see it. And that's why I'm not even mad at them. I'm mad at how fucking long it took. What the fuck do you think we've been talking about? Why you think this nigga do 3 to 6 to 9 hour videos every day for a decade? What the fuck do you think we were talking about? It actually took you having to see a possibly AI generated video of a potentially white looking guy at an unjustified murder, point blank range, pow, 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 and that shit hit her face. You had to wait for a white woman to get shot in the fucking face for you to realize that it's something up with your goddamn government. You had to wait for the most miserable year of jobs and unemployment and Social Security and shutdowns, 2025, to realize, like, oh shit, my college degree and doing all the things don't really matter. But motherfucker, way before 2025, and I'm talking about 35 years in a row, you told my people in the same position as you now the whole time that we need to stop fucking making excuses. No, don't skip past this lesson now. Don't skip this video now. Don't scroll out of this. Don't unmatch this Tinder now. Anyone in the future, don't stop. You gotta stop and think about what the fuck y'all allowed it to happen to us. Our own generation. Our own people since the 80s. Fuck out my face. I ain't been going back and forth with no goddamn Nazis and white supremacists. I've been going back and forth with niggas I'm on the internet with, niggas I went to school with, niggas I gotta work with, niggas I gotta sell beats to. I've been going back and forth with niggas who are in the same fucking barrel as I'm in. And now that they finally understand, like, oh shit, if you touch the side of this barrel, it's kind of hot in this bitch. I guess they turned the fire on. Yeah, it's a fucking crab boil, nigga. What the fuck you think niggas have been talking about? What do you think Farrakhan's been talking about? What do you think Noble Drew Ali was talking about? What do you think Malcolm X was talking about? What do you think Martin Luther King was talking about? What do you think Huey Newton was talking about? What do you think any of our sisters today were talking about? Even the gay ones. Fuck it. What do you think they've been fucking talking about? So forgive us, man. Y'all got tired last year. We've been tired since you got here. We've been tired of the same shit you just started noticing my entire life. My entire life going into those black ghetto project Section 8 elementary schools. I saw it for myself. I was a statistic on a piece of paper. I was not a fucking documentary on a TV show. I am not an aforementioned feature of some liberal black girl in college dream about shit. No, nigga, I had to go to school in those conditions that you guys defunded, that you guys set up, that Bill Clinton, the Democrats set that shit up. I went to school through that shit, and I seen how it was disproportionately affecting so-called black people in the Americas in the schools they were mandated to go to. I saw the kids. I saw their parents. I paid attention who had two parents. I paid attention who had a nice car, who had a job, who had a Sega, who had a Super Nintendo and a Sega, who had this. And my little brain went, why? Oh, their parents over there. This parents go over here. They work in New York. Oh, these people over here. Oh, I'm at my babysitter's house. Why am I at my babysitter's house? Because this bitch ain't got no job. And she can't get no job. Because if she get a job, it cuts down her rent off. It cuts her damn food stamps off. So the only way she can get some motion if she babysits someone else's badass kids for cash. Somalian daycare. Cut it out. Like, I seen it play out. And I seen it play out because there were no other fucking routes. These niggas don't just wake up and go, I didn't apply myself to college. Bitch, even if they could, where the fuck they getting the loan from? Did you forget that they're not just giving niggas loans? Did we forget that? On Pale Grants. On Sally Mae. You forgot, like, it wasn't until the generation of my sisters going to college that it was easier for themselves to put themselves in debt. The same thing, quantum entangled, to why the 2008 thing happened, by the way. Stop fucking playing with us. That's brand new post 1999 after the Matrix, when we actually had the ability to put ourselves into debt to even pay for the school. But you told me for 30 fucking years, all we had to do was go to school, but only if you can afford it. And you can only afford it if you can get the job, but you only get the job if you go to school. So what are you going to do? Ass niggas. And that's exactly what everybody in this fucking map is talking about. Niggas have been talking about this shit our whole fucking existence as United States unratified junior honorary, if you identify as African, approved citizens. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. They done turned all the United States citizens into niggas. And now, if everybody a nigga, nobody a nigga. Welcome to our world. We're warning you. The fall of the middle class didn't threaten us. Oil bros, tech bros ain't talking about us. We are the bottom of your society. What the fuck wrong with y'all? You don't know how fucking per capita works? You can give us 1,000 billionaires. We are 13% of your population. That's not enough. Think about it. Your smallest population don't have enough money. Where are we gonna get it from? The biggest population? They ain't got no money? If the smallest one ain't got money and they got to work for the biggest one to get some of the money, it ain't gonna fucking happen, is it, Bruce? So the fact that y'all realize y'all are fucked just now made me realize as a black man that we're even more fucked than we were before you realized you were fucked. Because you're not even in a position, whether you soften up and lighten up and get saved and join, white Jesus, or you convert it with the God of Israel, however you play your game going forward, it's too late for us. We ain't got no choices in this war, bro. We ain't got no picks in this war. We know who's not on our team. The people that want us to die with them. We forget this part of the story. Maybe that's why they chose a white woman this time. Because black people are already... Now, I'm talking about the smart ones. I'm talking about I'm talking about the millennial black people. They are already... You understand? They already feeling away. Their little dream, their little girlfriend's dream, their friend's dream, all them dreams, our sisters, they already away, bro. All of them ain't hood rats. All of them ain't ghetto. You made a mistake. You gotta move around a little bit. I met all kinds of flavors of niggas, boy. But I know their lowest common denominators, and they already. Whether they know it or not consciously, I know the symptoms. I've seen it so many times in a row. Like, oh yeah, they're just gonna get to these niggas. Wait till these niggas. Wait till niggas can't fuck on bitches like they want to. Wait till the bitches find out the niggas caught on to their games. Wait till the niggas sit in that lonely ass, expensive ass apartment, looking how stupid they ass is, using all their money on it. Wait till everyone's on the fucking phone in the robes and looking on social media. Ain't no new music, ain't no new gossip, ain't no new star guy, no handsome guy, no actor. Wait until they find out that their DMs is closed, and all of a sudden people won't have to start fucking paying attention. You don't want niggas to start paying attention to the system, because niggas have superb pattern recognition at the very least. That's why we know how to dance. So you understand everything about us and friends. Like, this ain't that. We've been distracted separately from the global distraction. We've been distracted as American Indian descendants. So now we're not that distracted. And I'm watching stories coming out every day questioning that shit. Who's American? Who's Indian? Who's the black? Who's African? Who's the more? Who's this? Like, and it doesn't matter if they know the answer. All I'm saying is, because they have nothing better to do, they're sharing these videos and sending these DMs, and they're posting their stories too. So enough of that subconscious root programming reroute is not even a new program. It's actually uninstalling the fake one just by repetition. Sigils, trauma, repetition. Sigils, trauma, repetition. Oh my God, that sounds like TikTok and Instagram to me, buddy. You understand? Every time they kill one of you, we jump still. Because we know if they justify killing a white girl, they're going to justify killing our ass when it's our time. You understand? Like, yeah, I think like we got to vote and work hard and retire no matter what happens under those parameters, that this government and anything that carries a gun gets away with blowing our fucking head off, whether we're right, wrong, or indifferent. And now they have grandfathered in generally white people. Great fucking news for niggas. I am so fucking excited. Our life is that more valueless. You understand? Y'all understand everything about math and science, because we got to process that download. Everyone else don't got to. We're going to be in our barbershops and our churches and whatever is left of the remnant thereof, looking through the goggles of, obviously, nigga, what does that mean about niggas, nigga? Even the street niggas is like, yo, bring that shit to my neighborhood. They peacocking. It's not like they'll win, but what they're saying is, what the fuck other choice I got? You don't want to corner a bunch of niggas. You don't. All that brainwashing and media and all that shit, that was a good go. That shit don't work no more. Look at Vlad TV. Look at No Jumper. Look at it. Our little ghetto, urban funnel of Khazarian influence ain't as strong as it was no more. But niggas is paying attention to something. Niggas know how much milk costs. Quantum entangled. Niggas know how much gas costs. Quantum entangled. Niggas know how happy they supposed to be this weekend. Niggas know they supposed to turn that radio on, a new song's supposed to come out, and niggas ain't turn on that radio and heard a new song in a while. Niggas know shit ain't the way it used to be. Niggas know, like, we don't know too much about this tech and this AI and this crypto, but we gonna get it. We hustlers. What other choice do we have in this society? What are we gonna go to college and get elected and get fair loan prices to make sure? Fuck out my face. Stop selling me a white person's dream anyway. Like, nah, the American dream was a white dream anyway. Like, I'm just saying this for record's sake, so you can understand the levels of problems that our society has, because every program didn't hit everybody the same. And now they don't even have a program for their mainstream. So now imagine all the tertiary niggas. Oh my God, y'all goofy as fuck. This damn country is stupid as shit. Because we watching this shit. Niggas from American Indians are watching this shit like, you let these fucking African, I'm not black Somalians run up a fucking bag with you bitch ass niggas? Like, the audacity. And then we're gonna watch white people talk about it's always them, implying Africans, blacks, African Americans, and the whole fucking time, that nigga ain't even my cousin. But I'm seeing that white people ain't got a problem with skin color. It's more so, fuck you, American Indian descendant. Like, you understand? Like, if you get this clear, it's like, you going to Venezuela, no problem. Everyone's ready for you to do it. Even your damn Democrats and Republicans are flip-flopping on it. Because, oh yeah, by the way, that war is technically declared against American Indian descendants. So fuck them. Like, I noticed you guys are full 100% in 2026. I noticed that your Pavlov dog response is, everything is good if it's targeting everybody else. But if it's like if we're pointing in the fucking clown house of mirrors and the laser is on my forehead and I'm holding the gun, then you gotta die. What? Nigga, please. Nobody told you to walk in this clown house anyway. You feel me? And you dragged us into this game. You didn't keep our nations, our tribes, our sovereignties of our treaties for us to have designated territories at the very least. That we go, you know what? Fuck all this shit. I'm just gonna go in my homeland. United States act like fucking American Indians ain't at least got a homeland in this bitch. And I go to my ancestry and I can start pick. Don't let me run AI through my shit. Like, so don't even act like that, right? Don't act like it's that long ago that all of a sudden an Indian lost his homeland because time went by. Fuck you. Because you're telling Russia in real time they need to go back to 1991 borders. Bitch, America, you need to go back to 1771 borders. How about that shit? Keep it hot, bitch. Like, what are we talking about? They can't win. They have a Moore's Law, fuck around and find out exponential crisis that's got to do with nothing else but black people. What the fuck I tell these people about Brahma, boy? Why you the fuck you think I be talking about Maya and illusions, boy? Because they don't fucking believe us. This was wrong with these motherfuckers. Hard head, softer ass. The mythos of Brahma. The mythos of Brahma goes as such. When the last man is standing, Brahma erases the whole thing, the whole universe that we see, and then he brings it back, and then he starts it again with a new atom, with a new seed. Blackroot science. We have a modular eras, epochs of thousands of years of time with a male lead, and then the next time is a female lead. And at the female lead, it's a male lead. And we're going through these epochs from feminine to masculine, patriarchy to matriarchy. And we're talking about us, though, not the world. This is our stories. But the degrees of what they're talking about, what they're getting at. Same thing right now. It's like Brahma. You told me on paper we're 13% of the United States population remaining. Not the African diaspora rating of the world. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Brahma, Abraham's kids. We're less than 13% of the remaining population. And that's not including mixtures and passing white and all the assholes who don't know their grandmother Indian. I'm talking about the people on paper who can only be of those dimensions. Either they're African and Indian or they're just Indian and Indian and they just happen to be these colors. Cool fucking story, bitch. That people here, connected to the land and the stories here, the wars here, the slavery here, the taxes here, the social security numbers here, the birth certificates here. AKA, no matter where the fuck our grandmother come from, you have been monetizing our birth certificates and our fucking trust. I just want to make sure everyone understands that you don't get the Federal Reserve without fucking us. We're the landowners. That's why we're the minorities. And the Congress is the trustees managing our estate, dickhead. Right? So you don't have a US dollar without us being asleep. Because it's our trust. And I'm King John's grandson. I'm certain of this. So, you understand? Their money problem got two problems. Their money problem is that they owe us everything problem. And then we don't even want their money problem no more. So it's like Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, bro. 13% Brahma shit. We getting very close to one nigga left. That means the world is going to start to do that Inception shit about us. Like, oh shit, this shit going to rock. This shit's going to fucking separate. This shit's going to, ain't got shit to do with how many white people are left. It's how many of us is left. How many of us are happy? How many of us wants to be here? How many of us wants to invest in this game? What did it say in our Bible when we wrote the fact that the gods hear our cries even from the grave? I just posted another UAP that showed up last night, nigga. You never seen no shit like that in your life. Look at his lights at the bottom of its belly. That ain't regular, bro. Like what I'm saying, but what I'm saying, they starting to show up in proportion to us being upset. That's what I'm saying. Like we're quantum entangled into the fail-safe of the environment since we terraformed it. So you can do a genetic program and zoom out and go to hyperspace and not have to worry about it. Because there's this threshold meter. We'll flood this whole bitch and start again with these two niggas. Then what? You understand? So like Knowing that about us. There's just that dimension of stuff that all of our ancestors mentioned that in so many different ways. You gonna wait for the sages to fucking convene about the outcourse of humanity? You gonna wait for the Oriental Moorish Mason guy who has the ineffable name of God to get this bitch to start shaking? Or are we Aaron Jaeger in this bitch? And we're gonna start the fucking shaking if you keep fucking with us on our homeland and on our fucking happiness. It's the least you bitch ass, pig ass people could fucking do for all the rape, murder, killing, drug dealing you've been doing to my people. Fuck your people when it comes to where the fuck you at. Right? On American Indian land. You feel me? What the fuck, what are they posturing? This ain't theirs. What are they fucking posturing? They got DC, United States. The end. Fuck out my face. Part 10. So I'm saying the karma of this, it's not about being me and a tough man. I can't beat everybody. I definitely can't beat a fucking RPG or a tank. It ain't about that. That's not what the spirit is. The spirit is going to do exactly what the fuck we say it is. So like, once you understand like where our power comes from, you know, you got life and death are in the power of the tongue. Yes, for us, woo, when two or more come together, of us, woo, like, you know, like we won't talking about nobody else. If that's who was talking about us, we was talking about us. You made that about you and them and they and species. No, nigga, my grandfather, I know how I am. I know how them niggas are. I'm most like them. Nigga, please, I ain't thinking about your bitch ass. I'm trying to get my son straight. Read that shit. Read Ecclesiastes. He said, my son, make sure you do one thing. That's a love letter to his fucking son, because he dying. He won't talk to the fucking world, nigga. But it'd be wisdom timeless if the rest of the world wanted to listen. But his intention for the timelessness is to make sure his son, the next king of Jerusalem, understands fundamentally what the lowest common denominator of success is, nigga. Fuck what everybody else talking about. What did God say? All right, you understand? We're not on that type of time yet because we had too many coupons and dollars and Dollar Tree trinkets. But don't get my brothers and my sisters talking about trying to figure out what God said, bro. The last thing you want to do, fuck the whole Christian, the church, and the Bible thing. Nah, skip past go on that shit. Don't let them start seeking God again about you, nigga. Don't let them start praying and gaining agreement about how on God, you got to get rid of those niggas. Don't let us get our mind back and forget that we are not working hard to get connected to God, bitch. We're already connected. We just have not been making the phone calls yet. But I've been making the phone calls. Have you noticed something? Now imagine if. That's what I've been trying to tell people because I read Oriental Masonry. I know the power they're talking about. So it's like, oh, whew, duck, duck, goose. Here we go. So yeah. Okay, so we're at the party. We're at the part of the Black American history story where it's like white people finally realize that the United States government and the federal government is up to some bullshit and it'll sacrifice its own citizens. Although they watched us get sacrificed since the beginning of the goddamn moving picture. Cool. So finally, 80 years of social progress has finally downloaded. Woo! Oh my God. You guys see it? Which one you touched the boat? Was it Venezuela or was it Russian to get you to see the shit? You touched a foreign boat and you seen niggas, what we've been saying. Finally, cool story, bitch. Now imagine everything else we've been saying about the God, about the Bible, about religion, about spirituality that you haven't also been fucking listening to. All right, welcome to me, bro. Like, that's what I've been saying. Like, I haven't really changed the way I said anything for 10 years in a row. Because we're not coming from signups. We don't get money. I don't get enough money for doing this. Not even being a streamer. Never have I ever. Never have I ever been compensated correctly. And I know it's because I'm a black person. Absolutely. If I was a white person, a Jewish person, or any other persuasion, they'll have me in the motherfucking 360 deal Alex Jones style by tomorrow. You know that. If I was weaponizing this shit and I was just going against, you know, everybody that ain't fucking whatever, American Black or whatever, you know, Tariq Nasheed, Black Magic, all the niggas that watch and left comments on my videos, they invited me to a stream or a Zoom conference already. But they know what my bottom line is. All of them, even niggas. Motherfucker, I'm an American Indian. It takes away all your political, it takes away all your posturing about blacks and diaspora. It takes away their foundation to play that fucking game for benefits if they talking to me. So, you know what I'm saying? I know these niggas is buying time. They trying to age out of the draft, nigga. God don't pick bitch ass niggas anyway. So it was never about them figuring it out. It was never about any of our leaders doing it. God don't pick bitch ass niggas anyway. So it was never gonna be them anyway, if you read our Bible. So yeah, and it's sad. It's sad, bro. It's sad. I'll call it, it'll happen. We within days and hours now, boy. I'll say it, it'll happen. I'll notice it, it'll happen. You notice it, it'll happen. You see it on your stories, you see it on your timeline. We allegedly in different Wi-Fi networks and different algorithms. But everything we talk about here is what's happening. They ain't got nobody like that on their team, bro. And that's me being grassroots level with no fiat and nothing. Now imagine if niggas got their shit together, had their own government, their own think tanks, and their own militaries, and their own shit. And then multiply that shit. That's why they're scared of us. It's a handicap match if we did it from the same level, bitch. They ain't out running, they ain't out boxing me, they ain't out thinking me, they ain't out stacking me, they ain't out in nothing me. So imagine if the game was really equality. That's what we've been telling you. This shit will only be great when we're in charge of it. You know, since the fucking country is ours. Fuck your government. How the fuck America gonna be great without Americans making it great? You need to stop crossing the lines between an American and a citizen. Two different stories. Have you noticed lately? A citizen killed a citizen. Shut up. No, we're Americans. We are Americans. Not African American, not Black Americans. We are the Americans. THEE, the Americans. We didn't give permission for no one to run our shit. So they're never going to be stable. They'll never have stability. And if they try to hostile us and shrink us down less than 10%, it's going to get worse. Push us down to 1%. It's going to be fucking snow everywhere in this bitch. I've read all the stories. They know that. That's why they backing off of us. That's why they ain't pressing the issue on me. Cause don't fucking piss me off. And don't piss off the people that give a fuck about me off. You understand everything. Math and science, bro. So. And we playing nicer. I feel like, given our extreme backstory and circumstances, I think it's impressive that I'm not the fucking ICE officer shooting them in their fucking faces. We haven't seen that story yet. That's amazing. Talk about grace. You think China and Russia is graceful. Look at us. We're willing to play the game. Whatever hand was left. We're willing to play the game. Whatever stinky uniform you got left. We're willing to suit up. Whatever cards are left, deal us in. Whatever you got left, just deal us in is all we ask. Because you know we work magic, bitch. But no. Per capita IQs and some other bullshit that you made up 50 years ago. Now look where it's gotten you. On Thanos. It's inevitable. All of this circles back to us. You want to ask us to galvanize and show up and put our bodies in our moral fucking credit card. Get us off the internet, get us as a world star, and then get us to remember the vibe so we can be the saving grace force to give these motherfuckers another time or try. Fuck out of here. No. No the fuck we're not. No the fuck we're not. We're minding our business like you told us to. We're minding our business and we having our own thoughts and our own prayers and our own dreams about all kind of other shit. You know, don't tell niggas that the dollar ain't worth shit. Niggas is hyper wired to novelty. We're gonna find out where the fucking water is, nigga. We're gonna find out where the motion is eventually. Just give us some time. It ain't right now, nowhere around here, and we just gonna have to grieve and come to terms with it. And you know what niggas do? Build a fucking bridge and get over it. All right, the US dollar's gone. All right, let me fuck with these Chinese people and these goddamn Russians or whoever the fuck is left. Venezuela look just like us. So you already fucking know. Don't open up that fucking border, Mexico, for some niggas. Because you know we walking right through that bitch. You ain't got to be scared of no fucking cartels. If you ain't selling drugs or no bullshit. You understand everything. Some cartel, they worship a black goddess. So, you understand? Like, you look like your mama probably. So do the science. Like, they know who we are, bro. The ones who practice magic especially. They need you to know who you are before they interact with you correctly. Because they know you niggas is dangerous. Being crazy and ignorant. So, you notice when the cartel do with niggas, they be survivors. You need to figure out why they hesitate. Now imagine if you knew who the fuck you were. Gracias, okay? They try to send me. Like, I understand. Thank you. Gracias por pensar en mí. Thank you. Oh, you one of them niggas. More. Same story. Oh shit, you know who you are. Keep going. Not keep going down this trail. Keep going back to your pre-designation prophecy that all of these tribes have already. Keep going, nigga. We holding the fucking line, nigga. Keep going, nigga. Do you understand what time it really is? If they're bullying all the Sun People cartels and this shit, Maya Inca, you know what time it is? They ain't holding the door for United States and Americans and the citizens. They holding the fucking door for niggas and the prophecy that they told them when the ancestors first came here to live with us. They know it's all a matter of time. Yeah. Me too. I just don't know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. I don't see shit, but I feel everything. Scorpio wins ×3. So yeah, they got me pissed off. Just the audacity of our government and these rules and these games and back and forth, and food costs the same, bills cost the same, rent costs the same, US dollar value still dropping. So when are you making these deposits of all these fucking hostile operations? Because we should see it instantly in our stock market. Remember? GameStop, instantly, reaction. This, instantly, reaction. This, instantly. Federal Reserve rates, the next day, all of a sudden prices change when they shit go up. But as soon as they got a surplus of $14 trillion in tariffs and all this silver and gold, nothing changes. Nothing adjusts for the inflation. Yeah, you motherfuckers' time is up, that's why. That means y'all gonna figure out, my dear white people and everybody else, that even the rules of the game of the economy, they've been playing in your fucking face. They rose those prices because they fucking wanted to. So your cost of living situation is, yeah, it's a side effect of corporate greed. It's been corporate greed the whole time. But this particular hike through the pandemic that was staged with your military and the World Economic Forum, that would, I hope you hear niggas say this one more time, that false flag, fake pandemic, mRNA experiment on you, since you're the gross middle-class populace, was paid for by you, and the people you elected knew the side effects, and they fucked you over to pave the way for automation and other things, because you got to worry about your health care. I know it sounds evil. How the fuck you think they did it to Indians? But it's confusing, because it's not a foreign force coming here to colonize you. But the confusion part is you're not using your fucking eyes because you don't see color. It is a foreign force. It's an Israeli Zionist force using your forces to colonize you. In a world of no colors. The Jews don't see you as the same type of white people. So they're colonizing you. They are. They're taking over all of your authority and all your power positions. Before, they had a few newspapers, a few companies, but white people in the Industrial Revolution and the Nazis and Project Paperclip was pretty much everything else. Then you still had the Hicks and the rednecks who lived off the land that they're occupying from my grandmothers and Shogun's grandmothers and the rest of our grandmothers. And now they're not being federally subsidized, supported in doing that. Now they actually got to do the work that Martin Luther King was alluding to, and they can't fucking do it and make that same amount of money. That's the problem. The United States has been subsidizing price and cost in and out. Now, so if they try to independently create a new route or whatever, they won't get the profit they need for it, nor do they have the profits they need to keep the machinery up to date. Mind you, their gross advantage over anybody else who opens a farm is that the federal government invested in new machinery every year. It's like leasing a fucking Bentley every year. They can't lease Bentleys anymore. You understand? So they're gonna have to actually work harder. They don't have to fix their own machines. They don't have to use shit from 10 years ago on a fucking farmer, fucking auction shit. They got to get real crafty and use ChatGPT to remember how to do it the old way. Just to make what? Exactly. It's a lose-lose game for the farmers. That's what no one understands about them. They only make that amount of money with a contract with volume. Dumbing it down and slowing it down for them, they're already in debt per their yearly. Even if it's the difference between $1 million and $500,000, their bills is scheduled for $1 million. Their land is scheduled for $1 million. Their tractor supply is scheduled for $1 million. And you say cut their ass in half. All right, then what? They don't get back to $1 million, bitch. The fuck are we talking about? Like, you being cut don't get you back up. This ain't a setback and a setup to get up when your dollar crashing. Your dollar crashing. What the fuck can they do? Their dollar's crashing. So when we say this one more time in a different language, greenbacks, if no one wants to use the dollar, then how the fuck's a farmer gonna sell anything to China or Argentina for $1? They can't. You understand why the farmers are going to probably have to kill themselves? It's because the federal government is not going to allow them to sell it in another currency no matter what they do. They're in a 360 contract with the federal government of the US dollar. They can't do no farmers market on the border of Tijuana and take pesos and pay their electric bill. They have to use the dollar, guys. And everyone whose livelihood and family and expansion and gentrification requires specifically the US dollar, they're dying. But they're not dying because of murder. They're dying because of how time works, how time stretch works. Money is a multiplier of time, too. You get way more things done quickly if you can afford it. Yeah, you could ultimately do it, but you ultimately don't get your youth, your health, or your time back if you do it the way we have to do it. They don't have to do it our way. They can apply for whatever they need, get approved, funds are cleared the next week, they order the thing, it's delivered in 3 days, and they get to work and they flip the profit. Now, that's time travel. Now you're saying slow down. No loans, no bonuses, no subsidies, no tax bonuses. Whatever you got in your liquid bank account, you're going to have to figure out how to itemize and budget and flip. And you and your family are used to a certain quality of living. But now you're going to have to do bare minimums, which is what they did last year. Now this year's coming. You think it's about to get better for them? The ones that are left? No. It's not. Not at all. Because your country committed to Bill Gates and his fake food. Game of go. 10% over there, 30% over there, 70% over there. Wrong way to go. No more lion's share of the market, period. That's just the white farmers. You already saw what they did with Georgia and Hyundai. So all them people, all them babies we just sent to college through the pandemic, who would have been able to, like, hand to hand with competent engineers, figure out how to do certain type of free energy. And now we ain't gonna have the opportunity to see that up close in fucking Georgia, next to all the black people and all the HBCU tech bros. I get it. And then you got the same thing in Pennsylvania, Nippon still, Japan, trying to work it out with my grandfather's territory still. And they go, we want to cop black that, so fuck all them people in the mountains and all the Haitians. Right? You understand? Over and over and over and over. Hana, squash banana. They play go with niggas and Indians. And then they end up running out of space for white people to go. Thanks. It's the bittersweet reality of they did it to themselves. Because remember, it was all good just a year ago. They didn't give a fuck when we were saying it. It's just like the mRNA vaccine people. A lot of y'all are asking what happened to all these people that used to make content on the internet or whatever. You got to realize that was 7 years ago. So you got to realize in those first 3 to 4 years of the last 7 years, how many people built their platform off of being a fucking weirdo supporting the vaccine in that whole political stage. Like right now we're creating a political stage. Go back to the staging of the lockdowns and pandemic. How much of your content creators and people and individuals who are just based in jumping in the narrative of pointing fingers and pointing out, all of the parameters of if you're in compliance to the thing that's threatening all of our lives. And they weren't worrying about their lives or their sicknesses. They were more worrying about when you can go back outside. So they stupid ass brain translated is, if we get 100% adoption of some stupid shit, then things will get better and our money will come back and the parties will come back and my DMs will come back. Hurry up. Now that all of a sudden they sitting in the damn room, sad, uninspired, doom scrolling, shut the fuck up, quiet, because they've been wrong on the other side of history, and that's why they freaking out about their fucking healthcare, because they know they haven't felt the same in at least 5 to 7 fucking years. Stop fucking playing with me. You ain't playing with these fucking narcissistic ass, stupid ass, citizen ass level people, boy. Tell the truth, shame the fucking devil, boy. Like, your ass got burnt out by that fucking vaccine on mRNA you did, and then the food is burning you out because there ain't no nutrients in it, and then the cost of everything is burning you out. Of course they ain't got nothing to fucking say with their bitch ass mouth. Because they running their fucking mouth for 7 to 5 to 4 to 3 past years, making sure all the niggas they ain't here no more are fucking dead. Listen to their cute and clamorous retweet ass. Now imagine, I'm saying that speaking against it 7 years in a row, they gotta process the fact that they're on the side that leads to all the evidence, all the research, all the healthcare issues, all the myocarditis issues, all the shit that the funeral home people say you should listen to the people that fucking bury you, that something changed. You see the doctors, the hospitals, the accountability, the hospitals are shutting down. The fucking doctors and the nurses are fucking dropping out. You think it's because of fucking Trump, or is it because they are running away from fucking accountability that they noticed that their job got infinitely fucking harder dealing with these niggas who are suddenly sick in a hospice at 30 because they stupid ass put the injection in their fucking arm? Of course they want to run away from all the damage they stupid ass propagated through the whole fucking country. Of course they don't want to see it for themselves. Of course they don't walk them to the fucking grave that they sent them to for their bonuses and their fucking privileges to say I went to school and I'm important because I got a degree and a white person patted me on my head. Good nigga. Shut the fuck up, you coons. And I couldn't say that 7 years ago. I had to wait the motherfuckers to die. That's why it was that serious. The dailies. When I started, it was me, whatever basic crazy bitch I was with, cousins, a brother, half-brother, aunts, uncles, grandfather, grand-aunt, this person, this family member in fucking Roselle, this family member in Atlanta, this family member in California. Nigga, I was plugged into the matrix. All I had to do was fucking create content and mind my fucking business and try to get through my 30s gracefully. That was 7 years ago. Now it's just me. I took those losses. I watched it play out. These motherfuckers lost their mind or dead. The only thing changed is what? World Economic Forum, Jewish Khazarian, reset mandate. And all of your politicians, red and blue, signed up for benefits. Get the fuck out of my face. They all deserve to go to hell. Your whole fucking government. Yeah, they all ain't not all want to go to Venezuela, but it was all right with you poisoning yourself. Fuck them all, bro. Fuck them all. You go ahead and vote like a dumbass if you want to. They all murdered my great-grandmother. They all murdered fucking Bobby. They all murdered fucking Crystal. All these turbo cancers, turbo fucking Lyme disease, just for these dickheads to tell me that Lyme disease comes from Lab 702, whatever the fuck it was, in the Northeast. And my grandfather in Pennsylvania in the Northeast died of turbo Lyme disease. Then you gonna tell me that was man-made? Oh my God. They just copping out to everything. They trying to discharge their debt with their karma appointment. Bitch, as long as I'm here, you ain't ditching your karma appointment. I'm King James' grandson. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? We talk to angels, nigga. Fuck you. Nah, y'all ain't walking out of it. Y'all gotta moonwalk through this shit like we had to. Nah, we ain't gonna fast forward this shit. Nah, we ain't gonna fast forward this shit, bitch. They killed my whole fucking family, basically, bro. Nah, fuck them, bro. Like, and they voted for that, and they were cute and clamorous. They on social media doing that, supporting that. Oh, MAGA, make America great. Just do it. We gonna be outside, and then everything's gonna go back the same. If you guys don't do it, the reason why I'm inside because you. Now you outside, and who outside, bitch? Just you. Shut the fuck up. Can't even run a fucking mile without having a fucking heart attack out here. Shut the fuck up talking to me. all these fucking researchers, all these college people, then how this nigga find the primary research and come to a fucking hypothetical conclusion, and that's exactly what the fuck happened. Here we go, 2026. That's because I wasn't guessing, bitch. It's because obviously this is what the research says it is. What happened to all of our scientists and doctors in this fucking bitch? Fuck out my face, bro. Fuck out my face. And then you let Mark Zuckerberg censor all the other scientists and doctors willing to put their neck out there and say, yo, we've been doing this type of shit forever, bro. And like, I remember these two white doctors on a podcast talking about it as soon as it happened. And all of a sudden they banned their channel. The fuck? This is what they do. They know heart issues. They know myocarditis. Why they can't talk about this shit? You know what I'm saying? Alphabet Group, Zuckerberg, all them niggas is concluded on the fact that they murdered your family. And then Mark Zuckerberg is caught on his Zoom conference telling his own staff members at Meta to not to fuck around and find out with a motherfucking experimental mRNA modifier because it's a modifier of your DNA and not a vaccine. He said we don't have long-term data to see what kind of side effects that is with his Jew email list having as no 9/11. And he told his staff, don't even fuck about it. He didn't even mandate it for his own people. And not only did he not mandate it for his own people, he got face-to-face on video and say, I'm not comfortable with this, so I'm not going to make you do it. But what the fuck he do to Instagram, Threads, and Facebook? He chastised, locked up, deplatformed, demonetized all the niggas out here with common sense who would have saved so many more lives. And in exchange for compromising us and getting us out the side, he put all these fucking super yuppies who saw their interactions grow, who saw the algorithm favor them with this fucking sellout, and they thought they were right. And all the people they got to subscribe because they couldn't see no one else saying nothing different. So if you show up saying something different, there's like 300 people like, just a conspiracy. No, that was Mark Zuckerberg making sure your fucking family had bad hearts this fucking Thanksgiving and Christmas. And you wonder why motherfuckers is weird when they don't fucking feel good. Did I get that right? Did I get that right? Based on a true story. I was there. Shout Shogun L, 3 feathers. Terran Art, Haru and Track, Jonathan L. Shout to you guys. Shogun Art, Terran Art. Wearing noise canceling headphones called paychecks. It's crazy. Fact City 3. Talk. Equal kneecapping. Yup. But what did God say? Part 5. Jonathan L. Missing out was never about others finding out 20 years late that you were right 20 years ago when you said it. Correct. Shogun L, 333. They wanted to go on vacation that same year quick. They did. They wanted to take more pictures because they just got new iPhones with 3 cameras on them. I remember. Missing out says, Chapel Hill literally means coronavirus and they want to close both eyes again. No ditching your karma appointments. You can't. We're all the people that wanted to go out, a.k.a. they're dead. Yup. Harut says, had to get the shot because we can't wait a year and this is our yearly event. And don't worry, everything's going to be normal again. Just get the shot. Meanwhile, nothing has been normal ever since. Idiots. And that's the brother in Denmark right now. Can you imagine? Mr. Now says, they've been banning the channel the whole 4 years, only taper off the last few months of banning. Correct. Giving people a death scare anytime they cough and think it just goes away. Newcon says, yeah, man, 100% correct. 333, Terran Art. No man, Jonathan L says, no man can serve 2 masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will hold on to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Mr. Now says, need a fucking green pass to go to get groceries, and it would not turn green if you didn't get your boosters updated. Yeah, and that's their digital plan. Like, ooh, can't wait to automate all your compliance. Like, bro, nah, you're never going to have that, first of all. You never have compliance. Fucking Jasmine Crockett acting like she's crying. Whatever. U.S. forces flee Venezuela's counterattack leaves Trump in shock. What crap? They ain't no damn counterattack. Stop fucking down me.
So here's something that should absolutely stun anyone who believed Donald Trump's confident predictions about quick victory and permanent American control of Venezuela. Trump launched Operation Absolute Resolve just 72 hours ago, promising decisive action that would secure Venezuelan oil and establish American-friendly government, claiming military superiority guaranteed success. but according to analysis from defense experts, reporting on mounting challenges facing American forces, and examination of strategic realities emerging, Trump is now confronting shocking truth that Venezuela's multi-dimensional counterattack through economic blockade, political resistance, diplomatic isolation, and mounting occupation costs is creating conditions so untenable that eventual U.S. withdrawal is becoming inevitable despite military tactical success. Here's the scoop, revealing why U.S. forces face strategic retreat.
They're projecting.
American military control.
They're projecting that, but what they're saying is true. Like, how are they going to afford to stay? How can they afford to, keep that engine going? They can't. So it's not about keeping the engine going. Yeah, that's why there's no plan. That was a chess move for a whole different objective. Iran is experiencing an internet blackout nationally. Fun.
Anger on the streets of Iran. Security forces open fire in effort to suppress the crowds.
Al Jazeera.
But they only grow larger. Thousands take to the streets in the capital, Tehran, in the largest rally since protests began nearly 2 weeks ago. They've been sparked by the soaring cost of living and the free fall of the national currency. On Thursday night, online monitor NetBlocks reported a nationwide internet blackout, which it said was an attempt to interrupt communications. Yet videos like these still manage to be posted.
Get ready, guys.
Demonstrations have spread far beyond the capital, expanding in both size and in grievances. In Esfahan, crowds set fire to the state broadcasting building. In the city of Gorgan, crowds set ablaze the governor's office. And in Babul, chants for freedom.
We need to post of everyone outside watching
Rights groups have accused security forces of a brutal crackdown. NGOs and activists say at least 40 protesters have been killed, including minors. More than 2,000 have been arrested. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has urged government forces not to target protesters, saying that the people's demands must be listened to. But there's been mixed messaging from leaders. Earlier this week, the country's top judge accused demonstrators of operating in line with the US and Israel. And the supreme leader has said that rioters must be put in their place. Despite the warnings, Iranians remain on the streets, defying bullets, blackouts, and arrests to make their voices heard. Behrad Mehichi, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and experts.
So that's over the last 12 hours. Up to now, this very moment this video is happening. They're doing it, so. Well, the world is in a American New Year revolution, for real. Because what the fuck? Who kicked that off? Looks familiar, architecture.
Это центр Красноармейска. Российская армия его зачистила.
Ukraine has a lot of empty cities in this. Their population density seems weak as fuck. So they squatting on all that, Tartarian, White House, Bonneville, Cherokee Indian designed ass stuff over there. Easy to see over here, Captain. Yeah. It's bad when Jake Paul and them are telling you that all the Greeks and Romans are black by going to Greece and Rome and showing you their paintings. That was an interesting turnaround after his boxing match. I don't know where that came from. Oh, is that Jake Paul or his brother? Showing you all the black Greek soldiers? Yeah, imagine. Hebrew is Greek. Anyway. JD Vance says Renee was a victim of left-wing ideology. Oh my God. With the
One
votes.
final point I'll make
He can go
about
to
this
hell,
is,
boy.
look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology.
No, you did not
What
spin that like that, you
young mother
bitch-ass
shows
nigga.
up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point.
He is victim blaming and shift blaming. Oh man, these guys are fucking pieces of shit for real. They won't get sick soon. They won't get cancers. Watch. I'm speaking from a black magic degree. I know what happens when you're lying to people like that and they know you're the one lying and not a story or AP report. They gonna curse your ass, just like I did. Fuck him. The fuck he talking about? He's trying to say I feel bad for her, but in the same faggot ass breath, she deserved it because she's a little bit too loopy, with the left wing ideology. What's left wing about pulling out of your fucking driveway and having some fucking unconstitutional assholes blocking you? What are you talking about? They could not be protested in her driveway if they didn't bring their bitch ass to her driveway. Like, do you understand? White people, do y'all know how to do the lowest common denominators of anything? Because y'all talk like it's everything else, and I'm tired of it, bro. Too many people fucking dying with that fucking language model. I'm dead ass. Like, that shit's annoying as fuck. That's not political. That's not politics. That's your insane ass narcissistic brain that came up with that. Because he can't even breathe and say, yo, I really feel bad. It's something for her. But I can't help but believe, what take this crazy bitch, this mother, like, oh, wow. Oh, she shot herself in the face 3 times by an Israeli Mossad soldier. Perfectly legal, perfectly authorized. Shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga, boy. You feel me? Like, that energy right there is just me responding. Imagine the people who don't have all the nuance and all the connections. They're just going to be angry. You don't want to see that manifest. Words help you burn it off. Motherfuckers ain't got words for this. I already know. Here goes this nigga.
Mark, it's great to see you. Great to see you. Absolutely. Great to be here. And Mark mentioned it. Firepower. That's what is coming. We expect it is coming from NATO. And it was a historic summit just a couple of months ago, brought about by leadership of President Trump to say we need our allies to step up. And they did, and they have in those commitments. Now those commitments will soon translate into capabilities, which is the most important aspect of it. And one part of that, of course, is Pearl, is the initiative where European countries buy U.S. weapons, transfer to NATO for the fight in Ukraine to bring peace to that conflict. And if there's anything we've learned under President Trump, is the active application of peace through strength. You get peace when you are strong, not when you use strong words or wag your finger. You get it when you have strong and real capabilities that adversaries respect. But also note a historic moment as well for a lot of things to happen, given what the president's been able to do in Gaza and throughout the Middle East. I think the world is seeing that we have a peace president who seeks that peace through standing by those that stand with the United States and stand for peace, which is what we saw there, and I hope we can see in Ukraine.
The fact that he got to lie through his no having lips having ass, that the world don't see nothing, boy. Like the brother was saying, that's that narcissistic projection. Either they call you a violent terrorist or mentally ill and misguided. The whole time it's they bitch ass. What the fuck going on? Nah, motherfuckers gonna lose everything playing with us, boy. The fuck? This ain't optional. The fuck you? Why they think karma optional, but they get to do child sacrifices and spiritual practice and rituals, and then skip the kabayan on that shit. Law of attraction includes all the fuck shit that comes with it too. Legal nightmare. Putin warns of nuclear war if NATO troops. Oldies but goodies. I'm not worried about that. Nuclear war just be the end of the petrodollar. I get it. I get what they're saying. Richard Wolff. I'm terrified over the next 3 weeks. And he said that 9 days ago. He said that 9 days ago. Venezuela is not willing to cooperate with us.
When it comes to the Western Hemisphere, the single most serious threat to the United States from the Western Hemisphere is from transnational terrorist criminal groups. primarily focused on narco trafficking, but they're in all sides businesses as well. So the good news is
the
we had a lot of
narcos outside
countries in the
businesses.
region
Can you
that
imagine?
ultimately cooperate and work with us to confront these challenges. Mexico, their level of cooperation with us is the highest it's ever been in their history. Throughout Central America, for the most part, except for maybe Nicaragua and to some extent Honduras, we've had great cooperation from Ecuador, from El Salvador, from Ecuador being in South America, but across the Pacific coast, where we're also undertaking efforts. Guatemala.
Codependency on the US dollar. Whatever, ain't that deep. These niggas, you don't even need to go to fucking social studies class no more to decode these bitch ass niggas. Once you know that they lie through their teeth about everything, and their lie is always spinning the variables of what they're hiding, because they're fucking surface concrete level ass thinkers. Curious baby, so Iran regime influence. So Iran's under attack at the same time Venezuela, same time as us. And so far China and Russia are just like dog whistle. 3 days ago, Iran buys weapons with crypto. Here we go. Tether. Trump is pushing us to an eternal war. Let's see what this nigga got to say.
It's like a sort of 21st century version of a Roman emperor going off to capture a rebellious leader in Gaul or somewhere, the Roman emperor, dragging them back to Rome, making them go through a show trial and then executing them. And this, I'm not saying they're going to execute him, but this is deliberate and total humiliation, and I think it will blow back in Trump's face and that of the administration. People don't like that.
Do you think around South America in particular, including Cuba, people are looking at this and thinking it could be us next?
People in Cuba and Colombia are alarmed at the moment for obvious reasons. Cuba has been under sanctions ever since 1959, has obviously huge economic problems as a result of that, and they feel that if they can do it here in Venezuela, then they can do it there. So I think the statement made by the Latin American leaders over the weekend is a very strong one, and the statement made this morning at the Madeira by Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is also a very strong one. So I think there's going to be a growing pushback, Latin American unity on this, which is transcending the left-right difference across the continent.
If you look at Venezuela as it has been under Maduro, it's hard to think of a worse-run country. The hyperinflation, the extrajudicial killings, torture, the incarceration of people, including children. It's been an absolute basket case. And therefore, some people will say, for all the swagger and the aggression of what President Trump has done, it may well leave Venezuela in a better place than it was before.
It's never a reason to go in that you disagree with the way a country is run or disagree with what it's about, because international law is very, very clear. You cannot transcend national borders in order to change government. That is absolutely clear. And surely that is, in the future, as of now, a matter for the Venezuelan people. Now, Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in as interim president. I don't really know her. I hope she stays there. I hope she's...
You sound like Mariah Carey. I don't know her. I know that's right. I notice how they keep putting female presidents all on these damn chessboards. Japan put a female out there. Fucking Germany, they switching this shit to the girls, boy. Y'all niggas going to war. Nah, these bitches are built different. They gotta learn how to compete with men. Nah, they don't give a fuck about children, babies, and blood. I promise you. Not their position. Yeah, they keep putting women in charge. You know. Woo! Hate to see it. U.S. attempting to acquire Greenland. 5-star general says Trump is clueless. It's all the military doesn't support the stupid shit. Just all the military that talks to Fox News and CNN. Notice something. Project Mockingbird. All right. Yep. So, the only thing going on so far in the timeline is the war. 2 of them, though. Whatever is happening in the Gulf and whatever is happening with Iran, and they both rhyme with Israel, Zionism plan. We can't talk about that, though, because national security or something and the prosperity of the people and, terrible conditions of third world countries, and the United States is the shining example on how to live. Ass niggas are still here in 2026. Cool. On Roman Santa, it's crazy. They executed Saddam in a damn sword. They did, didn't they? Wait, he mentioned ancient Rome parading people around? He did. We don't torture people. We have enhanced interrogation techniques, right? Torture. But yeah, man. What a day, man. I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. While we still have, like I said, this shit like Inception. Like yesterday is like, change the environment again. Yeah, man. Just gotta pray. Affirmations, denial, and prayer. And eventually we want to stay off this fucking social media, man, because they already told you Israel had to hijack TikTok and the algorithms. I could tell. So, we riding out. We riding out the vibes like we been had to do. But we just with the adjustment filter, man. Don't overreact to this shit. To people, the social side of it. Don't overreact to it in person. You ain't got to stack on nobody. You ain't got to convince nobody of not jack shit anyway. But the people who are willing to learn, who are curious, investigate and stuff, just point them in the right direction. And because you're going to have that conversation, to have the real conversation. And I would, like, if you're a dude that is connected, you still connected to your local people or like real people, like organic people that you see in your life. Like I said, man, check in on them. Call them. Call them. The ones that you give a fuck about, call them. At times like this. You don't want to be like, yo, I should have called them while the internet or the cell service was still online. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be. What I'm trying to tell y'all is, I'm not worried about troops on the ground and all that dumb shit, like some Vietnam shit in America. But I know they turned the lights off on Venezuela when they did what they did. So I know if ICE or wherever you get pushed back or motherfuckers start shooting them back for real, certain cities will, hit that blackout switch. And you may not be able to get as easily in contact with people in real time when shit like that happens. So when you talk to your elders, especially, or your older, younger people, like those who are like mature enough to, follow fucking directions, I mean, it would be a wise idea to have two conversations that are uncomfortable and they're completely hypothetical, right? One, how do we, our tribe, our unit, our friend groups, get in contact with each other if Jewish Khazarian controlled social media blocks us all out? Or lets you in to see things, but you can't access DMs. How do we navigate communications with each other? One. Simple solution, or one of them, the brother from X, the first Twitter dude, Jack, whatever the fuck he is, he has a free app that's Bluetooth based for texting or some shit like that. Meaning it doesn't require an internet connection or service in that degree. It's using a different technology. So you can explore that. If you're a tech nerd like we are, you can download that app and tell your mother or your auntie or one of the young ones who are in close proximity to them to download that app, to have both of your contacts saved in it and make sure that shit works. That's one solution real quick, because communication, you know how it is when you was outside, you had the pay phone. You wish you had a cell phone back in the 90s. Same story. A lot of people who are outside today never navigated outside without their cell phone, will they? So make sure you have a communication in event of martial law, accident, salt, typhoon, blackout, Russia, China, ICE, white supremacists, any other fucking catalyst, Kager bomb that would cause an interruption in communications, especially in the big cities. You need to find like two things. A, how do we reach out to each other to make sure we're good and strategize holding it down? Or the second conversation, which is probably not as easy, but I'm paranoid enough for watching Walking Dead. That shit made me sick after a certain season, like subconsciously. Like my body got sick because of the thoughts I had about it. Anyway, the second one is, all right, guys, if communications are thwarted, where do we link up? And you got to have that conversation generally. Like, if it goes what? Iran's been protesting for 11 days. Their internet and shit got cut off this week. Maybe the Iran government is like, hey, let them vent themselves out. We gotta do the things, and let's say a couple of days or a week before they get them off the streets at least. That's a total of 3 weeks. 3 weeks of chaos, minimum. We've already seen it because they're running parallel with us. So 3 weeks of chaos, if you will. And yes, you definitely want to have a contingency plan for communications just in case. And definitely want to have a contingency plan, if possible, for the people you contact to rendezvous. Like, when all shit go to hell, where's our ground zero for us? Because it's not going to matter about your job. It's not going to worry about your rent. It's not going to worry about your credit. I'm talking about if it goes Iran level. Like, where do you go to make sure your mother or your dad or your aunt, like whoever the fucking people are, right? You know what I'm saying? All degrees. They ain't even got to be relatives by blood. Just people you give a fuck about who you know. And you be like, where do we meet up at? Are we going to meet up in Henderson, North Carolina, in Grand Uncle's place? Because no one, ain't a lot of people there. Everyone knows us. It's our family. Do we just, after a week or two, do we just take the road trip out there based on these thresholds? Like, oh, this is shut down. This ain't opening. This ain't that. When all of these check marks are off, what is our threshold before we get in contact with each other? And when we get in contact with each other, where do we go? And for all of those who we can't get in contact with in the meantime, that one place that we all can talk about now, where do we meet up? Because the ones who have contact after that, they might change the plan, they might pivot. But first, they should check in with that place. So it's like 5 of you over there, 4 of you over there, and 3 of you make it here. Make sure one of the extra groups, rendezvous or getting, you know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you have that thought, that idea, that concept pre-installed in their head. Just make sure something simple. You can take it to ChatGPT and make that a better conversation, I'm sure. But those concepts of like, how do we get in contact with each other? And if we can't get in contact with each other after extended time, where do we check in for, proof of life, basically? Just in your own individual levels, not the government doing it, not the state doing it, not none of that shit. I'm talking about Indians. Listen, Trail of Tears ass niggas. Understand something. Make sure you can have those tough conversations, especially with the younger people, right? The teenagers. Make sure like they kind of understand the vibe, and with the hopes that you never have to implore it. The communications one, though, I can't say that. I can't say the same on that, because communications wise requires that everyone's going to keep getting paid, everyone's going to keep going through hyperinflation, everyone's going to have money, and everyone's going to have a cell phone bill. We don't know that yet. And then even if the cost of oil and Christ, remember, a lot of your internet and shit is based on these old crude energy grids. Let's say for every fucking reason, CenturyLink folds. Say for every fucking reason, it was all good just a week ago, but Time Warner, AOL, whoever they are now, because they done closed everything down, MTV, AIM, whatever's left now, like, what if they go down and your old cousin, 47-year-old nigga with a BlackBerry still, and he has his old ass Earthlink email, you know what I'm saying? Like, you understand? And now keep in mind, this is a caveat, part B. Because of the conditions socially, emotionally, and whatever's going on internally with people is the way that it is, do not go into this conversation expecting them to understand it. Don't fight with them. Don't push back on them. Just have the conversation. And you're going to have to gain agreement. You're going to have to make sure you heard them say what you said to them and make them gain agreement. Understand, they're going to think about something else. They're going to be triggered into something else. They're going to talk about something else. Let them do that, because they can't wait to talk to you. But when it goes back to standing on business or whatever your bullet points are, get them to repeat it to you, especially if they're older. Like, yes, I understand. If the grid goes off, we can try this way to get in contact with you. Yes, I understand. If I'm running out of resources or things are getting dangerous, we'll rendezvous at Aunt Joetta's house. Oh, yes, I understand. If it gets worse than that and it's ICE and it's martial law, by the time we sneak out, because you know how niggas are, we're sneaking out to go rendezvous at this particular coast or at this particular whatever. I don't know what it is for your family. You understand? But you want to start having these conversations when the world is talking about World War, when they're talking about comparing this shit to Nazi Germany, when they're talking about comparing this shit to the Red Curtain, when they start talking about balkanizing the United States, when they start talking about that, it's better than insurance and all that other shit. Because what I'm talking about this ain't about money. This ain't about money. This is about day zero. This ain't about money. This is about day zero stuff. Right? And that's just me thinking of solutions of things to keep in mind at a time like this. You can do all your spending things. You can plan your bug out bags. You can go on Temu real quick and get those little jumpers for cars. Go ahead and download some Kia Boy videos so you can learn how to get into Kias. Just download the videos and save them on your phone. Not that you need to do it, but make sure you have the videos saved somewhere. Put them on your iPod Touch in case you got to get into a Kia one day. Understand everything. So just those kind of conversations. And the younger people, you understand, just have them think about that. Like, have the conversation like you're hypothetically, if tomorrow was The Walking Dead, what's the first 2 steps to bring us together? Because once we're able to bring us together, then we can, you can plan and deal with the nigga shit in person. But if you're divided and conquered and separated by regions and interstate highways, blockades because of terrorism, because of Iran, you know how this story go on 9/11. You do. So you already saw them fucking park a fucking billionaires in the island. So I'm not trying to fearmonger or nothing. I'm just reading the signs. And the motherfuckers said they wish they would have told Anne Frank, a cool way to escape at night or something. I'm telling you on some Anne Frank shit, boy. Lord willing, that ain't going to manifest across 300 million people at a time. But I know niggas. I know where we live most of the time. And we tend to gravitate towards these areas where shit like that tends to happen. So for you, the white people, the Asian people, everybody else in between us, all your friends, all your cousins, all your roommates, whoever you give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? Have those DMs with them. Have those phone calls with them. If they're loved ones and family, get face-to-face with them if you can. And make them have the Walking Dead conversation, please. Do that for yourself. Just so you can have it, man. Just so you can know. Listen. And this is me talking to you as a lone wolf. This is the most important part of this story, this exercise, whether you do it or not. In the freak event that something does happen, and you gotta go, and you had this conversation. Remember, this is mRNA part 5, nigga. Like those conversations. Like you had the conversation, you floated it out there. Some people got nervous, so they laughed it off. Some people think you're overreacting. You need to stop doom scrolling, get off of TikTok. I'm going to give you all the fucking causes of why your subconscious mind don't want to do this. We already know. The pushback is retarded. But these variables are different. These variables are different. And I don't want you to be in a position when you make the moves because you're conscious of these things and you survive it and then you feel bad with survivor's remorse or survivor's guilt that you didn't give nobody else the heads up because you had committed to the fact that they didn't listen to you about this, that, or a third. So, plus, I don't want to work them up. They already think I'm a fucking black sheep now. I don't want to be that guy again after I saw what they did last time or the 5 Thanksgivings ago. I know you don't want to be that guy. But I'm not asking you to do that for them. I'm asking you as a mental health battler of the highest degrees of fuckery in this country that if you want a clear conscience, if you thugging it out, if you got that warrior, if you got that American Indian warrior spirit in you, even if it's just a little bit, you don't want to be bogged down by the fact that not only did some fuck shit happen that caused this to go that way, Trail of Tears to go that way, someone to die that way, and the whole time you were just quiet. Because it's not about you saving them, it's not about you told them, it's not about that. No, it's about you and your mind. Your mind is gonna go, hey, I had some time, you know what I'm saying? And I know how most people are stuck on yesterday, and that's gonna be the number one thing. I wish I thought about, talked about, prepared for. Everyone else does that in terms of money, cans, food, water. Yes, that too. By the way, I'm not talking against that. But everyone knows that. If they can do it, they will do it, right? That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just your people. If Washington, D.C. go down, you got people in the DMV, Triangle area, Jersey up there, Pennsylvania, down to Maryland. It creeps up into Raleigh too, right? Just get you a map of the highways, basically. Fuck all that other shit. Just get you a version of the map, download a version of the map where you see the interstate highways and that only. And then proximity that where you are from that highway and your family or your rendezvous spot in the coast, a port city. And just triangulate what's the best strategy for yourself that you can follow so you're not shocked, so you're not scared. So like when you turn on your phone, you're like, yo, is MG live? And you're like, fuck, YouTube error, Instagram error. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you have, you pace it out. All right, I'll sit still. My job is still open. I still gotta go to work today, so I'm going to get paid. As long as they paying you and not promising to pay you, as long as they still paying you, you ain't got to run, but you got to get in contact with folks. And, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. And then if it goes to the next step, like terrorism or an attack or anything like that, and you just got to scoot, at the same time that happens, something else happens and this happens, and then, like, it's 2 weeks before, you find out what happened to Man and them. No, niggas, y'all ain't got time for that. For hoping that they're going to turn the power grid on and prioritize you in your neighborhood and checking on your people. You know this story already. Hence. So just remember the Alamo. Remember the Trail of Tears. Remember Black Wall Street. Remember Khalifa territory. Remember the dragons. Remember the camels we had 150 years ago. Remember the Arabian black horses we had too. Just remember all the things that we used to have that was so normal that we ain't got right now. So don't take this moment for granted. And also, fear not. Don't take this to fear it. You got to add up the cost. You can double this down with manifestations too. Like when you visualize before you fall asleep tonight, or you're praying before you fall asleep tonight, also ask Spirit or God to kind of make sure you're even, that you're grounded, and that you're able, that when the time comes for you to respond, that you're ready, right? And that's all you can bank on anyway. But as a person who projects out to other people, and I know everyone's like, what the fuck? That's a lot of information. Yeah, let's get back to fundamentals. Survival. Fuck what you talking about. Fuck what everybody's talking about on the news. Fuck everybody talking on the timeline. Yo, if you love somebody out there, have these hard talks with them. And not even just for you, so they can be your burden or you can be their burden. Like, somebody that got a bigger family than you, and they're cool with their kids and everything, and it'll be, you know what I'm saying? Like, have that conversation with that person, and it's on their honor to go worry about it or not with their family. Like, I'm saying, like, more and more people need to have those conversations, because you're gonna start problem solving quicker than the issue itself. You understand? Because you're not gonna agree. You understand? Like, I already know how niggas are. If they take you serious, you're gonna go back and forth, and you're gonna start brainstorming. And then you're going to connect to the psychic side where you're going to start tapping into the future too. And that's too complicated to describe or get anyone to believe. But just by having the conversation, you're going to pull data out. And then, your strategy is going to reflect that on top of that. And then you may come across something totally different. You're like, wait, I'm so glad I talked to you about this, because you made me think about this and that. And I'm going to check in on this. And I want to talk to him about this other thing. And then I noticed something. And then you're going to talk to this person like, yeah, yo, man, and them said, they just got the fucking phone call that they're about to deploy them to such and such, such and such. And you're like, oh, word, what do they say? They seem like they're happy about that because they're about to get some money, or they feel, whatever. And you're like, instead of us waiting for these fucking paid actors to sanitize the narrative, what I'm saying, cut the line. Cut the line, please. Cut the line. I told my family every time I seen them, like a fucking broken record, yeah, I've been taking chaga and elderberry. Yeah, elderberry helps with the lungs, and chaga does this weird thing to your blood. It'll feel like your body's warming up, but what it's doing is it's creating this thing that causes the parasites in your bloodstream to die. So on some Dr. Sebi shit, right? So I hit all the word clouds for their goofy ass brain. And I'll say it every time they see me, and then one day, a year later, 6 months later, they're like, yeah, man, I'm trying these lion's mane mushrooms. I said, chaga. But at least you try and fix your brain. And then they're like, oh, yeah, I saw the elderberry things. Like, yeah. But I was on Facebook, and because I searched elderberry, and because the phone heard us talk about elderberry, it suggested to me a fucking Irish sea moss. Yeah. That phenomenon I'm describing. Same thing with locations and rendezvous points. Oh yeah, you think it's like one of those movies? I thought about this when I watched such and such movie. How come we don't ever rendezvous over there by such and such beach house? And it'll open your mind up, bro. It'll open your mind up. It'll make you feel more in control of your fate by taking control of your fate. If that is quantum entangled to the logic of it, basically, right? Anybody can catch a drone or a missile, but we can't do nothing about that. But what we can do is not sit still like sitting goose and setting the ropes or the rails in place in our minds and our family's mind and our friends' minds. Like, yo, bro, we keep getting extra lives every time one of these historical moments happen. But if we've been casting lots, and I'm in the city of casinos, eventually someone's going to crap out. So in case, this is one of these moments after a pandemic, after mass mRNA, after, if this is one of those moments again, don't go out here with shit on your chest and regrets that you didn't. You feel me? That's all. And maybe that's not serious to everybody. I understand. That's not everybody's calling. But if you're thinking about what's the next thing to do, start having those conversations. For real. Or have those conversations with people who seem like they can do it and then farm ideas from them. Like if you and your family, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you start farming. I told you about one app from if you can find Jack from Twitter, his name of his app. Someone else you talk to who's in cybersecurity and tech, they might even know something else, right? Or you might be a good time to be like, yo, bro, if they shut down my fucking ABC thing, can I use a VPN and still, access this message board on the dark web, which is just .coms? Like, what if I got all my family on fucking whoever gear sluts for real? Like, yo, I know this is gonna sound weird. Please shut the fuck up. But the moment y'all get into another city or on another Wi-Fi or on another thing, after this happens, log on to this website and use this subforum, and this is gonna be the check-in thread. Can you remember that? Can you put the bookmark in your fucking phone now? Just log into this and post there. I'll post there. I promise you. Right? Like you got to start thinking like that, or even like when it goes physical or tactical, and then you're just traveling between cities and states. Like if you tell motherfuckers to rendezvous somewhere, and you give them a day or two to see if they catch up, if they held back, if ICE, if this military, and you don't know, and then you saw Walking Dead. Motherfuckers are always, as soon as motherfuckers get close to approaching the new town that their friend got lost in, the night before, the friend is under attack by all the zombies, all the chaos. There's a fucking arrow in their fucking leg, and they have no choice but have to scramble and go somewhere else. And by the time Rick or whoever shows the fuck up, it's like, damn, they just missed him. So you gotta keep that in mind too. Yeah, you're gonna mobilize and this is all thought experiment, by the way. So don't let it take you there. But if it went there, like, all right, so in contingency, if motherfuckers don't show up at the time, they fucking show up. But they end up showing up because niggas is late. How do we communicate to each other, the next place? I know common sense is kind of like leave a letter and hope these motherfuckers see the letter. It's still there and they read it. But you might have to be a little bit more clever than that. You might have to like be very specific. Like if I leave you a note when I whatever the fuck. If I leave you a message even, I'm going to use these characters or this number sequence so you know without a shadow of doubt it was us. Because it could be someone else's family who had the same fucking idea to meet you at the boardwalk or, fucking Atlantic Beach, at the end of, Oceanana Way. Like someone else might show up, you don't know. So make sure you kind of square out encryption, if you will, to make sure, like, because, everything's AI and automated messages from your government too. So like when you don't want someone to answer the phone or check the text messages once they turn the grid off and they turn it back on with new update software and you think you're interacting with them, but you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just thinking about all the different psychological and all the dumb shit, because not just us, it's China, it's Russians, all their cool little tactics and psychological warfare, 5G operational warfare tactics against you too. So you understand? So you got that with you. As long as you guys can get in contact with people in real life that you're familiar with in real life, going through one of these things is infinitely more easier than dealing with strangers, foreigners, spies, double agents, And Lord knows, I just don't fucking know. I'm right next to the border, so you imagine my science over here. But I'm looking at 2 different locations. I'm square. If worst come to worst, I'll go in someone's backyard and steal one of their bikes. And I will bike my ass to fucking Los Angeles, straight across. You feel me? I'll go straight to Los Angeles, right next to the coast, and then I have an option. I can either follow the Pacific Coast North Highway or the beaches northward and get out of the United States and head up Oregon, Seattle, Canada, Alaska, you know, and an inch my way back to fucking Tartaria. Or I can head southward. If Mexico ain't riffing and raffing, go hit San Diego instead, and then Tijuana's right there. And I can cross the border and rendezvous with whoever's in fucking Tijuana. You understand? Like that type of thought. Like at worst case scenario, no gas, no money, just some stolen water bottles and some book bags and a bicycle in this bitch. What am I gonna do? You understand? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna get across? How am I gonna get out of this? Right? And that's all you want to talk about. That for real. When they're talking about war and peace and all that dumb shit, you need to talk about survival, defense, and preparation. And I'm talking about all the categories of things that money cannot fix. When the war is about your money, bitch. It's a currency war. So you can't. It's not the man who has the most fiat dollars. Don't be the man with the most fiat dollars, because then everyone's going to know you're the man with the most fiat dollars. You don't want to be that character in the war either. So yeah. Transportation methods, even us brothers, like I don't have a car yet. I don't know when the fuck that's going to happen now with this bullshit going on. But even if I didn't, just keep that in mind, brothers out there. Bikes. I always see Walking Dead TV shows and shit like that in wars, and I notice everyone's hiking and walking, and they got blisters in their feet, and their shoes are falling apart, and blah 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 blah. Nah, nigga, take the neighbor's bike. Go ahead and just take the neighbor's bike and get you to wherever the fuck you trying to get to. You trying to get to an internet cafe, you trying to get to somewhere that has lights on, you trying to get down the street to buy some water before they take it, or you know Walgreens is wide open. You take a bike. Bikes, like a horse. Like get a bike. Like make sure you got you know where the bikes are in your neighborhood, and if niggas start acting up and shit get tense and weird, you know how to get there, get on the bike, and then infinite increase of survival chances. Because remember, a bike you ain't got to pedal all the time. I'm not even talking about electric bikes. If you got an electric bike and they can get you to the next city or the next town or next safe zone type thing or checkpoint, then sure, so be it. But I'm talking about niggas. Like, yo, listen. You want some bonus credits? Get you a bug out bag for your bike. Water bottle, inner tube, fucking hand pump, no pause, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, whatever, socks and drawers, some deodorant, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It just in case. Just in case you got to get to the internet again. Just in case you got to get some water. Just in case you got to stand out the way because they decided your downtown was a target, right? Bike it, boy. Don't fuck trying to break into cars and run through the subway. Nah, nigga. We saw the Titanic already, nigga. Nah, I'll get on the bike. 5 times the distance you'll travel walking, minimum. It's a time stretch. Bikes will get you there faster. Yeah, just keep going. Shogun says, prepared, not scared. Felix Smithick said, no more in the back, my bad. We don't torture, as Georgia Bush says, we don't torture people. We have enhanced interrogation techniques. Ancient Rome, Tarrant art. June Zam says, mestastic. I ain't got meshtastic is more popular, but it's not reliable. Comms and power are the first signs. Absolutely. Felix Smithick says, yep. Jonathan says, save offline maps on Google Maps. Get paper maps. Have a way of filtering water. Earthlings and Earthlink. El Cool J says, get your walkie-talkie if you can. Good stuff. It sure feels like it. Facts. Ever since Trump was reelected, I've been telling folks the science. Shogun says, bro, be prepared, not scared. Same story. Yeah, I don't like the Daryl Rick stories as much at first until I start to see the social part of their movie or their TV show. I was like, damn, that's disgusting. Just how society plays out, I'm saying. Fuck the zombies, right? It's not even about the zombies. Zombies can't swim. I ain't worried about zombies. Get to a coast, get on the fucking boat. We'll figure it out. But when people are divided and conquered already, word to KJB 1980s, the most dangerous people are going to be the people who are not prepared or aware of what I'm saying is the most dangerous people are always the people who are scared. There we go. When you're doing something you ain't supposed to do, when you're on a mission or you're doing something serious, the person that causes it to collapse every time is the person who is sweating and emitting fear-based pheromones. It interrupts everybody else. It's a science they don't teach you. So that pheromone, that fear, all that paranoia, when it hits you, like in one of these movies, like that slows down, that kills everybody. And one way to buffer from that, fight or flight and all that deer in the headlight shit, is to start thinking about it, praying about it, talking about it way in advance before it ever happens or could happen. So your brain has neurons in place, because even if you're unable to successfully do this, when it's time for you to go outside and it's dark outside and you start communicating with people, you've thought about it enough for the new stranger you meet or the new messenger you meet to be competent enough for them to consider you as something valuable. Because at least out of all the people going crazy, yelling, screaming, thinking someone's going to come save them, thinking that just because they are who they are, their son should show up and they don't. You know these stories. I saw the UK version of the zombie shows too. Crazy little old white bitch sipping on tea, sitting in a fucking unsecure house, zombies all outside, and they finally stumble across her house and like, what is this bitch doing here? Oh, I told my son Brian that I would never leave until he shows up. And they're like, Brian? Oh, we just saw Brian down the highway. He's fucking turned into a zombie. Well, anyway, miss, we got to get you up out of here. We don't want to tell you about your son, the zombie Brian. And she's like, no, if I'm going to go. You want to run into that delusion. You want to run into that fucking mental health disorder more than any other one. That people who are going to refuse to move because their mind, instead of being prepared, they hallucinated an ideal dreamlike scenario. It's very like seeing an oasis in the desert when you're thirsty. Like they see it like, God is calling me. And that's cool if they feel that way. Just don't fucking let them motherfuckers, hold you back and have you dead trying to save their stupid ass. And I'm not talking about remember, I'm talking about a zombie show. But this manifests in so many different ways. This manifests politically, where a person be like, a responsible U.S. citizen who votes and believes in party lines. They might go first 24, 48 hours. Hey, U.S. citizens, rendezvous at the fucking whatever church, or rendezvous at the food bank, or rendezvous at whatever thing. And, the Coast Guard, depending on where you live, the National Guard, depending on where ICE is not deployed, or whoever, right? Because right now we're looking at ICE, Trump, United States, us. I am not worried about that story. I'm talking about Russia, China, and or something else. That version of the story. Then you go, okay. Shit's going to be dynamic. It's going to update in real time. I can't afford to be afraid. I can't afford to lose my mind. I need to think like a strategy game. That's all of us gamers. We come into handy because humans created the strategy game. So it's based on reality to some degree. So just to keep casting your lots accordingly, bro. These motherfuckers ain't making no sense. They just lying. And that's what I learned today. It's not the audacity of them playing in white people's face or liberals' face, and anyone who saw the video's face. It's the fact, on top of that everything they're saying today is a lie. It is not what's going on. I just saw it but in real time. Trump said this. Al Jazeera said Iran said that. Trump said this. Actually, Putin and Xi said that. Trump said this, but UK and Britain said that. And you understand, you're at a point where it's that hyper novelty of bullshit. Meaning, it's not about them saying the opposite thing. Everything they're saying is a lie anyway. So when it comes to the threat and the fear and the rendezvous points, and don't worry, we're the best country in the world, we'll make sure that never happens. We'll make sure you don't worry. We got so many rivers and tributaries in America, that can never happen. You know what I'm saying? Until someone forgets to pay the power bill. All these petrol-based pump centers. Until someone poisons the water, being a dickhead. And until someone is fucking, what's this shit called? Brainwashed by their 4chan or Discord group and encouraged by a fucking, double agent to push the red button, and they do, right? Because they think the transsexual is going to meet them at the end of the world. Like, you got to account for, we on some bullshit in general. And so just move accordingly. I wouldn't worry about standing your ground and trying to fight niggas and hold back zombies and idiots. I'd be more concerned with getting the fuck away from them. When you hit a story like that, it's not about holding your house down and your rent and how much you paid into it and your pictures. No, you better get the fuck away from these people, part 5. That's all you gotta do to stay alive. Get away from the people that are not your people. Just get away from them. They in uniforms, you're not in uniform, they're not your people. Get away from them. You understand everything. Now, if you absolutely have no choices of peopling or partying, if you have no party options, and you're sort of like me in that degree, where I'm out here by myself. None of this applies to us per se. But you can still have these conversations with other people that you do communicate with online or not, to help your mind resolve. Like, okay, if these first 3, as long as you have the first 3 steps in your own mind, if you had to lock your door for the last time, if you had to leave the green box with your friends for the last time, if you had to log into Instant Messenger for the last time, hypothetically, what's that next day look like, given our variables? And the fact that everyone in media and everyone in your politics is lying to you about what the future is, thus your projections are going to miss if you're listening to them. Right, so you're gonna take that layer above you off, you're gonna take that layer from the sides of you off, and we already know mRNA and motherfuckers' attitudes, and everyone's fucking crazy, wasn't paying attention, whatever. Everyone's gonna have a lot to say. But everything they're gonna say is gonna be based on the impulse of their feelings, and not actually beating video games, or going through those lessons, or, Sun Tzuing, 48 Laws of Powering, and taking shit serious. So, I feel like the universe, God, if you will, or the substance actually, like the law of attraction, it rewards people who plant the seed in their brain to begin with. Like, I want to survive, and I don't know everything, I ain't got everything, I can't afford everything, but here are my first 3 steps. Water bottle, whatever the fuck, bicycle or car, whatever the fuck, and then a skateboard if I need to. If you got the car, take the skateboard with you. You understand? Just in case you gotta roll down a fucking hill away from some zombies, right? Like, whatever I need. Like, I need to make sure water, medicine, snacks, mobility, and then of course your safety. I don't think like during those type of things, because we had 9/11 and stuff like that, humans typically didn't go cannibalism, during 9/11, right? But without internet, without lights, without medicine, and with an adversary of ICE you don't like right now, and that gets turned into Nazi Gaza mode, then you go, oh, okay, I see what he's talking about. It's not that it's impossible to do it. It's that it's going to take a long time before it gets to me. All right, I gotta go the other way. Yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then you gotta prepare, with all the threats and fears of them going to do something to you. You gotta like have the conversation in your head and visualize in your head that you're gonna do it anyway. Because half of those threats are gonna be empty, just to deter enough people from panicking at the disco. They ain't got enough people hired to stop all the people of your city leaving anyway. But the longer you stay bunkered down, the longer you stay getting the handouts, the longer you stay codependent on your occupying force, again, the more of your freedom of choice and options, the faster they leave the dancery with you. That's all. I don't like those ideas. So I'd rather have the hard, creepy thoughts, write it down, journal it, just to explore it, talk about it with other people. You'll see the videos, the algorithm updated for you. You've seen the preppers and stuff. But mind you, I'm not approaching it from the angle of the United States dollar just infinitely becomes valueless for the rest of our life, and like, as long as you live off the grid, you'll survive. No, every fucking country in this world is talking about punching the United States in the fucking face. That's as wild as SARS-2, COVID-19, HIV-5. Those are 3 chances to roll that dice. No, thank you. No, thank you. Fucking no, thank you. I don't trust the government, the federal government, or the people they deployed to do the right thing by us, because the people they deployed is killing us as of this video. So that's just one example. I know. I'm not a Karen. I'm not trying to get you paranoid about today. I don't believe in that. Fear not. But I would be amiss, and I would regret that the same guy that told you about chaga, elderberry, goddamn water fasting, whatever. Like, I seen, people take me serious last time on Dragon Ball Z. So I'm not saying this is going to happen. I don't want that responsibility that if this was my last stream and then that happened, that damn, I should have said something about the fucking my Walking Dead theory. I should have mentioned my Walking Dead theory, bro. Because even if I can run, from here to San Diego, from here to Los Angeles, or this power grid is interesting. In case I get some 15 minutes of Wi-Fi, and for whatever reason y'all can't log in and remember my fucking Instagram or whatever the fuck I can post from, TikTok, whatever it is that's left. Like, if that just becomes inconvenient in a pinch, then I want to make sure that for my own sanity, like, oh bro, you said that one feeling you had the whole time, yeah, say that one. Damn. We're just survivalists, bro. We have to survive without money. I do think the United States, for conditioning us that way, that we had to learn how to make it this far without favor, without help, without anyone really giving a fuck about us. That puts us in a very interesting frequency to explore these dimensions, because it's almost like we've been simulating that our whole life. I just can't imagine what that world looks like without jobs. US dollar. So, same story. Mr. Now says, off the refresh, 2 people shot by federal agents in Portland. And Showland says, yo, Portland will get active quick, especially with the protests and demonstrations, you're right. The account of extreme levels of retardation, you got it. Felix said, He said, I'm telling you, bro. I'm just channeling this, though. I don't know how Elaine would feel like that. I don't like when shit make me feel like The Walking Dead, though, because I don't want it to be true. So my brain, I respond to that differently. It makes me sick. So here's to hoping. What they say? What these fucking people say? Cooler heads prevailing. Maybe just Project Mockingbird, United States imperial propaganda is failing horribly. And maybe it stops there. Maybe that's as far as it goes. Some tit for tat on some oil money and some drugs. But my grandparents came here in 1611. And they created kingdoms. By 1700, shit got weird already. By 1750, there's a whole different set of immigrants. By 1775, we're being betrayed in blackface, aka it was a false flag operation in which we became the operational targets. Then the Barbary Wars and some pirate battles. That don't affect everybody in Colorado. Then the Civil War, new rules on the civic level. It's a civics war. And then everyone got told what to do. They just needed to pay for it. And that moved into all the different banks, bankruptcies, Great Depression, new immigration, brain immigration, all the Polish and German Pacards and Teslas. And 1933, there's like, fuck it, we're going to shut down all of the old mineral banks or the constitutional legal banks, and now we're going to put these new credit banks in place, and fuck you, and we'll use your National Guard and everything against you to rob your bank. And I want to remind the chat that was less than 100 years ago, meaning we had grandparents who were born during that time. That's why so many black people have those blue water bottles with coins in them. Nothing changed. So it's the same story. So we went through that. And then we went through the great migration, great immigration, displacing from the South, finally back to Chimeka, finally back to Jersey. Then some of us went west, Oklahoma, Texas, California, Vegas. Like, you know what it is. And mind you, that move was less than 100 years ago, where an entire population of niggas have been playing scramble across the United States, like in several very heavy checkpoints of the United States history. And I'm just talking about in the 20th century, like from Trail of Tears, Rosewood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Remember, Tulsa, Oklahoma happens after they told all those niggas to move out of the Carolinas. So they already had shit popping on the coast, and then they moved them interior. And they went interior, and they got the oil and all the shit, and they were fine. And then time went by, the little federal thing didn't work out just fine, so then they stole what they had because they didn't want to participate. And then, you see the story. We ain't been the same since that one. Like, fuck that. I don't even want to speak about the record. We ain't been fine since that. Since black people, Indians, tobacco kings had their own Wall Streets and their own current local core, they couldn't even keep that unless they did something else. And you know the story, bro. And then enter the NAACP and Boule and Wade Du Bois and all they damn influence on the school and the people who decide, yeah, we're the coons, we're the sellouts, we don't work for white people, but get this education so you can work for white people. White people giving out white people raffles. You can buy your own house on your own grandmother's land, but you actually don't ever pay it off. They'll steal it from you if you stop. Like, oh my God, we went to school and didn't see that part. Oh, shut up. So like we saw that play out. And then they played us, millennials, on motherfucking being computer programmers, web designers, beat makers, all the cool internet information technology things and websites and digital downloads, just for the people who actually made all the money in the last 10, 20 years, all the fucking scammers, drug dealers, and whores. So he's like, oh, like, did they reinvest any of that surplus of money? Of course they didn't. They bought Balenciaga, overpriced plastic instead. And they didn't see the nuance on how none of the money they earned was worth anything valuable because they selling you a fucking $3 rag for $3,000. Hyperinflation, dumbass. They just took all that shit out your community for you to look cute in front of your community, you stupid, basic, bitch-ass niggas. But that's not for everybody, you feel me? But what I'm saying is, if you understand those dynamics, it seemed like we got ahead, but what really happened is we're really fucking stupid. We took all those shortcuts to come up with 10 G's just to buy something worth $5 because we don't understand the value of shit because we're using fake fucking money and we're following fake fucking societal standards on how we can get ahead and get more of it. So it seems logical to the person who's working and going hard for it when they realize, like, you're working and going hard for some shit you should just fucking 3D print it at home. But nah, they ain't flavor, man. The girl, someone's gonna notice, like, yeah, I know. Your Jordan is sitting on the bench on the side of your shoe, nigga. Starberries part 2, nigga. I get it. But I ain't talking about clothes and shoes. I'm talking about your whole fucking life is that. You paying for a mortgage and taxes on your own property and land. You're paying for bills and utilities, but they're using your resources to turn on their energy grid. You're paying for this and that, and you're slaving 40 hours plus a week, and you're doing this side hustle, and I'm trying to figure out if DoorDash will apply me as soon as the car comes next week. Like, we are trying to just keep the static going so we can stay alive and not die and starve and thirst to death. And when we finally play the game and make it an Oasis, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, this bottle of water, yeah, it's $200. Please don't play with me. You know the story with these niggas. So we've seen this in our particular Patina demographic, back to back, once a decade, basically. And we forgot, like, less than 100 years ago, that every nigga on this fucking map relocated. One more time. Anyone who knows anything about Trail of Tears, in the Great Migration from New Orleans, Mississippi, and Alabama to Chicago, and anyone who was like originally up north, ended up in the Carolinas and Virginia, they ended up in the north again. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, these are some very old Indian routes, since we're nomadic. Understand, nomadic just means we have multiple estates, bitch. We're not nomadic. We're not going to strange territories. We've been on this territory for thousands of years. You think we don't have the map yet? All right, so you got to take our narrative back and understand what I'm saying to you. They've been playing this game against us, and it's caused us to move. It already has. This is not hyper. This is not Walking Dead. This ain't none of the white preppers talking about it. Ain't nobody that ain't us can talk about this shit. Can't nobody. I'm gonna give you a perfect example and I'll leave it alone. I'm born in New Jersey, Treytown. My daddy born in Queens, New York. His mama born in Hartville, South Carolina. 1950 to 1980, in 30 years, in 3 separate decades, 4. There's 3 different states, 3 different homelands, 3 different origin stories. The one who grew up in the South and then moved to New York and then had a baby who grew up in New York and was back and forth from New Jersey, who then had a baby in New Jersey, going back and forth, and then spent the rest of the time in North Carolina for 20 years plus in a row, and my ass in Las Vegas, Nevada. So if I died right now and they found my skeleton in the desert in 100 years, are they going to think I'm a Las Vegas, Nevada, Indian, Black, Moor native? Bitch. My grandma and them way over there in the goddamn on the other side of the longitude. Just 40, 50 years ago, everybody was right there. Black Bike Week be damned, nigga. On the way to Fort Lauderdale, Atlanta, and Raleigh the whole time, nigga. Like, we are right there. Then we went up north again, because we are the ones who built the north. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you as a person on the West Coast with a 400 history of going up and down the East Coast, that niggas move. And most of those moves were prompted by these stories that we're living through. White people trying to finagle niggas in their banks. How many times this person got to tell you that all they care about is money before you believe them? Control of it too. Not just having it, but controlling yours too. The whole system. So if this is about money, and it is, and it's about banks and haves and have-nots and credit and social scores and everything that Jewish Khazarian Israel gave to us, on top of that, if that's all it's about, it's all going to die. So hopefully we don't have to. Move. When you know when the time's ready. When the time's ready. As long as you're getting direct deposits and motherfuckers are taking your bills and your automations and your subscriptions, don't fret. But as soon as you start hearing them say something that never was supposed to happen and it happens, and then they give you a timetable like, oh, it'll be back on in a week, that's when you go, fuck these niggas. Time to go from beta to alpha testing. What the fuck I just said. Let me call my grandma and my mother again. Yo, you heard that they said that they're shutting down the government? Yeah, remember last time we shut down? Yeah, they did that shit for 40 plus days. All right, y'all good for the next 40 days? What happened? What happened to Cheryl? Cheryl Jobs said what? Yeah. She was a travel nurse. She was working. Oh shit. Oh, the insurance thing. That's right. It is like February going on March. Yeah, a lot of people ain't able to afford that shit. Plus, who the fucking hiring for them to do that crazy shit? Like, where's she working at? Oh, really? Oh, and such got sick and they in the hospital right now. But they debating on. You gonna hear all these stories for the rest of the fucking year anyway. But when it's in the context of the government is shut down, or ICE, or this, or a terrorist attack, or war, or a port got blown up, and you see all those conversations, and your government saying, we're strong, we're resolved. In the United States, we have a grand history of resilience, and we can count on our people, and we'll rebuild, and all you boys, you'll get out there, and you don't have to worry about it. And as soon as they start talking like that shit, like we are all a team, and don't worry, we're coming together, and we're going to build back stronger, you might as well say, yo, go fuck yourself. I know your game over. I'm better off waiting for China to fucking send a Starlink. You know how they used to do, like what China and all of them do with fucking Gaza and stuff. Waiting for the fucking plane to go by like it's PUBG and shit, and a fucking parachute freight box of rice and water hit down in this bitch, and I get to read the fucking note. Like, you might as well tell me to wait for that fucking moment, bitch. Like, no. We the Trail of Tears Indians on top of that. Like, no, nigga, you can't lie to us. You did this to us. You did this to us. You and your ancestors just did this to us. Y'all just did it to us. On my grandmama. So, yeah. That message for us. Everybody else may have not went through that before. They might not think it's a thing. But just remember why we save pennies in our fucking plastic water jars, all right? To this day. Like, comment, subscribe, support the sport, Cashapp, MG Future, Black and Mild Fun. I appreciate you guys. Assuming the internet is on, assuming I have a home and Wi-Fi and everything is fine, I'll be back tomorrow with their bullshit. But I just wanted to get that off of my spirit. Timeless. Peace.